The events took place in the 16th year of the Great Entropy Era, on the 6th day of June, during the lunar month in the city of Camel Peak. In the royal hall, 4 gentlemen stood to the side, and in front of the woman on the throne was a man. The first of the tiger rank, Su Ling, the elder of the Su family, turned to Xiao Rou and asked her why she had disobeyed her great-uncle and not married Mu Rou, the head of the Su family of the completed eagle rank, told her uncle that he should have seen that the Li family's marriage proposal was just a plan. Their true motive was to take over the Su family, but she had to get married anyway, even without a partner. If it came to that, the whole city would laugh at Mu Rou. The girl replied that according to her grandfather, a certain groom was supposed to appear today. The Su family was one of the 5 major families in this city, and they could not allow such a scandal. Xiao Rou didn't want to listen to any more discussions, because she was the head of the Su family. Her uncle snorted and said that he wanted to see if her promised fiancé, who was only a rumor, would show up. At that moment, the guy in the cloak was standing on the Camel Peak of the ridge, looking at the mountains in front of him. Lang Yang's martial arts level was unknown, but he knew that behind the mountain was the city of Camel Peak. He had never met that woman, but his agreement was unbreakable. Suddenly, the guy was surrounded by bandits. These warriors were ruthless, and 5 of them gathered against one. The man offered to help Lang Yang, but he said that in this world where martial arts reigned supreme, there were different ranks of warriors, namely 3 ranks from strongest to weakest: dragon, tiger, and eagle. The hero's father was the weakest, the first Dan of the eagle rank. The 5 attackers belonged to a group of wanted criminals. In addition, each of them was at the 3rd Dan of the eagle rank. Each warrior's rank was divided into 4 Dan, and newcomers started at the 1st Dan of the eagle rank, advancing to the 2nd Dan, 3rd Dan, and finally to the 4th Dan, which is better known as the completed eagle rank. Finishing his story, the man began to run away with his son. Lang Yang wanted to know what the rewards were for the heads of these wanted criminals. The man waved his sword, saying that Shishan only had the 3rd Dan of the eagle rank and would not be able to stand up to his group of 5. The warriors had long heard of Shishan, who was also known as a cold-blooded swordsman who deliberately challenged others to improve his own martial arts skills. Nevertheless, he really dared to provoke a group of 5 warriors. The enemies believed that Shishan was tired of living in this world. Jumping into the air, the young man used a flurry of blades while the enemy swung his sword over his head. With a whistle from the blades, the bandit hit Shishan's sword, blocking the blow, but he was thrown back. Shishan and Lang Yang stood opposite their enemies, who were ready to continue the fight. The bandit did not think that the boy would last so long against 5 opponents, but the question remained open as to how long they would be able to hold back the warriors. Lang Yang approached the bandits, pointing his finger, and asked how much the guy would get for their heads. Raising his sword, the warrior began to laugh, calling Lang Yang insolent, so they decided to kill him. With a murderous temper, the group of bandits attacked the guy, who calmly looked at them. Suddenly, Lang Yang rushed through the attackers, hitting the entire group of 5 enemies with one move. In the next moment, he returned to his place, causing Shishan to ponder this amazing technique. Even the people nearby were surprised, because Lang Yang killed 5 3rd-rank Eagle Masters in the blink of an eye. Lang Yang wanted to know where he could get the money for these bandits. The handover took place within the city at the Tianyin branch. After that, the guy left, making Shishan wonder why Lang Yang didn't have the aura of a martial arts master. Shishan wanted to continue on his way, but when he looked back, he realized he was lost among the roads. Lang Yang held on to his sword, noticing that the old man was indeed a monster who devoured money. Su Ling said that Xiao Rou's wedding was about to begin, and he was extremely doubtful that a certain groom would show up. The 2nd son of the Li family, 3rd Dan of the eagle rank, Li Ming also thought so and even thought that he could defeat this groom. The girl was surprised that someone had allowed Li Ming to enter, and she also said that they should not bring up this issue again. The young man did not want to interfere with her love, but if the suitor did indeed appear, Li Ming wanted to fight him. A servant of the Su family entered and announced that there was a young man outside the gate who had come to see Xiao Rou. That person turned out to be Lang Yang. When the guy was inside, Li Ming began to look at him skeptically. The main character introduced himself to the head of the Su family, saying that he had come here about the wedding, according to the agreement. Those around him thought that Lang Yang had good manners, but there was no hint of the aura of a martial arts master emanating from his body. The girl agreed, asking Lang Yang to follow her to the ceremony, where he would now officially become Mu Rou's husband. Li Ming was surprised that the girl really wanted to marry him, repeating that he did not approve of it. Lang Yang looked at this loud guy and asked him if he had the right to disapprove of the wedding. Li Ming drew his sword in anger, saying that Lang Yang was trash and he didn't dare to talk to him like that. The main character did not consider Li Ming a warrior, because in his eyes, there was no difference between him and an ant. Xiao Rou drew her sword, saying that the guy had no right to harm her husband, because she could become his enemy. Ling was furious, saying that Lang Yang could only hide behind women, but he also promised to come back for him. Ling turned to the groom who had arrived and asked him if his chosen one had a jade necklace with him. Reaching for his scarf, the main character lifted the thread, revealing a sword-shaped necklace around his neck. Xiao Rou took the guy by the hand when she saw the necklace, saying that the wedding ceremony should already begin. As soon as they were married, the couple headed to Dongfang, the traditional residence for newlyweds on their wedding night. Xiao Rou married Lang Yan out of desperation, and they are doomed to different fates. The marriage contract will be for 3 years, so after that time, Xiao Rou will divorce her boyfriend, but she will also repay him with tael. Lang Yang didn't care. He agreed to the girl's rules and then invited her to rest. But Xiao Rou had to leave already. Soon someone would bring him food, and next time, Lang Yang would have to address the girl as Mu Rou. Lang Yang was only here to find Excalibur, so he didn't care about the girl's reputation. As he began to drink, the protagonist hoped that these 3 years would pass as quickly as possible. The Su family's subjects discussed Lang Yang, noticing that the second son of the Su family was heading towards him. They couldn't miss such a spectacle. Accompanied by 2 guards, Su Mu Chen approached the young man, calling him that trashy husband. Su Mu Chen possessed the 2nd rank of Eagle Dan, and he asked the main character to leave the Su family, because he was too lazy to raise his hand against him. Lang Yang did not fall for this provocation, but with a dissatisfied look on his face, he asked the young man who had given him permission to speak that way. For such insolence, Su Mu Chen decided to teach him a lesson with the help of his 2 bodyguards. But in a split second, the 2 men were behind their master, lying unconscious on the floor. Su Mu Chen thought it was some kind of sneaky technique, but Lang Yang simply told him to leave. Enraged, the young master leaped into the air, declaring that the protagonist was truly seeking death. Su Mu Chen's blow missed, and Lang Yang was disappointed that his opponent was so weak. Looking at his hopeless enemy, Lang Yang did nothing while he waved his fan. There was no point in another attack, and the main character struck Su Mu Chen in the stomach with a single blow. The young gentleman fell to the ground, unable to believe that the protagonist had defeated him. But even so, Su Mu Chen had a trump card up his sleeve. Hidden in his fan was a poisonous centipede that was supposed to have already attached itself to Lang Yang. Raising his hand, Lang Yang found the very centipede that Su Mu Chen had been talking about in his palm. The main character knew that he couldn't harm this small insect by throwing it back at the guy. Su Mu Chen began to ask the guy not to throw the poisonous centipede, but as soon as he opened his mouth, it flew inside. A rash appeared on the guy's body, which itched intensely, and Su Mu Chen's voice faded as he begged for help. The girl appeared from around the corner, asking the main character how he dared to poison Su in her residence. Her name was Su Mu Ling, and she was the 2nd daughter of the Su family, possessing the 2nd rank of the Eagle. When the girl found out that the man standing in front of her was her older sister's husband, she declared that she didn't need a brother like him. Lang Yang began to provoke the girl, offering her 3 moves to justify herself. Throwing herself forward, Su Mu Ling couldn't believe that he was looking down on her. But on his way to attack, Lang Yang simply stretched out his finger and lightly touched her forehead. Surprised, the girl immediately fell to the ground, not understanding how it happened because she didn't feel the touch. Su Mu Ling called the main character a liar because he promised to give her 3 moves but attacked after the first one. The main character struck because the girl's movements were too flashy and he was tired of watching them. Su Mu Ling decided to ask Lang Yang to teach her this finger movement because he had not yet lived up to his reputation. As soon as he used this technique, the heavens and earth opened up. Only his finger was visible. He is captivating, but he carries a power that will not allow anyone to deviate from it. Waving his hand, Lang Yang began to leave, for he did not want to teach her this technique for free. The girl continued to beg for training while Su Mu Chen lay dying on the ground and begged them for help. Ling wanted to know how things were going. The 3rd uncle said that all 4 big families were gathering together, the Jin, Chen, Li, and Chung families. According to the man, there were also small families in the city who wanted to go against the Su family. Xiao Rou was furious, because the families dared to attack when the father of the family was not around. The girl's father was indeed the strongest in the Su family, and on the way back from the capital, an accident happened to his 2nd brother and his sister-in-law. But the death of Xiao Rou's parents was definitely not an accident. At that moment, a report came in. The 2nd lady and the master had gotten into a fight in the backyard. Ling decided to go there because Mu Ling didn't realize the consequences, and if she hurt Lang Yang, it would be a real disgrace for the Su family. While Xiao Rou was approaching the boys, her younger sister continued to beg her fiancé to teach her the finger technique. Without fully understanding the situation, the girl raised her sword and asked the main character what he had done to her sister. Mu Ling hugged her sister, saying that after 1 poke between the eyebrows, she fell, and Lang Yang was amazing. While she was telling her sister about Lang Yang's mysterious power, the guy went off to wander around. Mu Ling tried to find out why his master had chosen her sister as his wife, But the main character himself wanted to know the answer to this question. A battle was taking place on the roof of the building between the cold-blooded swordsman Shishang and his enemy. Shishang continued to fight. His rank was at the peak of the 3rd Dan of the Eagle rank, but his whole body was wounded. Ling dismissed the idea that the snowstorm sword style was still used by cold-blooded swordsmen as nonsense. Shishang asked the guy to give him the snow ginseng, since he had managed to withstand 3 of his blows. The young man began to laugh, calling Shishang an idiot, as he did not have any snow ginseng. Shishang was extremely angry. Full of rage, the guy swung his sword but did not reach his opponent. But in the next moment, blood spurted from Shishang's mouth, his wounds preventing him from challenging his enemy. Ling wondered how Shishang dared to challenge him, assuming that the guy was looking for death. Ling decided not to torment the swordsman, sending his blade straight at him, but suddenly he stopped. Lang Yang was the one who stopped Ling's sword, surprising the young man with the strength of his grip. But he did not lose his confidence, and Ling declared that the main character had found trouble when they were not looking for it. With a new fighting spirit, Ling pulled his blade out of Lang Yang's grip to strike. Swinging his sword, Ling was confident in his attack, but Lang Yang dodged the blow without any problems. Calling his opponent fast, Ling asked his allies to kill the main character. While Shishang was not ready to continue the fight, 2 assassins jumped onto the roof to join the fight. Ling asked her brother to be careful, as the assassins belonged to the 2nd rank of the Eagle. But suddenly, the 2 warriors who had just entered the fight were struck down by a huge blade. Shishang gathered his strength to defeat the thugs who had attacked the main character, angering Ling even more. Ling rushed into battle, hoping to kill Shishang, but Lang Yang intervened and stopped the blow. Ling was furious, and he raised his sword again, intending to kill Lang Yang first. Ling continued to shout at her brother to leave the battlefield, because his enemy was at the 3rd Dan of the Eagle rank. Lang Yang did not even think about running away. The main character stopped Ling's attacks again, this time grabbing his blade between his fingers. While the enemy was trying to understand how Lang Yang was so strong, the guy asked him how Ling dared to yell at him with his abilities. Breaking off the tip of the blade, the main character snapped his fingers and sent part of the katana back to Ling. Wounded, Ling fell to one knee, declaring that his Li family would never forgive Lang Yang. The main character became angry at these words, saying that he had sent Ling to hell, and soon his family would follow him. Ling had to intervene in the fight, taking the main character by the hand, as Ling's death would cause the Su family great trouble. Lang Yang decided to listen to the girl and, turning to his enemy, ordered him to leave. While Ling remained silent, the main character took Shishan and began to lead him to a doctor to treat his serious battle wounds. The girl asked Shishan why he didn't fight back against Ling, since the guy was one of the top 10 masters in the Camel Peak region. Shishang revealed that he needed snow ginseng, and Ling said he had some. He said he would give it to Shishang if he could withstand 3 of his moves. Lang Yang noted that snow ginseng was an unusual medicinal herb. Wondering why Shishang would want it, the guy revealed that he wanted to save 1 person, but in return he would have to give up his life. But for Shishan, who had given up everything for Tianxiang, such a loss was worth it. Shishan asked the guys to help him get home and not tell anyone how he got injured. When the group entered, the girl got up from the bed and asked Shishan who the guests were. The guy immediately approached Tianxiang, took her by the hands, and asked her not to move around too much, as her body was still weak. Pointing to the guests, Shishan introduced them as the young Master Ling and Mrs. Su. The main character noticed that the girl had had a cold for a long time, so using snow ginseng would be useless. Shishang was not sure about this recipe, but he had received it from a stranger, and still wanted to try it. Shishang understood that nothing was backed up by facts. He fell to his knees in front of Lang Yang, begging him to save Tianxiang. Lang Yang asked the young man to stand up first so they could discuss it, but Shishang could hardly do so because of his injuries. Tianxiang noticed Shishang's wounded appearance, assuming that he had gone out again and gotten into a fight because of her. The young man began to convince her not to be angry. The main character noticed that Shishang was ruthless but compassionate. Perhaps he was the right person to teach the young man this style of swordplay. Ling pointed out that there was nothing in the city of Camel Peak that could cause such an infection. Shishang revealed that in fact this prolonged illness was caused by his mistake. It was during a snowstorm. An orphaned little boy, with no one to rely on, was dying of hunger. He had a bad cold and was left on the street with no one to take care of him. When he woke up, he felt warmth around him and thought he had ended up in hell. But then he realized he was in a house. A kind-hearted little girl was shivering from the cold air, but she still covered the poor orphan with a blanket. The girl even shared her food, allowing Shishan to survive the cold and satisfy his hunger. The little boy was not even 10 years old at the time. Grateful from the bottom of his heart, he could not allow himself to get sick. He did not like relying on the little girl to beg for food so that he would not starve to death. Shishan still regretted that Tianxiang had contracted this long-lasting illness while saving him. Even Su Mu Ling was moved to tears by this story, noting that Shishan should not let Tianxiang down. Tianxiang smiled and said that Shishan had not let her down, but on the contrary, had treated her very well. Langyang said that it was just a prolonged cold, and that she did not need such medicinal herbs. The main character only needed 7 silver needles. As soon as Shishan heard that Langyang could cure Tianxiang, his face lit up with happiness. The protagonist quickly obtained the 7 silver needles and immediately began treatment. When he finished the procedure, Shishan immediately rushed to Tianxiang and wanted to know how she was feeling. The girl noticed that the coldness in her body had disappeared, and she felt warmth inside her body. Tianxiang got out of bed, and Shishan hugged her waist, rejoicing that she was finally healthy and that he was incredibly happy. Shishan was incredibly grateful to Langyang for saving Tianxiang. The boy owed him his life for such help. Langyang said that with Shishan's permission, he would teach him a deadly sword technique. Shishan accepted this style and, taking the book in his hands, wanted to know what this technique was all about. It is ruthless when you kill, but at the same time compassionate. Shishan was perfectly suited to master this sword style. If he could learn everything in this book, no one in the tiger rank would be his opponent. Su Mu Ling was surprised that Langyang had mastered it, but the main character convinced her that this was not the case, because he did not suit this style. Su Mu Ling was angry with him, but Shishan stopped her and said that he believed what Master Lang had said. Li Dasheng, the head of the Li family of the 2nd Dan tiger rank, was angry, calling the thugs useless trash who couldn't protect the young master. The 5th elder of the Li family, 1st rank tiger, suggested forcing the 6th elder to make a move, because that way they could turn a small obstacle into a major hindrance. The head of the Li family said that this would give others a reason to laugh at the Li family as useless. The subject asked to inform the senior young master, Li Qian, to leave his seclusion. He had to master his Bai Mingjian technique. The 5th elder was delighted that Li Qiang had succeeded in mastering Bai Mingjian, as then he would not have the full power of an eagle. Li Dasheng added that Bai Mingjian Chang'er could defeat not only Leng Yang, but even Mu Rou. The 5th elder suggested waiting until Qianer defeated the head of the Su family. Then they would see if they still had the strength to proclaim themselves one of the 5 greatest families. At first, the head of the Li family wanted to use marriage to slowly absorb the Su family, but no one knew that a betrothed would appear, so now the man is forced to change his tactics. The 5th elder pointed out that the Su family was currently the weakest of the 5 great families, so it would be better if they just attacked directly. The head reminded them that there were 3 other families, the Jin, Chen, and Cheng, and that it would be difficult to deal with the man from the Jin family. Even though the Su family was doing well, it would soon be absorbed. It was not easy to become a 2nd-class family. There was not even a 1st-class family in the 5 cities of Camel Peak. The 5th elder intended to ask his older brother to return, as the 2nd brother was the strongest after the family leader. Li Dasheng waved his hand, saying that since he started learning martial arts 3 years ago, he had been acting up. The head asked to keep an eye on Minger, not allowing him to ruin anything because of his impulsiveness. Su Ling began to get out of hand, not understanding why the elder supported Mu Rou. The elder stated that since the 2nd brother and his wife had already left this world, they had to protect Mu Rou. Su Lin spoke again and pointed out that if they were connected to the Li family through marriage, it could keep the Su family safe for a while. Xiao Rou asked them to stop. What had already happened. Her uncle should not talk about the Li family anymore. Her uncle left, but he was sure that the head of the Su family would definitely regret this decision. Su Lin asked the young man to cause trouble for Lang Yan, and wanted to know how things were going. Su Muchen told his father that he had been crushed by Lang Yan. He even attacked him with the centipede that he had originally used. Su Lin couldn't believe that a 2nd-rank Eagle martial arts master had lost to a stranger. According to Su Muchen, Lang Yang should be on the same level as Xiao Rou, and he was not a weakling. His uncle insisted, thinking that even if Lang Yang was a martial arts master, he would not be able to protect the Su family. Su Ling ordered the young man to find his 2nd brother, Su Mu Feng, whose abilities were on par with Su Mu Rou's. Mu Ling continued to praise the main character. She was sure that with him, the Su family would be safe and sound. Lang Yang didn't understand, because everyone in her family, including Su Mu Rou, didn't trust him. But his younger sister believed in him so fiercely. Mu Ling smiled and said that her intuition was usually very accurate, and she believed that the guy would be able to help them. The main character said that this time her intuition was definitely wrong. The survival of the Su family was not his concern. However, he was going to make sure that Mu Ling was not harmed, even if something happened to Su's family, because she was the only one who believed in him. At that moment, Su Mu Feng arrived with Mu Chen to finally put an end to his tirade. Mu Ling stood up for Lang Yan, and watching this, he noticed that the sisters had very similar personalities. The girl said that if the boys dared to show disrespect again, she would tell Mu Rou everything. Mu Feng had heard that Lang Yang was not just a boy for comfort, so he came here to test this theory and fight. The girl asked her brother to be careful, as Mu Feng was ranked third among the younger generation of the Su family. With a surprised expression, Lang Yang doubted his words about fighting, noting that the boy was unworthy. Mu Feng became angry and grabbed his sword, declaring that Lang Yang could only be a training dummy for his sword. Mu Qin decided to join the fight as well, drawing his blades, and the two martial artists decided to attack together. As the girl watched her brothers, a blade began to slip out of her sleeve against her will. The main character used his strength to pull out the sword, asking his sister to lend him her weapon. With a wave of his hand, the sword began to levitate and follow Lang Yang's movements, sending coldness in its wake. As the confident brothers rushed forward, they did not notice how snowflakes began to envelop them. Suddenly, the storm intensified and overwhelmed the brothers, forcing them to drop their swords. Lying on the ground, Mu Feng tried to find out how Lang Yang knew Xishan's famous sword style, the snowstorm style. Anger was written all over the main character's face, and he said that next time, anyone who attacked him would die. Mu Qin began to admire Lang Yang, whose strength was truly immeasurable. Now the young man no longer cared if others obeyed him. After the incident with his brothers, the main character decided to seclude himself and enter the room destined for him. Glancing at the divine sword, Lang Yang kept it with him, for he could recognize the other 10 divine swords. However, the recent resonance of the Akagi Excalibur weakened. It seemed that the symbols engraved on it were not enough. Lang Yang began to sprinkle dust on the sword. The last bubble of silver sand remained. He had to figure out how to earn some money and buy more. When the sand hit the sword, it rose into the air and powerful lightning began to dance around it. After swaying from side to side many times, the blade finally stopped and pointed toward the mountains. The main character assumed that Excalibur Akagi was at the top of Camel Peak. The unbearable power of this blade caused a powerful lightning strike to hit the ground in the mountains. The Su family noticed this impact, and its members gathered together and went to see what had happened. Even Li Daxiong was there. In his opinion, the image of heaven and earth that had just appeared was truly shocking. The fifth elder had heard that the previous emperor, Zhang Lu, had used Excalibur to establish his dynasty. The man wanted to know how it could be so simple. The second brother was supposed to be traveling in that area, but they weren't sure if they would meet. The fifth elder had not seen the second brother since he went mad, and apparently he was already far away. Mu Rou wanted to know if their family could obtain such a great sword, whether there would be a chance to get out of this dangerous situation. The third uncle assured the head of the Su family that this was the case, for it was an item of divine level. Wishing for the impossible, there were countless beasts ahead, and virtually no martial artist would dare to go against them. The group of masters, which included Lang Yang, passed through the thicket of beasts, killing everyone in their path. The old man turned to Heis and said that he had recently accepted Tian Yinluo's mission to destroy the monsters. But still, he was drawn here by heavenly thunder, and the old man did not know how to get out of here. The main character asked the old master to see if there were any visions nearby that could be interpreted before they fled. The old man turned to Lang Yan. Given his age, the young man was not higher than the eagle rank, yet he dared to train on Camel Peak Mountain. The main character said he was just passing by, and as it turned out, one of the masters was here by the same coincidence. The other two masters told Elder Lu that they were from the Sun family of Wen City. The guys suggested joining forces so they could escape from there. Lu Qiankun was at the first dan of the tiger rank. He asked the guys how they knew his identity. The girl turned to Lu Qiankun and said that she had expressed her respect to the head of the Lu family. Lin Yanzhan pointed out that there were 5 cities around Camel Peak Mountain. The Lu family was one of the 3 second-rank families living there. The random old man turned to the elder and said that they could use the old madman and the 2 younger ones as bait. Lu Qiankun revealed that due to his injury, he could not fight at full strength, so using the younger ones as cannon fodder was a sound idea. The master suggested trying to escape together, otherwise they would all die here. The lost old man declared that he would not be cannon fodder alongside these 2 weaklings. The 2 masters became angry with the unfamiliar old man and decided to attack him first. In a split second, the old man defeated his enemies with a few light blows. Lu Qiankun was surprised by the stranger's strength and immediately realized that he was no less than a first-rank tiger. The main character was also surprised, as this was not like the strength of an ordinary martial arts master. The weak masters realized that their enemy was so strong that they would have to show more respect to their elders. Lin Yanzhan suggested that the weaker masters take her away from there, and she would be able to pay for it. The fat master was immediately delighted, saying that the girl had beautiful eyes and that since she had made such a promise, he would take care of her safety. The master turned to Leng Yang, saying that he would distract the animals with his blood if he didn't want any trouble. The girl asked the main character to listen to them. That way, everyone would have a chance to survive. Lang Yan would bring death upon himself by provoking them. The masters turned on someone again, saying they would make him cannon fodder. Using his contactless fighting technique again, the main character lifted 2 stones into the air and threw them. With a deft throw, the 2 small stones hit the 2 masters in the forehead, stunning them on the spot. Lu Qiankun noticed this move from Leng Yang, assuming that his strength was comparable to that of a tiger. Lin Yanchan understood that the old man could indeed be at the tiger rank, but Leng Yang was too young. If he was at the tiger rank, this guy was the strongest of his generation. The main character realized that when he reinforced the characters with silver sand, it caused a reaction from the Akagi magic sword, which caused the vision of heaven and earth. So the Akagi magic sword was somewhere nearby. It seemed that Lang Yan needed to further strengthen the inscriptions on the invincible sword. The girl asked the main character not to go anywhere, because he could attract all the animals, considering the guy to be selfish. Lang Yan replied to Lin Yan that she was selfish when they wanted to use him as bait. The wandering old man also decided to follow the main character, saying that there was no point in staying here waiting for death. Lu Qiankun decided to follow them. The girl didn't know what to do and decided to run after them as well. As soon as the group got out of the crevice, they began to encounter sinister monsters. Lang Yang was confident in his abilities, but Lu Qiankun suggested that the 3 of them should use their abilities together. But the old man suddenly fell silent, because the main character began to walk confidently forward, straight towards the monsters. The enemies took this as a challenge, and the monsters immediately rushed to attack him, but he stood his ground. The monsters died instantly, as a single swing of Lang Yang's sword was enough to kill them. A whole group of enemies fell with one blow, which made the allies believe that the guy could be at the full rank of a tiger. The wandering old man noticed that Lang Yang was indeed an amazing young man. Introducing himself as Li Er, he wanted to know his name. Upon hearing the old man's name, the main character paused in his battle with the monsters, as the name seemed special to him. Raising his hand, Lang Yang created a burst of power in his palm, easily defeating another monster. Turning to his allies, Lang Yang decided to reveal his true name, given to him by his teacher, Lang Xiaotian. The head of the Li family noticed the animals scattering, at first thinking that an even more dangerous monster had appeared. Soon, the 2 great families noticed that it was not a beast that had emerged from the forest, but Lang Yang, completely unharmed. Xiao Rou was very surprised to see her fiancé and wanted to know what he was doing there. She added that it was dangerous here. He was now part of the Su family. If something happened to him, her family's reputation would suffer. Mu Rou had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. The girl was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. The current situation of the Su family weighed heavily on her. It was no surprise that she had to become strong. The main character convinced the girl that everything would be fine with him. Su's uncle told the head of the family that Lang Yang was only needed as protection from other families' matchmaking, so there was no need to worry about him. Su Mu Chen said that his son-in-law was just hiding his skills, but Su Ling quickly silenced him, calling it a shameful memory. The girl became curious when she heard about the duel between her brother and brother-in-law, and she wanted to find out more. As soon as Mu Chen wanted to tell her what had happened, Su Ling again told him to be quiet, saying that losing to Lang Yan was not something to be proud of. At that moment, the main character returned to his room and began to meditate, filling the entire room with his power. Lang Yan's teacher informed him that after 18 years of training, it was time for him to leave. On the day he united all 10 great swords and cut through the heavens, they would meet again as teacher and student. Remembering the events with his teacher from the past, a tear rolled down the main character's cheek. The next morning, Su Mu Chen and Su Mu Ling came to visit him, even though the guy had hated Lang Yang before. Su Mu Chen revealed to his younger sister that it was all in the past, and now his brother-in-law was his idol. Mu Ling suggested that her older brother see whose breakfast the main character would like. But when the kids entered Lang Yang's chambers, it turned out that he was no longer in his room. At that moment, he was trying to find a way to quickly earn money for the silver sand needed to strengthen the inscriptions on the invincible sword. On his way through the city, the main character wandered into the heavenly refuge to take on a task. There were 7 categories of tasks in the refuge, including gathering herbs, hunting animals, capturing criminals, and so on. Lang Yang asked the man not to bother him with the lower-level quests. He was only interested in quests of the 5th category and above. The man was surprised, because 5th-level tasks were assigned to those with a 1st Dan rank or higher. The main character was absolutely confident in his decision, and even insisted on 6th and 7th rank tasks. The guy next to him called it absurd. The 6th and 7th categories are for 2nd and 3rd Dan Tiger ranks, respectively. And even then, you need a whole team, not just one person. In this city, only the manager had a 3rd Dan Tiger rank. In his opinion, Lang Yang was looking for certain death. Upon learning that there was only one master with a 3rd rank tiger in the entire Camel Peak, the main character was very pleased. Another contender added that the guy was too young. There are 5 cities around Camel Peak. There are 3 second-class families in them. Each has a representative of the 3rd rank of the tiger. The guy also asked not to underestimate the city of Camel Peak. They had the Zhang family. Its head had the full tiger rank. But the Zhang family committed crimes against the state and was destroyed by the head. If the imperial court had not sent its masters, the head would never have been able to deal with the Zhang family. Realizing that the power of the imperial court was truly incredible, the main character returned to his task, asking for a list of tasks of the 5th category and above. The young man asked Leng Yang who he thought he was, saying that he was nowhere near Leng Xiaotian. Those closest to him wanted to ask the young master Lu Guifeng who Leng Xiaotian was, and whether he was really that powerful. The young master said that no one could even imagine Leng Xiaotian's strength, but he couldn't say more because Lu Guifeng had to go about his business. The main character was surprised that rumors about his true identity had spread so quickly. Looking at the list of tasks, Leng Yang wondered why bringing Duanya a flower was a 7th category task. The man asked the main character to choose another mission, as this one was impossible to complete. This task came from the city's leader himself. The Duanyang flower only grew on the slope of Camel Peak, where many ferocious animals lived. Even if a whole squad of tiger-ranked masters went on the mission, it was unlikely that anyone would return. Deciding to test his skills, the main character took the piece of paper and decided to accept the impossible task. The 5th elder of the Li family demanded that the Su family hand over Leng Yang, because he had wounded the young master. Xiao Rou asked him who was to blame for his lack of preparation and his crushing defeat. Everyone demanded that she hand over Leng Yang. After all, the Su family was in no position to enter into conflict with the Li family. Xiao Rou waved her hand for the servants to show the guests the way out, for she had no intention of handing over her husband on demand. The elder was pleased with this, and all that remained was to wait for Li Qian's return. The reason for confrontation was already prepared. Already on the ridge of Camel Peak, the main character raced through the mountains while the animals fled from him in fear. Not far from his path were 2 swordsmen trying to slay a mountain python. Lang Yang came to the scene of the battle and told the warriors that the mountain python now belonged to him. The guy didn't understand what Lang Yang thought of himself and asked him to reveal his identity. With a lunge forward, the weak cultivators were thrown aside while the protagonist revealed his true name. The python began to strike the ground with its tail, but Lang Yang dodged and held up 2 fingers. Declaring to the beast that it would die, the protagonist shot concentrated energy from his fingers. The energy was so powerful that the sphere pierced the neck of the huge python and decapitated it. Passing through the snake's body once more, the main character waved his hand to bring the ball back to him. The 2 contenders who had originally fought the snake were wanted, so Lang Yang decided not to miss the opportunity. Nearby, a group of warriors were preparing to attack an armored earth crocodile. The captain ordered them not to hold back, to give it their all. This monster was a 5th category heavenly refuge task. The old man said it should have been a 6th category task. They had no chance of winning. As soon as the leader turned back to the crocodile, it began to sweep his men away with its tail. The warrior next to him was terrified and refused to fight, because only a 3rd-rank tiger master could handle this beast. The main character was passing by, gradually getting closer, watching the squad being destroyed. The old man noticed the young man and asked him not to come closer, otherwise he would die at the hands of the crocodile. The team leader addressed the old ghost Jin, telling him not to waste his time on him. But when Jin turned back, it was too late. The beast had already opened its mouth and was too close. The main character used the shooting technique again to protect the old man, but this time, the beast's skin was not pierced. The old ghost was curious about what kind of technique could simply throw the monster into the air. His second question was where such a young tiger-ranked master came from on the ridge of Camel Peak. Lang Yang began to move forward, puzzled because the beast's strong armor had allowed it to survive his attack. The crocodile began to roar, preparing for its next attack, while the protagonist waited for it to approach. Without drawing his blade from its sheath, Lang Yang created a phantom sword using a slash. The slash was so powerful that it reached the heavens and cut through the clouds. At that moment, the armored earth crocodile was cut in 2. The old man introduced himself as Jin Wu, from the local Jin family. Thanks to Lang Yang, they were saved. The main character said that he did not do it to save them, but to kill the monster in order to complete his mission. The guy noticed that there were many valuable parts in the armored earth crocodile's body, but he was only going to take the core. As the hero was leaving, Jin Wu wanted to at least know the name of his savior, to which he replied, Lang Xiaotian. The commander noticed how young Lang Xiaotian was, barely reaching the first dan of the tiger rank, and yet, he easily cut the monster in half, which should only be possible for someone of the 2nd dan. Jin Wu agreed that it was easy to kill a monster higher than himself in rank, and with Lang Yang's training, he was surely on the yellow list. In each of the 3 ranks, Eagle, Tiger, and Dragon, The 100 best warriors from around the world made up the yellow list. Everyone on the yellow list was unquestionably considered the most talented warriors of their generation. As Lang Yang continued to advance, a 2-on-1 duel was about to take place next to him. The spearman asked the main character to help them because their enemy was a one-armed tyrant, a 5th-class criminal. His ally agreed with him that if Lang Yang killed him, the entire reward would be his, and he would even get overtime pay. The tyrant told Lang Yang to leave, because a young boy's hand would not tremble when striking him down. The spearman told his companion to run away as soon as Lang Yang entered the fight. The girl did not want to abandon an innocent man, but the man added that the one-armed tyrant was on the yellow list of the tiger rank, and she would not be able to defeat him. The main character decided not to show his feelings, and simply went forward, delighting the one-armed tyrant. Holding his sword behind his back, the tyrant rushed into battle, telling the spearman that he would take care of his companion. To minimize the risk to his own life, the man pushed the girl forward, toward the enraged tyrant. The helpless girl tried to block the tyrant's sword while her ally ran away. Suddenly, the man's head was pierced by a stone covered in golden energy. The one-armed tyrant became interested in who had committed such a murder, and asked them to show themselves. At that moment, Lang Yang was holding another stone behind his back, preparing for his next throw. The tyrant decided to quickly grab the beauty and run away, because the dangerous stranger was not showing himself. The man struck urgently, and as the blade approached the girl's face, she lost hope in her eyes. The main character raised his blade, and as soon as the tyrant's sword touched it, he threw it back. A smile appeared on the tyrant's face, and he told the guy that it was none of his business. He gave him a chance to escape if he wanted to live. The main character declared that no one would kill the person he, Lang Xiaotian, had decided to protect. Covering his sword with energy, the tyrant decided to kill Lang Yang if he wanted to fight him so badly. The tyrant put all his strength into the blow, but the crushing blade missed, as Lang Yang easily dodged it. While the tyrant was trying to comprehend what had happened, he noticed a stone near his face. The man managed to block it with his sword, realizing that the mysterious killer was Lang Yang. The tyrant did not think that such an unremarkable warrior would turn out to be a master, but today, he could let him go. Lang Yang refused to leave. He decided to see it through to the end and claim the reward for the tyrant's head. The man declared that the kid had asked for it, covering his sword with energy again. Jumping high into the air, the tyrant used a sword technique called Falling Star. He aimed his sword at Lang Yang. The main character created an imaginary sword again, preparing to cut down the one-armed tyrant. The energy blast shot forward and pierced the neck of the dangerous bandit from the yellow list. The girl turned to Mr. Len, introducing herself as Juya, and wanted to know how she could repay him for saving her. The main character said that he didn't need anything, because Juya had saved herself. The guy couldn't find any traces of the Duan flower. The flower must be guarded by a ferocious beast. One option was to wait for the beast to show up, because then the flower would be found. Soon, a large tiger emerged from the bushes, holding a small flower with glowing petals in its mouth. The main character noticed that the beast was intelligent, because it knew that this flower could not be eaten just like that. The beast was also very powerful. According to Lang Yang's observations, the tiger was at the 3rd dan of the tiger rank. While the tiger was resting in the field, another monster appeared nearby and they were aggressive towards each other. The two beasts quickly engaged in combat, and the tiger left the precious flower behind. Lang Yang thought this was a great chance for him to take the Duan flower. As soon as the tiger noticed the unwanted guest near his treasure, he attacked the weaker beast. While the main character held the flower in his hands, the vicious tiger was preparing to fight for his flower. Lang Yang felt Qi's indignation. There was someone even stronger than these two beasts nearby. He decided to retreat, and all the animals were so frightened that they didn't even pay attention to him. Lang Yang couldn't believe that there really was such a terrifying creature on the ridge of Camel Mountain. As he pondered this, a huge rock appeared behind the main character, flying straight at him. Lang Yang used the polar star step to retreat from the solid boulder. Thanks to his ability, Lang Yang jumped forward, leaving the rock behind him. The protagonist assumed that the chase was over. Judging by Qi's agitation, the monster's strength was comparable to his own. It wasn't worth the risk, especially with the flower. At that time, Xiao Rou was at Su's residence. She was determined to find those who had killed her parents. When she was a child, her grandfather told Xiao Rou that he had already chosen her future husband. Grandpa said that her future husband would be the man who would be with her for the rest of her life, take care of her, and protect her. The girl replied that she didn't need a husband. She wanted to stay with her grandfather, father, and mother forever. Her grandfather believed that the husband he had chosen was the most talented man in the world. Xiao Rou was sure that this 3-year union would protect them too. She hoped that no one would be offended by her decision. Xiao Rou swore that she would never marry, as she respected her grandfather's wishes. Lang Yang returned to the hideout. The man asked if the boy understood that this task was beyond his capabilities. Without saying a word, the main character took out a bag and put it on the table. The bag contained heads, and the first head turned out to be that of a one-armed tyrant, a fifth-category criminal. The next items were the cores of an armored earth crocodile and a mountain python, which surprised the man even more. And last, in a small wooden case, the main character showed the Duan flower. The man asked the young gentleman to wait a moment while he went to fetch the head of their department. The young man introduced himself as Lan Yu, the caretaker of the Heavenly Refuge branch. The caretaker asked for the young gentleman's name, and when the young man said Leng Xiaotian, the atmosphere changed. Lan Yu smiled at the main character, releasing his aura around him, which Leng Yang did in response. Snorting, Leng Xiaotian flashed his aura, filling not only himself but also the surroundings with his power. This made Lan Yu extremely tense, and he instinctively retreated out of fear of the power of the guy in front of him. The guy said that he just wanted to test his abilities. His fellow master had no malicious intentions. Chief Gu turned to the caretaker, but Lan Yu added that there was no need to worry. He just wanted to show off his skills. The man approached the head and bowed, handing him a case containing a Duan flower. The head beamed with happiness, because if it was really him, then his son had a chance at healing. Unfortunately, his eldest son had been injured as a child. His meridians were torn, and he needed the Duanja flower to restore them. Deep in the Camel Peak mountain range lived monsters of the dragon rank. Lin Xiaotian was truly amazing. The main character added that this medicinal plant was too powerful a remedy, and it was unsafe to use it directly. Chief Gu knew this, and after offering a reward for the Duan flower, he also began searching for the recipe for the medicine. Lang Yang knew a recipe that would neutralize the dangerous side of the Duan flower, if, of course, the chief was willing to trust him. The chief certainly trusted the young master. His incredible skills were undeniable. First, Lang Yang needed the old gentleman to bring him some writing supplies. A little later, the main character wrote down the recipe for the medicine, pleasing the head even more. Looking at the paper with the recipe, the head of the Gu family was immensely pleased, calling it magnificent. The head began to thank the main character, but Lang Yang stated that all issues had been resolved and he must take his leave. Lan Yu turned to his fellow master, hoping that they would soon get to know each other better. A good relationship with Chief Gu would definitely bear fruit, especially considering his connection to the imperial court. For completing the task, the protagonist received a double reward, so it was time to buy more silver sand. Lan Yu continued to think about Leng Yan, a true master who was able to resist his aura. At this time, in the main hall of the Li family, rumors reached the head that Li Qiang had already left. The head rejoiced. Li Qiang had enough aces up his sleeve, and the Su family would not be able to oppose him. Suddenly, Li Daxiong was even more surprised, because the deputy head, the second brother, had returned. While the main character was wandering around the city, Su Muling noticed her son-in-law and was delighted that he had returned. Since the girl had not found him in the morning, she handed him some food, offering Lang Yan breakfast. The main character decided to take the food she offered, noticing that Su Muling was too kind and naive. Suddenly, the girl began to pull her brother-in-law along with her, because there was a candy store nearby. Li Qiang came to the main hall of the Su family. Being the third dan of the Eagle rank, the guy demanded that Mrs. Su hand over Lang Yan. Xiao Rou stated that Leng Yang was not there at the moment, and if the Li family had any complaints, they should take them up with the head of the family. Li King had expected this response, so he challenged the head of the Su family to a duel. However, if the young man emerged victorious against Xiao Rou, Li Qiang demanded a reward. For his victory in the duel, Li Qiang demanded a third of the Su family's property as a reward. Xiao Rou stood up and asked the confident young man what she would receive in return if she won. Su Ling was surprised that the head of the family was willing to take such a risk for his foolish son-in-law. Li Qiang replied that for her loss, Xiao Rou would receive a third of the Li family's property. She agreed to these terms, and soon the pair took their dispute to the arena. With the sound of clashing swords, Li Qiang was enveloped in an aura. He had mastered the technique of 100 ringing blows. Su Ling understood that this technique was difficult to master, but at the same time extremely effective. By defending Lang Yang, the family could lose their property. Xiao Rou thrust her blade forward, using the 13th sword style of the Su family. But the head of the Su family was no less delighted, for she had also mastered the 13th sword style. The man from the Li family understood that Xiao Rou had great potential. She could become a problem in the future, but for now, she was not strong enough. Li Qiang struck Xiao Ru's sword with his palm, forcing her to retreat from her frontal attack. The guy said that Xiao Rou was pretty good with a sword, but it wasn't enough against him. The girl considered this nothing more than a ridiculous provocation, for she also had tricks up her sleeve. All this time, Xiao Rou had been secretly increasing her dan, and right in the middle of the duel, she rose to the full dan of the Eagle rank. The girl raised her dan the day after Li Qian's brother came to propose. The Su family rejoiced, while the Li family's matchmakers were quite perplexed. But Li Qian believed that even this would not be enough, enveloping himself in an aura that belonged to the tiger rank. This came as a surprise to everyone, as only the head of the family knew that the young man had raised his rank. The smug young man rushed into battle, declaring that Xiao Rou didn't stand a chance. Wielding his blade, Li Qiang swiftly struck the girl, leaving a wound on her shoulder. Su Mu Chen had been looking for the main character for a long time, and quite tired, he excitedly asked him to listen. The guy revealed that Li Qiang wanted revenge for his brother's injury, and demanded that they hand over their son-in-law. Now Mu Rou refused to do so, and they fought each other. They learned that Xiao Rou had already been wounded, and even Mu Ling asked her brother-in-law to save her sister. Lang Yang asked her not to worry, because it was all his fault, so she would not be left without help. At the Li family residence, the fifth elder took his second brother, Li and asked him to hurry. Li did not understand where his third brother was taking him, as the elder had just returned home. Li Qiang went to the Su family to issue a challenge, and the members of the Li family were to support him. Li did not want to go there, because there were no opponents of his level among the living. The old man wanted to improve himself, otherwise he would never reach the level of that young man who destroyed monsters with such ease. The fifth elder regretted that, apart from the fact that the second brother was not inferior to the first in power. The training he had chosen clouded his mind. Li Qiang continued to gloat, asking Chief Su if it was worth defending the main character. Even when Xiao Rou realized she was losing the duel, and her family insisted on giving up their son-in-law, the girl refused. The guy decided not to hold back his power anymore, telling Xiao Rou that she had only herself to blame. Mu Rou couldn't give up now and disgrace her family. She tried to do everything in her power. Suddenly a small stone hit Li Qian's sword, knocking it out of his hands, which allowed Xiao Rou to survive. The person who threw the stone turned out to be the main character, who had arrived at the arena with Su Mu Chen, his brother, and younger sister. Lang Yang immediately went to Xiao Rou to check on her condition. The girl was fine, but she wanted her brother-in-law to leave, because Li Qiang had come for him. The main character said that this incident happened because of him, so Xiao Rou had to let him deal with it. Li Qiang asked Lang Yang how he dared to ignore her. He gave the guy one last chance to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Hearing this, the main character said that he would also give him a chance to kneel, otherwise Li Qiang would die today. Su Ling didn't understand where Lang Yang got the courage to say such things to a martial arts master. The guy was about to rush into battle, but Su Ling intervened and asked him not to go too far, because this was his residence, Su. Li Qiang thought that Su Ling had treacherously knocked the sword out of his hands, saying that his Li family could crush them. Suddenly, the fifth elder and Li came to the Su residence and asked Su Lin if he would still be so confident now. Li Qiang noticed that Lang Yang now didn't have the courage to repeat his request. Li glanced at the people present and noticed the legendary Leng Xiaotian. The main character decided to repeat himself, telling Li Qiang that if he did not kneel, he would die. The Li family's subjects began to die of laughter, asking where they could find such an arrogant son-in-law. Li continued to listen as his family mocked Leng Xiaotian, and this made him very angry. Suddenly, the second brother of the Li family slapped Li Qian in the face to silence him. Li told Li Tian to kneel down and quickly start begging him, as Lang Yang had said. Li Qian tried to argue, but Li kicked him and told him not to argue but to kneel down. If they angered the main character, his entire Li family would be destroyed that very day. Li turned to the fifth elder, telling him that although his techniques had clouded his mind, the man was now completely fine. The fifth elder was afraid to argue with him, because the man thought that Li would hit him too. Li Dashong laughed, saying that they were lucky. He had heard that when Li once went mad, he had actually beaten a tiger-ranked elder from his own family to death. So whenever this happened, everyone feared the same fate, and no one in his family dared to provoke him. Su Mu Ling believed that Li had gone mad, noting that even the heavens were on their side. Li Qiang told his brother-in-law that they were lucky today, but they would settle the score with him another time. Xiao Rou asked Lang Yang to let her deal with such incidents in the future. If it happened again, the protagonist should not be so presumptuous. When the Li family began to retreat, Lang Yang asked the young man if he would let him go. Li Qiang was furious because his son-in-law dared to tell him to kneel before him. Li was frightened, realizing that now the protagonist was not going to let him go. The old man struck Li Qian in the face once more to finally calm his combative nature. Li called him ungrateful, ordering him to kneel and beg for mercy. He, by the way, had saved Li Qian and the entire Li family. Realizing that his second uncle was absolutely positive about his decision, Li Qian had to apologize. The main character asked him to speak louder. Li Qian said that if he wasn't afraid that his own uncle, one of the 10 strongest masters of the Camel Peak, would kill him, he would never kneel before Lang Yang in his life. As Li watched him, Li Qiang bowed and said that he didn't know what he was doing, apologizing to Lang Yang once again. The main character accepted the apology and told the young master to leave. Lear folded his hands and thanked the young master Lang for his generosity towards his family. Lang Yang said that this pathetic worm was not worth him dirtying his hands. But if he continued to annoy him, Li Qiang would die in one fell swoop. The main character noted that in their time, it was not easy to perfect the spirit and body, asking Li Er not to stray from this path. The elder noticed how Li Er behaved around Lang Yang and thought that he might be stronger than they thought. Su Ling replied that it was not worth believing the crazy Li Er. Once, after drinking for 3 days and 3 nights, he mistook a pig for his brother. However, the conflict with the Li family only intensified. The Su family was now in a difficult position. Xiao Rou said that when enemy troops come, commanders fight back, and when floods come, they build dams. Li Daxiong was furious, calling all members of the Li family trash and a useless bunch of scum. Turning to his third brother, he simply asked him to look after his second brother. Li Er told his older brother to listen to his advice. Don't mess with Ling Xiaotian. This young master is a true celestial being. Li Daxiong did not believe that he was a celestial being. After all, if he was so important, then the Jade Emperor was the head. Li Daxiong declared that he was expelling his second brother from the family. From now on, the affairs of the Li family would no longer concern him. Li Eru was saddened that his brother did not believe him enough to expel his second brother from the family. The head said that the last time he took him to bow to the wise celestial being, it turned out to be a pig's head. Then the Li family became a real laughingstock. Li Daxiong no longer wanted to see Li Er. Li Er began to leave, asking the head of the Li family not to regret his decision in the future. Li Daqiong decided to put his affairs on hold, and ordered his men to secretly capture Lang Yang and bring him here. At this time, Xishang continued to train at home, following the teachings of Lang Yang. This sword style is truly incredible, but it is not so easy to master. Tianxiang called Xishang to eat, and the boy began to eat very quickly, so the girl asked him not to rush. Xishang asked her to eat too, but the girl said she wasn't hungry and would eat later. Xizhan noticed that Tianxiang had suffered so much because of him, but the girl interrupted him. Tianxiang asked him not to say that. Shan was so straightforward and kind because she had seen how hard he had tried. Xisheng asked her not to worry, because he would do everything to ensure she had a decent life. Taking a bite of food, the guy noted that he had always believed in this and would strive for it. When he finished eating, he would go straight to the heavenly refuge, take on a task, earn money, and hone his deadly sword fighting skills. Tiansong asked the young man to take 5 days' worth of supplies with him before leaving and to take care of himself. Xisheng didn't want to take so much food, because then the girl would have nothing left. Tianxiang asked the young man not to worry about it. The main thing was that he did not forget his lucky charm. He was a faithful follower of the rule that throwing a stone to determine the path was always engraved in Xishang's mind. The main character came to the store and asked for 5 portions of medicinal herbs from the list. Lang Yang poured the herbs into the bath and began to take it along with the herbs he had bought. This recipe, given to him by his teacher, is truly extraordinary. It not only nourishes the body, but also promotes self-improvement. Xiao Rou was walking towards the main character, and in front of the entrance was a girl who had brought food to Lang Yang. The head of the Su family asked the girl to give her the bucket because she wanted to carry the food herself. When Xiao Rou went inside, she noticed the main character in the bath and called him a pervert. But Lang Yang didn't consider taking a bath to be perverted, so Xiao Rou quickly calmed down. In any case, she wanted to thank him for helping the Su family in their conflict with Li Qian, but it would be better not to leave the residence in the coming days. Xiao Rou didn't know how he had persuaded Li Yi to beat Li Qian, but the Li family would definitely not let it go. Xiao Rou was just worried that if something happened to him, it would disgrace her Su family. In any case, he had no plans to go anywhere in the near future, as he needed solitude for his practices. 3 months later, the head of the Li family realized that they had failed with the Su family, but they had not been able to catch this freeloader during all this time. The 5th elder turned to the head and said that the boy was a real trickster and a coward. All this time, he hadn't shown his face outside the Su family residence. Li Qiong suggested kidnapping Mu Rou to lure him out of the Su family residence. Li Daxiong said that according to rumors, she had reached the tiger rank, so it would not be so easy to capture her. It was better to just stay at home and not get involved in anything, so as not to ruin the Li family's plans. The 3rd brother had to recall the people who were tracking Lang Yang, because they now had other priorities. The 5th elder thought that they were talking about the ceremony to elevate him to the rank of crown prince. He had already prepared the best gifts, and this time the Li family would definitely not go unnoticed. Li Qiang turned to his older brother and suggested that they kidnap Su Mu Ling instead of Xiao Rou. Lang Yang was fond of this girl, and if they kidnapped her, it might lure the main character into their trap. In the city of Camel Peak, the man asked for gifts to be prepared for the ceremony of the crown prince's investiture. The best ones would go with him to the Forbidden City. If the crown prince was confident in the strength and usefulness of their family, they would receive recognition and honor. In the city of Chen-kun, another family was also preparing for this, and preparations for the ceremony were a top priority. Lu Qiankun understood that if they earned the respect of the crown prince, the Lu family would rise and rule all 5 cities of Camel Peak. The Su family congratulated the head of the family on achieving the rank of tiger. Now, if she became close to the crown prince, it would be a great fortune for the Su family. Xiao Rou didn't want to listen to this nonsense. She already had a husband. They had not gone to the capital to get close to anyone, but only to prevent their opponents from portraying them as disrespectful to the emperor's authority. After breaking his bath, Lang Yang got out of the water. He had finally increased his strength, and thanks to his teacher's recipe, it only took 3 months. First, the main character raised his hand and ordered the sword to return to his hand. Silver sand, used to strengthen the inscriptions on the sword, was not so easy to obtain. It was worth asking that man. The 5th elder noticed that all the great families had already left. Wasn't it necessary to hurry to the imperial capital as well? Li Daxiong said that now that everyone had left for the capital, it was the most opportune moment, because Xiao Rou had no idea about anything. There were so many people in the city, with all the great families gathered together. No one knew if they would be able to see the crown prince, but there would definitely not be another chance. But the prince's disposition could greatly influence the family's future status. In the Su family, the uncle turned to Xiao Rou and said that all the great families had already left for the ceremony. They were supposed to leave too, but the head asked them to be patient. Su Ling didn't understand what they were waiting for, because if they continued to wait, it was unclear what would happen. Xiao Rou noticed that the Li family had not gone to the ceremony either. She wondered what the reason could be. Suddenly, Su Ling finally realized what the problem might be, not thinking that the Li family would dare to take such a step. Xiao Rou said that as soon as the best craftsmen of the Su family left for the ceremony, it would be the perfect moment for the Li family to attack. And indeed, the old fox Li Daxiong was truly capable of such a move. The man said that Mu Rou was truly insightful. It seemed that the years had not been kind to them. They respectfully awaited any instructions from the head of the family. Xiao Rou asked them to prepare for battle and gather the common people in the backyard so that they would be ready to evacuate at any moment. Head Gu turned to the young master and said that Leng Xiaotian was a real mystery. They had found no information about him, but there was no point in watching him. He might perceive such actions as hostile. If Leng Yang agreed to help, he was sure that his son would recover much faster. At that moment, the guest asked the head of the audience for an audience, but he was busy, because he still had to prepare a dose of medicine for Era. But when the head of Gu learned that the guest's name was Lan Xiaotian, the man paused and thought. Since he was a highly respected master, the head of Gu said to invite him in quickly and was even ready to meet him himself. The head immediately rushed to the meeting, delighted that it was indeed Mr. Leng standing before him. For the chief, his visit was a great honor. Lang Yang wanted to know why Chief Gu would not go to the capital, but they simply did not understand their situation, hoping to see the prince. But he would hardly even grant them an audience. He had to thank Lang Yang. Thanks to him, the head son's condition had improved significantly. However, he had been ill for too long and needed time to recover. Lang Yang didn't want to beat around the bush. The guy wanted to ask the head where he could buy silver sand. In return, he offered to help with his son's rehabilitation. Su Muling was walking through the city. The last time her son-in-law went out, she met him in the shopping arcade, thinking he was there. The girl prepared a whole box of food for her brother-in-law, hoping that he would be very surprised by this sight. At that moment, Li Qiang pushed Su Muling, causing her to drop all the food from her hands. Li Kang told the girl not to get her hopes up, because he would never see the food anyway. Su Muling got angry, repeating that the master did it on purpose to spoil the treats for her brother-in-law. With her fist behind her back, Su Muling was going to teach Li Qiang a lesson for his actions. A servant of the Li family stood up for Li Qian, telling him to be careful. Su Muling had no intention of stopping and successfully knocked the servant back with a blow. Li Qian was surprised because the girl was very small, but she already had the 3rd rank of the eagle. Mu Ling knew that the boy did not expect such strength, because now she was going to teach him a lesson. After striking the master, her attack proved useless. Li Chang simply parried the blow. He already had the full eagle rank. Li Chang asked her not to forget who the real hero was. Suddenly, he heard Su Muling rejoicing at the return of her son-in-law. Li Chang turned around and tried to find him. But when he turned around, Su Muling was already gone, so he thought they had been tricked and decided to rush after them. Muling said that she may have been weaker, but she was superior in wit. Su Muchen stopped his sister, asking where she was running to, because the guy was looking for her. Muchen didn't understand why she was running away. He just saw that his brother-in-law wasn't home and wanted to look for him with her. The girl said that Li Ming wanted to grab her, but it was too late to run. They were surrounded. Su Muchen returned to the Su family residence, announcing that Mu Ling had been kidnapped. His wounds didn't matter, but his kidnapped sister was more important. Su Ling said that someone should be sent to negotiate with the Li family to get Mu Ling back. Xiao Rou declared that her sister was in danger and that she would personally go to negotiate with the Li family. The man said that the Li family had surrounded their residence with cavalry and infantry. Fortunately, thanks to Mu Rou's foresight, they had prepared for defense and gathered the common people in the backyard. The head did not consider this to be very bad news, as she would not have to go to the Li family for negotiations. Xiao Rou left her residence and asked the Li family how they dared to kidnap her sister. Li Daxiong was unaware of this, and said that the entire Su family was surrounded, so there was no point in engaging in such childish behavior. The head asked them not to joke with him, saying that if they surrendered right now, they could avoid a bloody massacre. Xiao Rou was surprised that they had decided to attack her Su family, but they were going to see if they had the guts to do it. Li Daxiong called her a stubborn girl. He really wanted to see her as his daughter-in-law, but things took a different turn. Li Daxiong ordered his soldiers to attack the Su family, and dozens of enemies immediately rushed forward. But as soon as they got closer, the ground suddenly split open beneath them, revealing a trap. Su Ling noticed that Xiao Rou had devised a brilliant plan, and Li Daxiong was not prepared for it. The head of the Li family asked his subjects to carry ladders, and the archers to provide cover. The warriors rushed forward, and the two great families clashed in battle. The Li family's archers began to shoot arrows, swiftly killing the nearby Su family warriors. Xiao Rou ordered the Su family's archers to return fire with their bows at the warriors. Lang Yang was in the house of the head of the Gu family, using healing needles to cure Gu's son. Chief Gu wondered whether these 49 silver needles could really heal his body after he'd been sick for a year. This was a minor ailment, and he, Lan Xiaotian, could certainly deal with it himself. There was no need to resort to medicinal herbs. After sticking the needles into the chief's son, he suddenly cried out, but continued to endure the needles in his body. The boy told his father that a pleasant warmth was spreading from his chest throughout his body, healing the internal stagnation. Chief Gu was very grateful to the main character. As for silver sand, it was very rare, and its sale was controlled by the imperial court itself. It could only be found on the black market, so it was no surprise that he couldn't find silver sand for sale. The main character wanted to go to the black market. On the black market, silver sand was sold at triple the price. Young Master Lang, his benefactor, had connections in the government, so Chief Gu could help with the legal purchase of silver sand. Lang Yang did not object, but he needed much more silver sand than the head could imagine. Therefore, it would be better if he put him in touch with the seller directly. Leaving his son, the head of the Gu family tried to express his gratitude to him. After all, if he needed anything else, the head was always happy to help. Su Mu Ling was tied up, and the girl asked Li Qian what he wanted, ordering him to let her go. The girl said that if he dared to do anything to her, her sister would not forgive him, and the Su family would cut Li Qian into pieces. Li Qian said that the Su family would soon disappear. Xiao Rou would not help her, so Mu Ling would have to get used to it. Li Kong had already sent people to the Su family to lure her brother-in-law out, but whether he came or not, it would be too late. The older brother entered the room, wondering how such a beast had gotten into the Li family. How could they drag a child into family feuds? Li Qiang suddenly realized the gravity of his actions, stood up, and began to get dressed to leave. But the older brother was no better, declaring that Su Mu Ling was an immaculate flower that only he was worthy of picking. Grabbing the girl by the neck, the older brother told her to scream louder, because no one would help her. Lang Yang walked through the city, listening to the locals discuss the great massacre at the Su family residence. A resident had recently seen Su's second sister walking down the street as well, and she apparently did not know what was happening at the residence. Xiao Rou turned to her grandfather and said that when the Su family was on the brink of destruction, little Rou wanted the promised godlike man to really appear and save their family. Her uncle was wounded and didn't know what to do, because they couldn't hold out much longer. Li Daxiong had already said that his son-in-law was useless trash. When the Su family was on the brink of destruction, he simply took off and ran away. Xiao Rou thought it was no surprise that Lang Yang had abandoned them. They had never treated him as a member of the family. The head of the Su family said that if they had the energy to gossip, they should spend it on protecting the Su family instead. Although it was true that Lang Yang had abandoned them, the girl still felt sad for some reason. Su Mu Chen asked why they didn't accept their son-in-law as a full member of the family, since he was a strong warrior. But that meant nothing. Even if he was a strong warrior, even if he was a first-ranked tiger, it would not change anything in the war between the two great families. With their fictitious marriage, dragging him into the conflict between the families would be completely dishonorable to him. After this battle, the Su family could have ceased to exist, but they continued to fight. Xiao Rou continued to fight, hoping that if it was the will of the heavens, they would see each other again with Ling Yan. At this time, the main character hoped that the head of the Gu family would be able to obtain the silver sand as quickly as possible, and it would be very bad if someone else found the magic sword of the red heavens. He also heard the residents talking about how the second daughter of the Su family, who was walking down the street, had been kidnapped by the second son of the Li family. The Su family was about to be destroyed by the Li family, and there would be no one left to save the second daughter of the Su family. The main character immediately rushed to this resident, trying to find out about the kidnapping of Su Mu Ling. Lang Yang grabbed the man by the neck because he refused to talk. Suddenly, he promised to tell everything. That morning, Li Ming and his henchmen beat up the young master Su Mu Chun, and the Su family's daughter was captured and dragged to the Li family's residence. Shouting, the main character demanded to know where the Li family residence was, and the man pointed him in the direction. The next moment, Lang Yang disappeared, saying before leaving that Li Qiang deserved to die for such an act. In a very short time, the protagonist ran to the Li family residence and stood in front of its entrance. He decided to warn the Li family once that Li Ming should come out and hand over Su Mulin. Otherwise, they would face death. The guard at the entrance saw Lang Yang and asked where this nobody had come from, who was so arrogant toward the Li family. The main character rushed forward and slammed the guard into the wall, telling him to shut up. When the second guard saw his ally smash through the wall with his body, he was afraid to contradict the master. But Lang Yang was no longer willing to listen to anything, so he mercilessly struck the second man. The warriors behind the wall noticed the enemy attack and immediately rushed to defend against the enemy who had invaded the Li family residence. The warrior told the main character to stop his rampage while he called others to bring the fifth elder brother. Lang Yang just kept quiet and continued to attack the helpless warriors, pushing forward. Li Daquan, the first Dan of the Tiger rank, appeared and asked who dared to come to the Li family residence and wreak havoc. Lang Xiaodan noticed the master and told him his name. He was the one who had caused the disorder in the residence. The young man asked Daquan who he was to demand an explanation. He, Lang Xiaotian, acted without hesitation. The master was angered by the young man's arrogance and ordered his soldiers to attack him all at once. Since they refused to retreat, Lang Yang decided he would kill them all. Each step he took left cracks in the ground. The fragments that remained from the ground beneath his feet flew into the air and killed the soldiers around him with a single movement. Li Daquan marveled at the master's terrifying power, not thinking he could defeat him. The man still suggested that Mr. Lang calmly discuss the misunderstanding that had arisen between them. Lang Yang said that they had kidnapped someone important to him, and now they were saying it was a misunderstanding. All members of the Li family deserved to die, so without further ado, Lang Yang struck. If Li Ming did not come here immediately and release Su Mu Ling, the young man swore that he would destroy his entire family. At that time, Li Qiang was walking around the residence, considering his older brother a role model. As he walked into the cheerful red courtyard, he realized that Su Mu Ling had provoked him too much, and he had to go to such a place to let off steam. Initially, he wanted to use her to lure out Lang Yang, but he didn't think his father would attack the Su family so soon. Since Su Mu Ling was no longer of any use, it would be better to find an opportunity in the next few days and get rid of her. Shishong stood behind Li Qian, asking if he had stolen the Su family's younger sister. Young Master Ling and the second daughter of the Su family had saved him last time. More importantly, they had healed Tian Xiang, so Shishang couldn't stay on the sidelines now. Li Qian knew that Shishang was no match for him, so he boldly claimed that he was the one who had stolen her. The young man drew his sword and ordered him to let her go, otherwise he would die by his hands and sword. Li Qiang was just thinking about how to let off some steam. Therefore, fighting Shishang would be an excellent opportunity to start with. Li Qiang had already reached the full rank of eagle, so he was not afraid of fighting Shishang under any circumstances. Shishang was confident in his abilities and did not hesitate, rushing into battle. But the clash of the two weapons did not go in favor of the young master, as Li Qiang threw him back. The young man began to laugh, saying that no matter how much he honed his sword style, it was nothing compared to his power. At that moment, the older brother believed that the love potion had worked perfectly, and that she would soon go mad. Even now, Su Mu Ling was calling for help, not from her blood relatives, but from anyone. But the first person who came to mind was her brother-in-law. Suddenly, a wall next to them broke, and one of the Li family masters flew inside, surprising the older brother. Lang Yang continued to rage, even forcing the warriors to show him the location of the Su family's second daughter. Su Mu Ling noticed her brother-in-law and asked him for help, as her head was spinning. Noticing that the girl was under the effect of a love potion, the young master became even more angry. The fifth brother of the Li family was already wounded, but he believed that now he could defeat the main character. The eldest brother turned to his uncle and said that it would be better to attack in order to repay Lang Yang for the humiliation. Lang Yang considered this presumptuous, as the masters were confident in the success of their attack. With one blow, the main character hit the fifth uncle's body, causing him to cough up blood. Looking at his uncle, the older brother realized that he was indeed dead. One touch, and the first Dan tiger fighter was dead. This sight made the older brother fear for his life, and he began to beg Lang Yang for mercy. Initially, He did not want to directly involve those who were not guilty of the kidnapping. But seeing what he had dared to do to this girl, today he, Lang Xiaotian, decided to destroy the entire Li family. The older brother realized that he was standing before the very same mysterious martial arts master that Mr. Lu Chengfeng had told him about. Taking Su Muling hostage, the young man realized that now he had no reason to be afraid. Lang Yang said that he had never been afraid of threats before, but he hated those who tried to threaten him. At that time, in the Su family residence, Xiao Rou was treating her wounds. She was no match for Li Daxiong, as she had been seriously injured after suffering a single attack. Her uncle said that the Su family's defeat was inevitable, and that it would be better to give the order to retreat. They still had a chance to break through the back door and escape from the residence. Xiao Rou couldn't leave the residence her father had built, but she had a risky plan. The girl turned to her brother and asked him if Su Mu Chen had what she had asked for. Su Mu Chen was unsure about this decision and confessed to the head of the Su family that he was afraid. Convinced that he was a worthy son of the Su family, Su Mu Chen had to do it himself. In fact, Su Mu Rou's plan was for her brother to pose as an imperial officer and scare Li Daxiong away. Su Lin did not think it was a good plan. Under no circumstances should anyone pretend to be an imperial representative, as this could lead to the execution of the entire Su family. There was no other choice. All that remained was to hope that the head of the Gu family would not punish the Su family so severely in memory of his friendship with her father. The Su family man added that the old fox Li Daxiong was not so easy to fool. The subject added that the Li family had withdrawn their troops, madam. The Li family had let them go, and the Su family was saved. Thanks to Mu Rou's quick wits and resourcefulness, the Su family had escaped a great danger. She did not even hope that everything would go so smoothly. Their ancestors must be smiling down on them. But suddenly, Mu Rou realized that her younger sister was still in the hands of the Li family. Li Qiang told Shishan that he had not only caught the girl, but also had a good time with her. The swordsman was extremely angry because he dared to have fun with a girl who was still just a child. Li Qiang declared that he loved young girls. Playing with them gave him special pleasure. Although Shishan had not increased his dan, he was not useless. The guy had mastered a deadly sword style and was now going to test it. Li Qiang believed that he had begun to master some useless style and was already rushing to disgrace himself. Shishan didn't care. He took his sword and was about to use the first technique of the shadowless blade. After lunging, Li Qiang didn't even have time to react and received a barrage of blows. Falling to the ground, Li Qiang couldn't believe it. Shishan's strength had increased so much and so suddenly. Although this style could not increase his spiritual power, his physical strength increased to terrifying heights. The young man understood that this style was too powerful, so he wanted to escape while he still could. The second sister Su and Mr. Lang had once helped him, and Li Qiang dared to dishonor her. He was going to kill the son of the Li family at all costs. Li Qiang claimed that he hadn't laid a finger on Su Muling, but had simply played a joke on him. Shishang did not want to be taken for a fool. He was not going to believe a word that came out of his filthy mouth. For the sake of his benefactor, he was going to fight to his last breath. The fifth elder was angry that the Su family had enlisted the support of the head of the Gu family, and they had to retreat. Li Daxiong himself did not believe that it was a real imperial officer. He understood that they had fallen for the trick of the Su family head's daughter. The fifth elder realized that they had dared to pass off one of their own as an imperial officer, and if that was the case, why had they retreated? The head of the Li family said that the elder should ask Li Yuan what news he had brought. The elder wanted to know what was going on. Shouldn't Li Yuan have stayed with Li Qian and Li Daqian to defend the residence? Li Yuan replied that a madman had broken into the residence to rescue the second daughter of the Su family, killed Li Daquan, and cut out Li Qian's tongue. Then he sat on the Li family throne and waited for them. Ling Yang said that even the little girl had not been spared, and the Li family truly deserved to die. The main character ordered Li Yuan to immediately summon the rest of the Li family, and they would get what they deserved. The second youngest master had the idea to steal Su Muling, which infuriated the head of the family. This useless master always ruined everything. The elder told his older brother that this arrogant madman must be punished when they returned, otherwise the Li family name would be disgraced forever. Li Daxiong said that there was nothing to discuss. The death of the fifth brother could not go unpunished. When they arrived at the Li family residence, they found many corpses of family members lying in front of them. Li Daxiong asked his third brother to take a few men and guard the entrance, not allowing anyone else to enter, while he personally went to see who dared to oppose his Li family. When they entered the main building of the Li family, Li Daxiong and his warriors saw the eldest brother standing before them. The son of the head of the Li family was badly wounded, tears streaming from his eyes and his tongue missing from his mouth. The head asked who dared to interfere in the affairs of the Su family. Did he dare to give his name? The main character gave his name. However, Lang Yang was not concerned with his business with the Su family. Even if they defeated the Su family, It was none of his business. Li Daxiong asked Lang Xiaotian why he had killed so many members of his family. It was because they had laid their hands on someone they shouldn't have, and that was why they would all have to die now. Li Daxiong was surprised that it was all because of some girl. So much anger over one little girl, and because of her, he went to war with the entire Li family. Lang Yang said he wasn't going to risk his life. They should have understood that the only reason he called them was so they could accept their deaths. Li Daxiong called him a madman. The old man was tired of listening to this empty nonsense. Today, the chief would make him experience something that would make him beg for death. Li Daxiong ordered his soldiers to seize the main character immediately, and a dozen subjects rushed forward. Lang Yang created swords from energy and threw them forward, saying that the soldiers were nothing but insects of eagle rank. The swords instantly pierced the soldiers' heads, killing a dozen eagle-rank subjects in an instant. The young man stood up and said that nothing was impossible for him, Lang Xiaotian. The eldest brother of the Li family turned to his father and tried to say something. Li Daxiong asked him to hold back. The head ordered the main character to immediately release his son Qian, and they would be able to resolve everything peacefully. Suddenly, the eldest brother tried to get up, and he immediately began to fall, spitting blood. From the moment they angered Lang Xiaotian, there was only one outcome for them: death. Even the heavens could not save them. It was he, Lang Xiaotian, who guaranteed the death of the Li family. The uncle asked Xiao Rou not to act rashly. The Su family had barely survived the attack, and if she went to the Li family's residence, they would fall into another trap. Be that as it may, Su Rou's sister was in their hands, and she had to save her from the Li family. Many of the Su family's followers raised their swords and declared that they would go with their leader to protect Su Mu Ling. Her uncle believed that there was no point in going, as this behavior would doom the Su family. Even the head said that it was not worth doing. Xiao Rou wanted to go alone. If something happened to her, Su Mufeng would become the new head of the family, and her uncles would help him deal with everything. Su Mufeng asked his sister not to do this, because without her, the Su family would be doomed. Li Daxiong wanted to start crying, but now was not the time to give in to his emotions. Thinking about where Lang Yang got his strength from, Li Daxiong realized that he simply had a hidden weapon, which the guy used treacherously. The main character asked the head why he needed to use a hidden weapon, because the Li family did not deserve it. Li Daxiong said that no matter who he was, he would use all the power of his Li family to chop him into many small pieces. The third brother brought all the best martial arts masters to the head of the family, gathering another squad. The fifth elder recognized the guy. He was the husband of the head of the Su family, whom he had seen on his previous visit. Li Daxiong did not think that all this time the Su family had such a warrior, and they did not even suspect it. Lang Yang traded the whole family without a shadow of a doubt for a little girl, and who would have thought that one little girl would bring such misfortune to the whole family? Now that Li Qiang was dead and the young Su Mu Ling was safe, the Li family had paid for their sins, and the matter could be settled peacefully. The main character did not think that they were in such a position that they could hand Li Minyi over to her, and he would spare the rest. The fifth elder had no idea where Li Ming was now, so there was no point in cornering them. No matter where he was, Lang Yang simply asked for him to be handed over. Either voluntarily entrust him to the main character, or everyone dies. Li Daxiong said he was going too far. Killing all the heirs was no different from exterminating the family. The head of the Li family told his third brother that it was time to stop talking to this madman and attack all at once. The fifth elder took up his sword, saying that since Lang Yang was so stubborn, they should bring all their might to bear on him. Li Daxiong said that the entire Li family must hear his order. Fight to the death. Whoever kills him will receive the position of clan elder and 10 times the usual allowance. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. Lang Yang might block a few attacks, but he couldn't handle them all. The Li family was confident that they could defeat him by combining all their forces. The main character raised his hand and called the challengers before him pathetic insects. Li Daxiong asked the members of the Li family to be careful, because he had hidden weapons in his sleeves. Another shot from the main character managed to hit one of the best warriors, but the others blocked the attack. Lang Xiaotian noted that they were able to block his spiritual blades, saying that they were well armed. Li Daxiong said that they had blocked his strongest blow, and now it would be easy to defeat Lang Yang. The main character smirked, saying that it wasn't even close to his strongest blow and that the head didn't understand the word. Li Daxiong said that now he would taste the Li family's sword style, passed down from generation to generation. The fifth elder rushed into battle, saying that Lang Yang should be happy to die from his famous twin sword strike technique. In addition to the 2 special attacks, the remaining masters of the Li family decided to attack again with a single strike. The main character called them nobodies, deciding to show the true power of the Li family. Creating a huge blade that soared into the sky, the swift sword of doom was about to cut down all enemies. This time, the fifth elder and Li Daxiong were unable to dodge the attack and were struck down. Falling to the ground, The head of the Li family, Li Daxiong, said that he had always been so cautious. But today the centuries-old history of the Li family had been erased because of his actions. Lang Yang told him to blame only himself. Sons behave as their fathers raise them. In his next life, he could pay more attention to properly raising his descendants so that they would not offend those who should not be offended. Xiao Rou came to the Li family residence, demanding that they return Su Muling to the Su family. Before entering the residence, the girl was surprised because she smelled the strong scent of blood. The girl went inside, and Xiao Rou noticed many corpses of the Li family's masters in front of her. Even the family's ordinary minions did not escape the massacre, dying at someone's hands right in the residence. The blood had not yet dried, which meant that the battle had just ended. Xiao Rou wanted to see the master who had taken everyone's lives. Mu Rou walked further toward the main building, noticing even more corpses and her sister. Even Li Daxiong himself was dead, and the girl couldn't understand who could have done all this alone. Xiao Rou ran to her sister, picked her up, and asked if she was okay. Her sister took Su Muling with her and decided to retreat from the destroyed Li family residence. The residents noticed the eldest daughter of the Su family, who was carrying the second daughter in her arms. But they did not understand why Lang Xiaotian was not with them. He had broken in quite a while ago but had not come out yet. The residents assumed that he was dead. The elder of the Li family returned with his men and broke into the Li family residence alone, which was enough to make him famous, even if posthumously. Fortunately, the main character managed to remain unnoticed by Mu Rou. I would rather not explain what happened here. It wasn't boring here, but it was a pity that Li Min had disappeared, and Lang Yang didn't know where to look for him now. While the Su family residence was being cleaned, the main character returned inside, surprising the others. Su Lin called him a coward, saying that he ran away when the Li family attacked them, and now that the danger had passed, he was returning as if nothing had happened. Su Cheng said that it was not worth saying such things, because Lang Yang surely had his reasons for not being there. Su Lin called the guy stupid, saying that there could be no reasons and why he didn't use his brain. Su Cheng told his father that he was already old, and that youth was a time for fun and choosing idols. As Lang Yang walked away, Su Lin continued to tell him that his mother had been too seductive that night, and he had been too drunk. Su Cheng told the main character not to listen to them. Lang Yang replied that to hunt with phoenixes, one must be a beautiful bird, and to fight tigers and wolves, one must be a wild beast. If he was a falcon, why should he drink with sparrows? He flew at such a height that they could never see or understand. Su Cheng called this thought very profound. But did their gossip really not bother him at all? And why did he not want to demonstrate his strength? He replied that if a sparrow teases a falcon for not catching worms, should the falcon abandon its prey and catch worms to prove its abilities? Sparrows are of no interest to him, even as prey. Let them chirp as they please. He will remain unmoved. Su Cheng still didn't understand the falcon. Their endless chirping must be annoying. The fact that he didn't understand the falcon only meant that his mind had not yet reached its full potential. Perhaps later, when Su Cheng flew higher and understood everything himself. If the sparrows became unbearable to him, he would smash them to death along with their entire nest. Su Cheng did not fully understand what he was talking about, but from Lang Yan's stern expression, it was immediately clear that his brother-in-law was simply incredible. Xiao Rou turned to her sister and asked her if she remembered what had happened there. Su Muling said that her consciousness kept drifting away, and she vaguely remembered that her brother-in-law had come, defeated the Li family masters, and saved her. Her uncle pointed out that even though the girl had spent a lot of time with him, it was not worth attributing such achievements to him. Xiao Rou said that even if Lang Yang was that strong, killing all the witnesses was too cruel. Her brother-in-law was always so gentle and calm. He really couldn't have committed such cruelty. Su Ling said that this was not something to worry about now. They had exposed one of their own as an imperial representative, which was a terrible crime for which they could all be executed. Xiao Rou pointed out that this was true. Even though the imperial court did not usually interfere in family disputes, impersonating an official was an absolute taboo. The girl asked her uncle to prepare gifts for the city's leader, and she would personally go to ask for mercy for their offense, hoping that in memory of his friendship with her father, he would not be lenient with the Su family. Lang Yang returned to his room. When the magic sword came into this world, its energy spread throughout the area. Fearing that this could cause numerous disasters, he quickly made and installed 9 magic banners to pacify this energy. Li Qiang continued to run away, repeating for the 100th time that he had not touched Su Muling. Xushin kept saying that the second daughter of the Su family had said that he could not be trusted, so he could not be deceived. But this time, he was telling the truth. Li Qiang kept wondering what kind of sword style he was using. Even though he was weaker than him, Li Qiang couldn't resist his attacks. The young man said that since 3 of the 5 great families had already agreed to their terms and the Li family had been destroyed, All that remained was to convince the Su family to cooperate with them. As a result, they would be able to monopolize the production of fabrics, which would further enrich the Lu family. The guy asked the young master Cheng Feng what he thought, whether the Su family would agree to this. Cheng Feng replied that if they dared to refuse, they would have to be forced to cooperate. Even the insignificant Li family was not worth paying attention to, so why bother the head of the family with such trifles? Of the more than 300 members of the insignificant Li family, no one was left alive. They say even the cattle and domestic animals were killed. Feng Chen's idol, Lang Xiaotian, always knew how to act cruelly and despotically, so it was not for nothing that the head of the family warned that under no circumstances should anyone incur his wrath. The young man added that the head of the family had said that the young warrior Lang could kill a monstrous one-horned buffalo with a single touch of his palm. Many young people admired his strength and even tried to impersonate Lang Xiaotian. Feng Chen called them idiots, just like that arrogant fool who demanded to be given tasks no lower than Category 5. 3 days later, Leng Yang continued to wave the flags to retain energy, and finally succeeded. While he continued to work on the flags, Su Muling entered, and Shishang came with him. The young master looked very tired and could barely stand on his own 2 feet. Shishang turned to Su Muling and asked if he could stay with them for a while. Su Muling thought this was something shady and asked what they were planning to discuss. Shishang turned to the main character, saying that fortunately he had been able to accomplish what he had to do. The blood had dried, and death had come quite some time ago. Lang Yang realized that Shishang had cut off his head and had now come before him to report. Shishang laughed and said that while he was chasing Li Xian, they had run out of the city. On the way back, the scenery was so beautiful that Shishang admired it as he looked at it. The main character was glad that Shishang had killed him, otherwise he would not have known where to look for him. Noticing that Shishang was hungry, Leng Yang stood up and told him to wait a moment while he asked the servants to bring some food. Soon food was brought to Shishang, and he happily continued to eat, regaining his strength. At this time, Leng Yang tried to find out how he was doing in mastering the deadly sword style. The food at his benefactor's house was truly remarkable, but Shishang was disappointed only because the portions were small. Shishang returned to his home, noticing that the food smelled delicious in front of the entrance. The next moment, Tianxiang and Shishang began to hug each other, and she was very happy that he had returned. Judging by Shishang's appearance, Tianxiang noticed that he had gotten into another fight, but he still had enough strength left to shout. Shishang said that he had helped the young master Len a little, so he fed him. Tianxiang teased him that a little help took 3 days, assuming that he had once again been admiring the beautiful scenery. Shishang hugged Tianxiang and said that she knew him better than anyone else. The boy was already an adult, but he still couldn't admit that he had gotten lost and wandered around for 3 days. Tianxiang noted that young Shang had always had a good appetite and poor sense of direction. One more flag had to be raised, the last of the 9 banners, and he would be able to perform the ritual and seal the power of the magic sword. The magic sword of the Red Heavens must become the possession of the main character. The young man pointed his finger and asked the elders to decide quickly, as young Master Lu's time was precious. The elders said that young Master Lu had set the price too low, 50 silver coins for a measure of cloth. The Su family was left with virtually no profit. Cheng Feng pointed out that all the other great families had already agreed, and the Su family was no exception. Su Long said that they could not afford to confront the Lu family. They were too powerful, and Lu Chengfeng himself was a second-ranked tiger. The head of the Su family came out to enter into negotiations, and those around her began to greet her. Unfortunately, things did not go well, as the head had not yet accepted her or the gifts intended for the prince. This was bad, as it seemed that the head was truly angry, and the Su family was in great danger. Su Long asked Xiao Rou to introduce her to Cheng Feng. Lu Chengfeng from the Lu family of Qiankun City. They want to buy fabric from them for 50 silver coins per measure. Xiao Rou was happy to see him, but 50 silver coins was too cheap. The boy replied that they had to agree, but Feng Cheng told the servant to apologize, because it was not right to speak to Mrs. Su that way. The boy bowed, saying that he humbly asked for forgiveness for what he had said. His behavior was completely unacceptable. He hoped that Mrs. Su would be able to forgive him. Xiao Rou understood that this was how it should be, as a powerful family had to keep their servants in strict order. Feng Cheng asked Mrs. Su not to pay attention to this unworthy servant. As for the price, of course, he would be happy to hear her offer. The Su family had always conducted business honestly, and now cloth was selling for 80 silver coins per measure on the market. Since the Lu family wanted to act as intermediaries, they could lower the price by 10 coins. The young man turned to the young master, thinking that 70 coins was too much. Cheng Feng became angry, saying that he had spoken with Mrs. Su and was not allowed to interfere. The young man understood the order and began to leave, not understanding why the young master had so suddenly changed his mind. Cheng Feng agreed. Xiao Rou thanked the young Master Lu and was happy to cooperate with him. The young man asked the girl if she was looking to meet with the city leader. He and the head of Gu had a somewhat friendly relationship, which could help achieve the desired result. Su Ling happily agreed to this, as the head had some grievances against the Su family. Cheng Feng did not want to know the reasons. There was no need to explain everything in detail, since he had taken on the case. The head of Gu would definitely listen to them. Xiao Rou saw nothing wrong with accepting help, but she did not want to remain indebted to the powerful Lu family. The girl thanked him for his concern, but they didn't want to be ungrateful, so she offered 300 measures of cloth in gratitude. Cheng Feng did not want gratitude. He simply enjoyed helping people, and he was about to go to Chief Gu right away. Su Mu Ling followed him, noting that this Mr. Lu was so courteous and handsome, saying that her son-in-law now had a serious rival. While in the vicinity of Camel Peak, Lang Yang was about to raise the last banner. After sealing the flag deep into the ground, he was about to raise a barrier over the marked location. With a loud sound, a golden barrier rose above the territory, closing in a couple of seconds. The barrier of 9 flags was finally set up, and now Lang Yang had to obtain the silver sand with the help of Chief Gu. After that, he would have to summon the magic sword into this world and be ready for a merciless battle. Cheng Feng was already with Chief Gu, and they were chatting at the table, asking each other how they were doing. The guy said that his grandfather was now secluded and training to obtain a new rank. Cheng Feng's subordinate brought the chest inside, saying it was a modest gift to show his respect. As for the Su family's problem, Cheng Feng hoped that Chief Gu would rely on his good name and resolve their issue. Having agreed, Cheng Feng happily said that he would not take up any more of the head's time. When the young man left, the head of the Gu family did not believe that he had a good reputation, for he was nothing without the Lu family. The head's son said that pretending to be an imperial representative was a crime punishable by the destruction of the entire family, but so far, the imperial court had not assessed these actions. On the one hand, he was friends with Mrs. Su's father, and he should help them. But on the other hand, he was already dead, so the head should not expose himself because of this matter. Whatever the imperial court decided would be final. The son asked if the destruction of the Su family was really inevitable. His father replied that although the Lu family was the most powerful family in the city, they were nobodies before the imperial court. Therefore, their guarantee was meaningless. Soon, one of Chief Gu's soldiers came to him and began to report that the report on the destruction of the Li family had been compiled. 366 people, 140 head of cattle, and 62 domestic birds had been killed. There were no living witnesses. Hearing of such extraordinary cruelty, the chief ordered that the paperwork be completed as soon as possible, that the killer be found, and that he be brought to justice. The son wondered why his father had not sent men there when there was a battle between the Su and Li families. His son still had a lot to learn. The emperor did not care about feuds between families as long as no outsiders suffered. When an entire family is slaughtered with such cruelty, it is a completely different matter. This could sow panic among the common people, so naturally the imperial court would want to arrest the culprit. Fortunately, Lang Yan had enough resources to create a barrier of 9 banners. However, capturing the magic sword might require additional preparation. Su Mu Ling finally found her sister's son-in-law and hugged him, saying that he now had a rival who was in love with her sister. Lang Yang asked his sister how she knew about such things as a rival in love. But as for the rival, Lang Yang was not interested or concerned about such things, and Su Mu Ling should not have watched adult performances. The girl asked her brother-in-law if he had saved her on the day she was kidnapped. After all, she had always dreamed that he would be her savior. Xiao Rou came to them, interrupting the conversation, telling Su Mu Ling that her brother Mu Chun was looking for her. Su Mu Ling looked at her sister, and was amazed by her beauty that day before going to her brother. But her younger sister was no fool. She hid behind a rock, knowing that Mu Chun was not even at the residence at that moment. Su Mu Ling understood that her older sister definitely just wanted to send her away. Xiao Rou turned to Leng Yanyu, saying that she did not blame him for leaving when the Su family was fighting. The main character just listened, and the girl assumed that he blamed her for ignoring him after the wedding. Lang Yang told Mrs. Su that she might have misunderstood him, because he just wanted to say that if Xiao Rou needed anything from him, she should say so directly. Xiao Rou was surprised because she just wanted to talk to him, but she couldn't finish her thought. Lang Yang did not intend to listen any further, and said that if the girl did not need anything from him, then he would leave. The main character still had so much to do after installing the banners. He couldn't just waste time on idle chatter. Xiao Rou thought that when her family wanted to devour her by forcing her into marriage, Lang Yang risked becoming her husband. But now that the threat from the Li family was gone, he didn't see that Xiao Rou had come to express her gratitude. The servant turned to Chief Su and said that a young gentleman named Lu had come to their residence. Xiao Rou arrived, and Cheng Feng immediately delighted her with the news that he had already spoken with Head Gu. Head Su instructed the servants to quickly set the table and prepare the best pieces of fabric she had promised. Inside Chief Gu's residence, The chief wanted to know from investigator Wang if he had found the murderer. Wang replied that he had no clear evidence, but witness interviews showed that someone named Ling Xiaotian had broken into the residence just before the incident. Chief Gu asked the chief investigator to immediately stop the investigation, cancel the search, and not send any reports to the capital. Wang said that, with all due respect, the destruction of the Li family was a high-profile case, and they couldn't just sweep it under the rug. Then, Chief Gu decided to alter the reports to make the Li family appear guilty. Chief Gu asked to report that the Li family had caused Lan Xiaotian some kind of mortal offense, and that it was a murder out of revenge. The son did not think that Lang Xiaotian was involved in the destruction of the Li family, and whether he was somehow connected to the Su family. Suddenly, Chief Gu realized that if Lang Xiaotian and the Su family were connected, then wouldn't the case against the Su family be an insult to him? Chief Investigator Wang had to destroy the report that the Su family had passed one of them off as an imperial officer. No one was supposed to find out about it. The son was also concerned that this would cause discontent among other families, since he had defended Lang Xiaotian so strongly. But that was the power of an imperial representative. If he wanted to say someone was guilty, then they were guilty. The main character now had to obtain the silver sand to summon the magic sword. He went to the head of the Gu clan to find out if he had obtained it. Once the magic sword appeared, there could be no mistakes. Lang Yang promised his teacher that he would collect all 10 great magic swords. Chengfeng noticed that Xiao Rou was too polite to him, but their families were now cooperating, so it was only natural that they would help them. A servant reported to Chief Su that Chief Investigator Wang had arrived at their residence. Xiao Rou bowed to Chengfeng, telling him to wait there because she needed to meet Wang. The girl asked the investigator to come inside, but he waved his hand and said it wasn't necessary. Chief Gu learned that they had suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Li family a few days ago, so he ordered compensation to be paid to them. Leaving Chief Su in shock over the gifts, the investigator said he would not delay her any longer. Xiao Rou thought that Chief Gu did not blame them, and that her father's friendship had played a role. Her uncle did not think so, as her father had been dead for a long time, and Chief Gu no longer had any connection with him, thinking that it was all thanks to the young Master Lu. Even Su Ling said that young Master Lu came from a respectable family and was much better than her current husband, who had run away from battle. Su Ling saw that he was interested in Xiao Rou and offered to help bring them closer together. Xiao Rou called Su Lin her uncle and respected him as an elder, but if she heard something like that again, she would reconsider his position in the family. In return for his help, Xiao Rou wanted to offer the young Master Lu another 500 measures of cloth. Chengfeng thought that Xiao Rou was too kind to Lu Chengfeng, but it cost him nothing, because the head of the Gu family would never let him down. Su Mucheng said that if it weren't for his brother-in-law, Mr. Lu and Sister Xiao Rou would be a perfect couple. Su Mu Ling stepped on his foot and told him not to talk nonsense. When the rest of the Li family returned to their residence, the chief investigator's soldiers immediately surrounded them and ordered them to surrender. Wang noted that the Li family was not to be trifled with. Who would have thought that they were collaborating with wanted criminals and plotting a rebellion against the authorities? The residents noticed that the Li family had conspired with bandits and brought trouble upon themselves. Lear stood behind a tree and watched what was happening, realizing that he had warned Da Xiong. Lear had said not to get involved with Mr. Lan under any circumstances, but now they had brought trouble upon themselves. Now the Li family's affairs did not concern the old man, for he had been expelled. Pulling on his lasso, he told the pig who was his disciple to follow him. At that moment, Lang Yang came to see Chief Gu, who was very happy to see him at his residence. The young man wanted to know how things were going with the silver sand. Chief Gu replied that it would take 3 to 5 days to deliver it. The chief wanted to know if Lang Xiaotian was related to the Su family. He replied that he was and wanted to know if he had any problems with that. The man replied that they had captured several members of the Li family who had returned to the residence and asked if they should be handed over to Lang Yan. With a cold expression, the protagonist raised his hand and ordered the chief to execute the remaining members of the Li family. According to Chief Gu's observations, Lang Yang was truly a ruthless and ferocious man, sending people to their deaths without a shred of doubt. Chief Gu wanted to speak up for his son, but Lang Yang interrupted him and said that he would need 2 more doses of medicine and he would be completely healed, even reborn, and become even stronger than before. In Chief Gu's eyes, this deserved special gratitude, so he got up and invited the young gentleman to follow him. They came to restaurant number 1. It was the oldest restaurant in Camel Peak City, and only the cream of society was allowed to enter. The first and second floors were open to simply wealthy people, while the third floor was open only to the heads and elders of great families, as well as important guests of the city leader. Chief Gu asked the waiter to serve the best dishes, as he had a particularly important guest today. Representatives of rival families were present, yet there were no clashes. Usually, no one dared to cause trouble here. Chief Gu asked the hero to taste the restaurant's 8 best dishes. The head wanted to know if they would suit his taste. Lang Yang took a bite and said that the food was not bad at all. The chief also asked for 9 celestial maidens to be brought in. The hero was curious who they were, but Gu said he would soon see for himself. The curtain opened to reveal 9 girls in long dresses dancing to music. It was a combination of music and dance that truly radiated hidden energy. Most likely, this performance could have a beneficial effect on the audience, and even contribute to some extent to increasing their dan. Chief Gu noticed that Lang Yang immediately grasped the essence. All 9 of these celestial beings had undergone a rigorous selection process, and they were all masters of the full eagle rank. In fact, these women were half a step away from the tiger rank. Anyone who saw this dance for the first time could improve their understanding of internal energy. Unfortunately, such a performance took a lot of energy, and they could only perform for 2 hours a day, and unfortunately, they had already performed for 100 minutes today. Lang Yang noted that even 20 minutes of such a performance is something remarkable, and thanked Chief Gu. The main character liked the restaurant, and the head said that since he liked it, he would give it to Lang Yang. The main character said that it was not worth doing, as he was not interested in such worldly goods, as he had a higher goal. Chief Gu asked the young gentleman to accept his gift, because, among other things, restaurant number 1 would consistently bring him income in gold coins. This could affect his goal, so Lang Yang said that it would be disrespectful to refuse the gift. Cheng Feng's subject said that tomorrow, his freeloading son-in-law would be humiliated in front of everyone, and as a result, Mu Rou would inevitably fall into his arms. Cheng Feng was delighted that he would achieve what he wanted. After that, he ordered his subject to leave. Cheng Feng ordered a prostitute who was even dressed identically to Xiao Rou, but he did not like her at all. Taking a whip, he began to beat the girl, telling her to remove the lustful smile from her face, because she should be majestic and haughty. If he hadn't used this girl for his practices, he would have gotten rid of her already, and the real Mu Rou should have been much better. Xiao Rou asked her third uncle how the preparations for tomorrow's banquet celebrating the beginning of cooperation between the Su and Lu families were going. Her uncle replied that she shouldn't worry. They had reserved a table at the number 1 restaurant, as advised by the young Master Lu. Xishen continued to master the deadly sword style at this time. He considered it to be very mysterious. Even what he had already mastered was enough to deal with Li Min. Tianxiang came to Xishan, saying that the food was ready, and began to wipe the sweat from Xishan's face. Hugging the young master, Tianxiang hoped that Xishan's training would soon bring him even more results. Alas, although the potential of this technique was unimaginable, it was very difficult to master, and it seemed that Xishan had reached a certain limit, and it would not be easy to progress further. The next day, everyone gathered at the first restaurant to celebrate. Su Ling said that the fabric market in the 5 cities of Camel Peak was now saturated, and demand might decline in the future. Cheng Feng replied that they should not limit themselves to 5 cities. With the latest changes made by the Crown Prince to trade regulations, they should seize the opportunity and enter the capital market. Xiao Rou expressed her respect, as the young Master Lu's foresight in conducting business was worthy of admiration. A member of the Lu family said that Mr. Cheng Feng was so young, yet he was already discussing trade matters with the heads of families and thinking about expanding the market, while Ling Yang was only thinking about girls. The man added that making money was extremely important for the advancement of the family, and those who only engaged in martial arts training could never compare to young Master Lu. He also said that Mr. Lu and Mrs. Su looked so good together, unlike his silent son-in-law. Cheng Feng recognized Lang Yang as the boastful guy who took on missions at the Heavenly Refuge. He had heard that Lang Yang was also a strong martial artist, rumored to be no lower than the 2nd rank of the Eagle Dan. The guy defeated Li Min, which was amazing, but the protagonist replied that he was just a pathetic bug. Cheng Feng asked him what he would do to develop the family business if he were given control of the Su family's affairs. Business was not his forte, but he believed that the same principle applied there as everywhere else. The strong devour the weak, so you have to become strong, produce the best goods, and the rest will follow. Cheng Feng laughed and asked his son-in-law not to talk such nonsense and disgrace the Su family's honor. Mu Cheng understood that his son-in-law was not good at trade, and could not beat Mr. Su in this field. Mu Ling also noticed how Mr. Lu was trying to mock her son-in-law. The elder said that his son-in-law, a freeloader, knew nothing about business, and even if he was good at martial arts, such a rude and ignorant person only brought shame. Xiao Rou turned to the main character and said that she would deal with it, and he should ignore them and not respond. Because the 2 families were forming an alliance, Cheng Feng prepared a gift for the head of the Su family. He took out a case containing a shiny pearl that enveloped the entire hall in a pleasant chill, and everyone was amazed. It is a precious gem that shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow, cool in summer and warm in winter, helping the wearer to master his practices more easily. The elder added that the young Master Lu was very generous. Usually, only the imperial family could afford such things. Xiao Rou couldn't accept such a valuable gift, but Cheng Feng convinced her that he had already given it to her. He was also curious about what Lang Yang had prepared. The protagonist replied that he had not been warned that they would be competing in gifts. At the moment, he had an amulet that he had once received from his teacher, and he did not need it now. Xiao Rou gladly accepted the gift, putting it around her neck and saying that she really liked the pendant. Cheng Feng looked at the amulet and said that his teacher had probably bought it at a temple for 2 copper coins. The protagonist sighed, because someone like Cheng Feng would never be able to understand the effect of this amulet. The Lu family elders said that in the end, any son-in-law accepted into the family did not have a high status in the family, so it was only natural that he could not afford an expensive gift. Mr. Lu did not want to be outdone in gifts, so he announced that he had another gift. Cheng Feng invited the celestial being Ling to play the flute, assuming that Lang Yang could also invite the celestial being Day to dance for them to the music. The elder was surprised, because one of the 9 celestial maidens was very expensive. Just 5 minutes of performance cost 1,000 gold coins. The son-in-law could not afford one of the celestial maidens, and the young Master Lu clearly wanted to emphasize the inequality in their wealth. Lang Yang said that he could invite anyone to the #1 restaurant, but inviting only one would be too petty. Cheng Feng replied that Lang Yang was a conceited fool, because the fee for the celestial maiden's performance was too high. Cheng Feng said that if the protagonist considered inviting one person petty, they could have a competition to see who could invite more. Lang Xiaotian agreed to this bet because he wanted to see Cheng Feng's face when he found out that it was his restaurant. Cheng Feng said he would invite 2 celestial beings. He didn't want to take them all at once so as not to scare Lang Yang away too early. The main character thought this was frivolous, and said he would invite all 9 celestial beings for a 5-minute performance. Su Ling said that even he couldn't afford that, and Lang Yang was no match for him. Cheng Feng laughed, because admitting defeat and one's financial status was also a kind of courage, and no one would laugh at him for it. Xiao Rou asked Lang Yang not to fall for this provocation. She was happy with the amulet her husband had given her. There was no need to invite the celestial beings for her. Lang Yang turned to Cheng Feng and asked him why he was trying to make him give up, or if he himself was afraid. Mr. Lu said that the only thing he was afraid of was that Lang Yang would run away from here in disgrace. But since the main character wanted to disgrace himself so badly, he would help him and invite the celestial beings for 10 minutes. Lang Yang tripled his bet, saying that he would invite the celestial maidens for 15 minutes. Mu Chen was shocked, because all 9 celestial maidens for 15 minutes was 27,000 gold coins. Cheng Feng was not going to back down either, raising the bet even higher, saying he was willing to buy them for 20 minutes. The celestial maidens could only perform for a total of 120 minutes per day, so for Xiao Ru's sake the main character would invite them for 100 minutes. The man from the Lu family was not sure that the entire Su family could afford a performance for 180,000 gold coins. Xiao Rou didn't want her husband to be treated that way, so she offered to pay for it herself. Cheng Feng only had 150,000 gold coins with him, which together with the bills would barely amount to 200,000. Lang Yang repeated Mr. Lu's words. If he couldn't afford it, no one would laugh at him, and it wasn't too late to stop. Cheng Feng wanted to make sure that the main character could afford it, and wasn't just wasting his time. They called the manager of restaurant #1 to collect the fee for the performance. Cheng Feng provided a bag with gold coins and banknotes inside, totaling exactly 200,000. The man from the Lu family was surprised by the amount, saying that he was worthy of being the strongest family in Chankun City. Xiao Rou got up to go home for money, but Lang Yang told her it wasn't worth it. The main character took out a small bag, which was very light, apparently containing only banknotes. The manager was stunned when he saw what was on the papers inside the bag. There was a contract, and Mr. Gu handed the restaurant over to this young man. Cheng Feng turned to the administrator and asked how much money Lang Yang had, and whether it would be enough to invite 9 celestial maidens for 100 minutes. But the administrator was in no hurry to answer, as he understood that it would be enough not just for 100 minutes, but for every day. Upon hearing the agreement, Su Ling was also surprised. He couldn't understand where his brother-in-law got such funds. Cheng Feng thought that this guy was stealing from the Su family to show off, but he wanted to corner him to see if he would really risk spending the money. Cheng Feng offered to place the order with no refunds, waiting for the protagonist's response. Mr. Lu decided to order the celestial beings for 110 minutes, which would leave him with 2,000 in change. Lang Yang knew he had the right to do whatever he wanted, so he placed an order for 115 minutes. Xiao Rou asked if her husband really wanted to spend so much, as prestige came at a high price. After placing the order, Cheng Feng asked if he could order an even bigger show, but on credit. The manager looked at him with contempt, and asked if Cheng Feng thought the #1 restaurant was some kind of diner. Lang Yang pointed out that Cheng Feng couldn't afford it. But that was okay, because today he would do something unprecedented. Let the 9 celestial maidens perform here for a full 2 hours, in the name of Mu Rou. Ling was still in shock. The full performance cost too much, and where did Lang Yang get that kind of money? Chung Feng refused to believe that he could invite them for the full time, so he waited for the young master's next move. But the main character questioned Chung Feng's words, saying why would he invite the celestial beings? Standing up, the main character said that this restaurant belonged to him, and he didn't need to invite them if he could just order them. Chung Feng thought he was being mocked, saying that the owner of this restaurant was Mr. Gu. The manager apologized, revealing that the restaurant had been transferred to Mr. Len, showing him the papers. From today, he was the new owner of restaurant number 1. Young Master Lu thought he had been tricked, but he still began to regret spending 200,000 gold coins. Lang Yang said there was nothing more to wait for. Pointing with his hand, he asked the manager to have the celestial beings begin their performance. When the girls began to dance to the music, all the spectators were amazed by their beauty. Amazingly, the masters really felt that they were advancing in self-improvement. The Lu family even succeeded in having some masters reach the full eagle rank, and the music and dancing of the 9 celestial maidens were truly wonderful. 2 hours later, the candle finally went out, and the performance of the 9 celestial maidens ended. Ling noticed that the 2 hours had flown by in an instant. If he had the money, they could have enjoyed the performance of the 9 celestial maidens. Xiao Rou said it was time to leave. She told the young Master Lu that she hoped their cooperation would be fruitful. Lang Yang was not going to leave yet. He had just taken possession of the restaurant, and there were still some matters to settle. Xiao Rou added that Mr. Lu was at the 2nd level of the tiger rank, and even many of the elders of Camel Peak City were no match for him. The main character turned to the manager and asked him how much cash there was. With the nearly 200,000, they had received about 220,000. Lang Yang asked the steward to give him the 200,000 so that the young master could find a use for it. But they had to give part of it to the celestial beings, pay the state tax, and in the end, they would have about 100,000 left. Because of such large expenses, Lang Yang said that it would not be enough, but agreed to take the rest of the proceeds. Taking the money, he realized that silver sand would soon arrive, for which he would need more gold coins. But it was not too late to complete a couple of tasks. Chung Feng burst into his backyard, asking him how he dared to take the money. The main character responded by asking how the guy dared to break into his house. But now that the Su family was gone, Chung Feng didn't understand why the guy continued to show off in front of him. Chung Feng asked the guy if he really thought he was strong, and if he didn't want to make a bad impression on Mu Rou, he would have attacked him long ago. As soon as he said that, the main character walked up and punched him in the face, bringing the young master to his senses. Falling to the ground, he wondered how Lang Yang could send him flying when he was already at the 2nd dan of the tiger rank. Holding the attacked part of his face, the young Master Lu asked how he dared to attack him without warning. The main character said that he was flirting with his wife in front of him, and even though they were in a contract marriage, it was still disrespectful to him. Chung Feng said that he was counting on some intimacy with Mu Rou, and that he would not do anything about it. Young Master Lu wanted to teach him a lesson, but before he could even get up, Lang Yang struck him again. The main character said that he was not worthy of teaching him a lesson. Before he could help him, Lang Yang told Chung Feng to leave. The young gentleman said that the jokes were over, and now Lang Yang would learn the power of the 2nd dan tiger rank. The main character allowed him to strike him. Chung Feng used a war chariot strike. Lang Yang began to mock this strike, asking the young man if that was all he was capable of. The main character called it boring, and putting his hand forward, easily blocked Chung Feng's pathetic attack. After blocking young Master Lu's attack, the guy found himself in the air again, noticing that this time, the flight was prolonged. The residents noticed that Mr. Lu flew out of the restaurant's backyard, thinking it was some kind of magic. Chung Feng didn't understand why this freeloader was so strong. He must be at the 3rd dan of the tiger rank, or at least at the top of the 2nd dan. Chung Feng asked him to wait a little. No matter how strong he was, the Lu family would teach him manners, because the strength of one person was nothing compared to the strength of an entire family. In Qiankun City, the residents of the Lu family, the head of the family wanted to know who dared to disgrace the Lu family. Chung Feng lied to the head, saying that he didn't care about the Lu family and didn't give a damn about them. The head called him insolent and decided that Lu Qiankun would personally deal with this daredevil from Camel Peak, for the greatness of his Lu family must not be questioned. The head asked that this man be told to come to Lu Qiankun himself to accept his death. Otherwise, they would destroy his entire family. But even if the Su family intervened, they could crush this insignificant family with a snap of their fingers. The Lu family had no one to fear except the imperial court and the mysterious Leng Xiaotian. The head also asked to summon the great families of Qiankun City to watch the fight. He was going to show them what happens to those who disobey the Lu family. Chung Feng said that this time, the stepmother would die, and sooner or later, Mu Rou would become his toy. The head was asked if he believed Chung Feng's words. Whether he believed them or not didn't matter. The man simply wanted to emphasize the power of the Lu family once again. The old servant expressed his admiration, saying that the head of the Lu family was always far-sighted. At that time, Xiao Rou thanked Leng Yang for yesterday's performance of the 9 celestial maidens. He said it was nothing, because he did it to lure gold from Lu Chengfeng. The girl added that the main character really didn't know how to talk to girls. Xiao Rou remembered her father telling her that the restaurant was owned by the head of the Gu family, and how it came to be that it became part of Leng Yang's estate. The main character thought that it would be okay if he told the girl the truth. He was the one and only Lang Xiaotian. Xiao Rou didn't believe him and asked him not to say such nonsense. He shouldn't pretend to be such a glorious warrior, because if that ruthless killer found out, he would be in great danger. Lang Yang asked her why she asked if she wasn't ready to believe his words. Su Mucheng found his son-in-law and told him that someone had been looking for him at the entrance to the Su family residence. The guest told Su Mucheng that he wanted to speak with his son-in-law alone, so he had to leave them. The guest also added that his young master Lu had invited him to Qiankun City to accept his death. Lang Yang asked to tell Cheng Feng that he didn't have time for nonsense, but if he continued to bother him, he would find time to slap him across the face again. The guest laughed and asked the protagonist if he really wanted to involve the Su family in this. Lang Yang became angry, released his aura, and asked the guest if he dared to threaten him. But the protagonist decided that there was no point in arguing with such pathetic insects as him, and this time he would come. The guest began to leave, telling the hero not to dare run away, and suddenly his face stung. The guest noticed blood on his face. Lang Yang's single burst of energy had managed to leave a wound on his face. Lang Yang was angry because the Lu family had ordered him to come, and he was going to make sure they would regret it when they faced the wrath of Lang Xiaotian. At that time, Lu Tianen was busy improving his strength, emitting powerful bursts of power. The man finally reached the full tiger rank and was half a step away from the legendary dragon rank. Lier believed that it was time to show himself and his power by subjugating the nearest forces. Then, perhaps, he would find his way to the dragon rank. At the Lu family residence, the members of the same family wondered when that very son-in-law would show up. Interrupting the master's conversation, the main character finally arrived at the Lu family residence. Once, in the thicket of the Camel Ridge, the young warrior Lang killed an armored earth crocodile and saved his and Jin Wu's lives. Although the Wang family is the strongest of the 5 families, the Lu family is on a completely different level. The main character asked Cheng Feng if he was looking for a fight with him, adding the question of whether he knew the price he would have to pay for it. Cheng Feng mocked him, because even in front of the Lu family, Leng Yang still held himself haughtily. The guy replied that no matter where they were, in his eyes, he was still a pathetic insect. Cheng Feng acknowledged that the protagonist was not weak, but from the moment he entered the city of Qiankun, his death was predetermined. In the next moment, a dozen warriors from the Lu family appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the young master. The man asked old Wang if he had called them just to watch the show, even though he was supposed to be on the Lu family's side. Wang took out his sword, declaring that the young warrior Leng had saved his life, and that today he was on Leng Yang's side. Cheng Feng had no objection to punishing the Wang family at the same time. When the Lu family elder appeared, he would crush them with a wave of his hand. The main character replied that if they had chosen this particular day, then the Lu family would be powerless to do anything. The members of the Lu family continued to mock Lang Yang's arrogance, also asking Wang Wei why he was willing to anger a great family for the sake of some madman. Wang understood that Lang Yang was strong, but the Lu family had more than a dozen tiger-ranked masters, and he was alone. The protagonist asked him not to worry, because whoever from the Lu family dared to go against him, he would not hesitate to kill them. The elder left the building, saying that these were very bold words from a stranger in the family residence. Cheng Feng pointed to Lang Xiaotian, saying that he was the one who had threatened to kill the Lu family. Seeing this guy, Lu Qiankun remembered Lang Xiaotian back in the Camel Peak forest, where he had demonstrated his terrifying power. Cheng Feng gloated and ordered the protagonist to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he could not expect to keep all his limbs. The main character asked the guy if he had asked the elder whether Lu Qiankun would dare to order him to kneel. Cheng Feng wanted to mock him again, but suddenly Lu Qiankun punched him in the face and he fell silent. Elder Lu Qiankun stated that he would definitely not dare to order Lang Xiaotian to kneel. Cheng Feng fell to the ground, holding the spot where he had been hit, and asked the elder why he had hit him. Lu Qiankun had repeatedly warned Cheng Feng not to provoke Lang Xiaotian, but Cheng Feng not only quarreled with him, but also brought him to the residence. Everyone was stunned when they realized that this was the very warrior who had single-handedly destroyed the entire Li family. The elder immediately ordered the warriors surrounding him to leave. The elder asked the young Master Lan to forgive them and show respect, because Cheng Feng was still young and not wise. The main character asked how he could talk about respect after everything that had happened. The sons of the Lu family were surprised that he did not show respect to Lu Qiankun, and even dared to reproach him. The elder folded his hands and said that he had gone too far, hoping that Lang Yang would show compassion and that the Lu family would be shown leniency. Wang knew that Mr. Ling was powerful, but he could not have imagined that the elder Lu would be afraid of him. By a lucky coincidence, no one from the Lu family had time to attack him, and Lu Qiankun appeared just in time to save his family. Although he is not a cruel thug, Lang Yang is not a simple-minded good guy, so he is not interested in anyone's gratitude. He doesn't care about public opinion. Elder Lu Qiankun wanted to know from the main character what the guy wanted to achieve. Lang Yang said that since the Lu family dared to force him to come here, even though no one had managed to attack him, the guy was counting on some compensation. The man noted that Lang Xiaotian was a villain who ruled people with force and fear, and he was very good at it, so no one should provoke him. No one could have imagined that this young warrior Lang would blackmail them and demand a ransom. Some master rushed to the residence, asking who dared to demand payment from his Lu family. The man stamped his foot on the ground, declaring that the youth of their time had completely lost their fear. This man turned out to be Lu Tianan, who had reached the full 4th Dan of the tiger rank. Such terrifying power caused the man to start bleeding from his mouth. He did not know that the Lu family had such a powerful master, because even a mere wave of his power had caused him damage. All the other members of the Lu family were in shock, as each of them had only seen the elder once in their lives, and according to rumors, he had long since passed away. Cheng Feng turned to his grandfather and asked him to deal with the head and Leng Xiaotian. His grandfather asked him not to worry, for he would not allow anyone to run rampant in the Lu family residence. Lu Tianan would not miss this opportunity, and would elevate the Lu family to new heights. Cheng Feng said that his grandfather was practically a dragon, asking if he still intended to demand compensation from the Lu family. Lang Xiaotian said that if the head of the family was not ready to represent the Lu family, then there was no point in talking about compensation. The head of the Lu family approached the elder and said that the main character's strength was undeniable, as he had killed a one-horned flying lizard with a single blow, something even Lu Qiankun was incapable of. The elder said that the head was not that strong, saying that Lu Tianan would have killed this monster with a snap of his fingers. It didn't matter to him, since Lan Xiaotian had offended Cheng Feng. The elder would have to teach the young master a lesson. The elder turned to the main character and said that he was giving him a chance to stay alive. Lang Xiaotian was guided by his own principles. Since the elder was so gracious, he would also give him a chance at salvation, to kneel down, admit his mistake, and break his own legs. Lu Tianan called him a presumptuous fool and rushed forward, using the palm of heaven and earth. The observers thought the young master would die, but when they collided, the blow quickly dissipated. Lu Tianan said that the protagonist wasn't bad, so it was no surprise that he had become so arrogant. Lang Yang called the elder not so strong, because he only used 3/10 of his strength. He asked Lu Tianan to use his most powerful attack, so that he could feel what a full 4th-rank tiger was capable of. The elder was going to show his full power, gathering the sky and the earth to merge them into a single primordial energy. This technique merged into the legendary palm of the 8 trigrams commanding the sky. The elder's control was so perfect. Rumor has it that while still in the eagle rank, he used this technique to kill someone in the tiger rank. For this, the elder was on the eagle rank's golden list. Chief Lu said that the elder was truly terrifying, but he did not expect Lang Xiaotian to accept death in this way. Lu Tianan said that he did not want to kill him, but Leng Yang was so confident that he believed in his own strength. When the smoke cleared, the outline of the main character was visible. He said that to kill him, one had to be much stronger. Lang Xiaotian wanted to have some more fun, but Elder Lu Tianan's strength disappointed him. Now it was Lang Yang's turn to strike back, which he immediately took advantage of. Getting close to Lu Tianan, Lang Xiaotian struck his body, causing the man to grit his teeth. The elder was thrown back, breaking a column on his way and beginning to vomit blood. Cheng Feng immediately helped his grandfather up, and the elder admitted defeat, bowing to Lang Yang's will. The main character wanted the Lu family to pay the price for what they had done, and no one else had any objections. Realizing that no one was against it, Lang Yang said he expected 800,000 gold coins as soon as possible. Cheng Feng pointed out that Lang Yang had recently demanded 500,000, and now he wanted 800,000. Hearing the contradiction, the main character changed his mind again and wanted to receive 1,000,000 gold coins. The elder asked Cheng Feng to shut up and immediately prepare 1,000,000 gold coins. Seeing his grandfather's angry look, Cheng Feng listened to his words and went to get the money. The man noticed that Lang Xiaotian had intimidated them so well that they were giving away 1,000,000 gold coins so easily, which was all the Lu family's working capital. The main character turned to the young master Lu and asked him if he would allow him to leave. The elder turned to Leng Yanyu, saying that the old man had only one grandson left, and hoping that the young master Leng would show respect to the old man. Lang Xiaotian asked Lu Tianan who he thought he was to demand respect from him. Realizing his verbal mistake, Lu Tian'an waved his hand and sent an attack toward his grandson. Wang was surprised at how harsh Grandpa Lu was, even towards his own grandson. The elder revealed that the old man had broken both his legs and torn his meridian, so that Cheng Feng would remain disabled forever, so that he would no longer take a step without the Lu family's knowledge. The head of the Lu family immediately handed him 1,100,000 gold coins and banknotes and his gratitude for showing leniency to the Lu family. The protagonist said that they were very perceptive, and since his hands were now busy with money, it was not worth getting his hands dirty with some disabled person. Lang Yang began to leave, saying that it had been a pleasure doing business with them, and if anyone wanted to, they could call him again. 3 days later, the long-awaited silver sand finally arrived at the residence of the head of the Gu family. Head Gu thanked the highly respected Wang Chen for bringing the barrel of silver sand. The man asked Lang Xiaotian how much would be enough to make 8 to 10 weapons, asking how much he wanted to buy. The main character replied that he was interested in the whole barrel. Wang Cheng thought he was joking, even though it wasn't the black market and he was willing to give a discount out of respect for Chief Gu. A barrel of silver sand like that would cost 1,000,000 gold coins. Even Chief Gu couldn't help with such an expensive purchase, but Lang Xiaotian had 1,000,000 with him. Unfortunately, Wang Cheng still couldn't sell the entire barrel because silver sand was also in demand in other cities. Wang Cheng was willing to sell half of the barrel for 600,000 gold coins, but he added that it was illegal to produce weapons in large quantities. While riding on a camel, Shishang continued to practice the deadly sword style, and his strength grew. His strength was indeed growing, even though he had only mastered a small part of it. In addition, while Shishang was training with the sword, he felt his physical strength and spiritual power growing. Unfortunately, there was no further progress in mastering the technique, as this deadly sword style was too different from the snowstorm style that Shishang had practiced before. At that time, Lang Yang was meditating in Su's residence, letting streams of energy flow through him. Pulling his sword toward him, the main character realized that it was time to use the silver sand, the guiding yin magic sword, along with half a barrel of silver sword, hoping that this would be enough. The sword, filled with energy, rose into the air and aimed its blade at the top of Camel Peak. Immediately after that, there was a clap of thunder that struck the mountain where the legendary sword was located. This blow caused the divine blade to become covered with power and soar from the pile of stones. Lear noticed that the great artifact had been summoned to the top of Camel Peak, and kissing his pig, he said he would return soon. The head of the Jin family noticed the rumbling thunder and told his relatives to prepare for battle. This time, the Jin family would rise to prominence if they could seize this opportunity. The head of the Lu family told his subjects that they must seize this opportunity and make the Lu family the most powerful in all 5 cities of Camel Peak. Even Xiao Rou was elated. She had just managed to advance to the 2nd rank of the Tiger, and now such an opportunity had presented itself. Judging by the response of the guiding sword, Lang Yang was able to summon the magical sword of the Crimson Heavens, Qi Xiao, into this world thanks to the large amount of silver sand, and now he had to get it. The man turned to the Lu family elder and asked if they had found anything in the signs of heaven and earth. The old man had no intention of getting involved in what was happening at Camel Peak. He was only concerned about Lang Xiaotian. Lang Xiaotian must have been a warrior from the golden list of the Tiger rank, and he was probably in a high position. The masters thought that Lang Yang could not have the legendary dragon rank. Another master was certain that Lang Xiaotian was a dragon-ranked warrior. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the shield with which he blocked the elder's attack. Lu Tian'an called them a bunch of pathetic insects, noting that Lang Xiaotian was not actually a warrior. The man asked the great elder what he meant by that, and how he was able to win then. Lu Tian'an considered them young and short-sighted. There were other kinds of practitioners in the world besides those in the wilderness of Camel Peak. Their power surpassed that of warriors. Once, the elder had managed to help one such celestial master. He had informed her 3 days ago, and she should be here soon. The man realized that Lang Xiaotian was also a celestial master, so it was no wonder that he couldn't sense his warrior aura. The elder did not know the full power of Lang Yang, but the full tiger-ranked warrior before him was nothing. However, the power of the celestial master Yao surpassed that of Lang Xiaotian. Wang Wei did not consider it important who this master celestial being was. Since they had decided to oppose the young master Leng, he would be the first to stand up against them and go inform him. The elder forbade him to do so, and 2 warriors stood in front of him, crossing their swords, neither of them willing to let him leave. Wang Wei was not going to sit idly by. He used his palm technique and threw the guards aside. Wang said that if Lu Qiankun was not here and the elder was seriously injured, no one from the Lu family would be able to stop him. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared, saying that dear Wang was truly so naive. The man asked her where she came from and how she dared to block his way out. She didn't move, and Wang said they would see what the girl was capable of. Wang Wei began to attack, putting his hand forward and creating a deadly palm. It was his trump card. Using his most powerful technique, Wang must have been afraid that Lu Tianan would intervene. The girl said it was too weak, raised her finger and shot forward, dispelling the palm technique. Clenching her fist, the celestial being declared that he was too weak and boring, that they were just pathetic insects in front of her. A strange feeling came over Wang Wei's body, and for some reason, the man couldn't move at all. It was the technique of a celestial being. She waved her hand and Wang Wei's body was torn to pieces. The elder rejoiced at this sight, introduced himself and began to greet the celestial master. All the masters fell to their knees. The celestial master's magic was unmatched, and they acknowledged Master Yao's supremacy. The main character arrived at the top of Camel Peak, where there were already quite a few masters. Lang Yang decided to protect this area with a barrier to hide the aura of the sword and prevent other masters from finding it. There must have been representatives of at least 20 families from all 5 cities at the peak, and everyone was fighting for a single prize. The man declared that whoever was lucky enough to win would forever change the current balance of power. The master with 2 axes wondered why the aura had suddenly disappeared. He was sure he had spotted the sword. The man sensed the appearance of a great artifact in the world. Fortunately, he was not far from it and remembered the direction. Otherwise, the place would have been difficult to find due to the aura's sudden disappearance. The master realized that someone had deliberately hidden it, but there was no time to think, because he also wanted to take this artifact for himself. On the 3rd day of the 11th lunar month of the 16th year of the Shang era, in the vicinity of Camel Peak, in the middle lands of Liangzhou province. However, the burnt silver sand was not enough to fully materialize the magic sword of the red heavens. If the sand was not enough, Lang Yan would have to earn money to buy more. The main character regretted that the Li family had angered him so much. Otherwise, he would not have had to destroy them all. By demanding a ransom, as with the Lu family, it was much easier to raise the funds needed for the summons. The guy decided to continue his search for the sword, pouring a new portion of silver sand onto his sword. The blade glowed brightly, and a small golden beam flew out from its tip. This beam rushed forward, heading straight for the sword of the red heavens that he had summoned into this world. The blade of the red heavens was covered with the same bright aura, rising slightly into the air. The magic that struck the sword caused it to shoot a beam into the sky, which attracted the attention of other masters. The beasts also became active from the spectacle they saw, heading in groups toward the relic. Lu Qiankun said that even the monsters were ready to engage in battle, and at such a time all the great families should join forces in a great battle against the monsters. The power that covered the sword of the red heavens caused it to soar into the sky and pierce the ground. The sword created small orange stones around the blade, scattering them around. The master noticed them and said that they were soul crystals. It is said that if you make a decoction from them and drink it or wear them as jewelry, they will give you health and prolong your life. Even if you don't get the sword, the crystals are still worth it. What was strange was that there were silhouettes on the blade. The monsters that had gathered around the sword quickly rushed to the crystals and began to eat them. Lu Qiankun said that with a joint effort, the monsters could be repelled and there would be enough soul crystals for everyone. But defeating these monsters would not be easy. The martial arts masters rushed to the front lines against the monsters that were taking the soul crystals. The man said that the magic sword was the main prize today, and he intended to get it. The head of the Lu family was nearby and said that no one would take this sword from him. It belonged to him and his Lu family. The slaughter continued, and the greedy masters who immediately rushed to the crystals were defeated by the monsters. In addition to attacking, the monsters also fought back skillfully, and soon there were many corpses on the battlefield. The main character said that the magic sword of the red heavens was truly amazing. It was even capable of turning absorbed energy into crystals. The Monster King, who had thrown a rock fragment at him when Lang Yang came for the Duan flower, was bound to show up this time as well. Lu Qiankun said that the monsters had been almost completely destroyed, and it was time to collect the rewards. Head Lu rushed forward first, saying that all the heads of the great families had come here for the artifact, so they had no right to blame him. The man in the blue suit appeared in front of Lu Qiankun and said that this artifact would go with him to the Wang family. The man noticed the stranger and told him that Wang Muqing should not be so confident. As soon as Lu Qiankun reached for the Red Heaven sword, Wang Muqing struck his hand. But everyone was distracted by a very loud sound. Some new animal was rushing towards them. Even its footsteps made the forest tremble. The animals that had been greedily eating the soul crystals suddenly froze and trembled in place. The master did not believe that monsters could be so huge, noticing how other monsters bowed down before him. The main character said that last time, this giant primate threw a huge chunk of rock at him. Jumping up, Lang Yang decided that now was his chance, since the king of monsters had revealed himself to everyone. The subject entered the Su family residence, declaring that the Lu family had begun to attack them. Xiao Rou did not understand how this was possible, as they had only recently concluded a trade agreement. Ling suggested that perhaps it was because of his freeloading son-in-law, who had shown disrespect to the young Master Lu at the banquet, that they were so angry. The elder had long ago suggested that Xiao Rou abandon her son-in-law and form an alliance with the Li or Lu families. Either option would be better. The girl replied that the Lu family had used Leng Yan to reject the match with the Li family. They were already indebted to him, and if the elder thought that the Lu family's cunning plans could be curbed by marriage, then he was not very smart. Ling asked the girl what their chances were of resisting, as sooner or later, the family would fall into decline at the hands of Xiao Rou. Ling wanted to take control and lead the people away, to keep the Su family under his leadership. Lu Chengfeng thanked the Celestial Master for healing his legs and restoring his meridians. Lu Tianan said that now they would attack the Su family with her support, and the celestial being Yao only needed to defeat Leng Xiaotian. Yao said that it was not fitting for a celestial being to dirty her hands with such trifles, that she would kill Leng Xiaotian. They would pay 1 million in gold, and that would be the end of their cooperation. Lu Chengfeng ordered the Lu family to attack the Su family, except for Mu Rou and Leng Xiaotian, and to kill the rest without mercy. Chengfeng wondered what good Long Yang's strength would do, as he did not foresee that the Lu family would also find a celestial master. A huge beast stood before the masters. They had to join forces, otherwise they would never be able to defeat the Monster King. Some warriors believed that they would not be able to defeat the Monster King, so it would be better to attack the ordinary monsters together, so that they could at least get the soul crystals. For some unknown reason, the huge beast did not react to the warriors in front of him. He raised his hand and began to call someone to him. The main character emerged from the depths of the forest. The king of monsters was calling specifically to him, and he went to meet him. Wang Mucheng did not understand who this young master was, because he did not feel the aura of a warrior. Lu Qiankun revealed that this was the very same tiger-ranked master, but Wang Mucheng doubted this because the guy was too young. The man also added that he was now unsure of the protagonist's rank, as he had only thought so a month ago. The man from the Wang family bowed to Leng Yan, who had saved him from the earth crocodile last time, and was now happy to see this master. Mucheng remarked that he had been too busy with his practices in seclusion for too long. The head of the family greeted him, but he did not even bother to respond. The man replied to the head that they were all in the tiger rank, but young Master Lang was at the gold list level. Mucheng replied that the golden siasik meant that he was capable of killing someone higher than himself in rank. It was possible to defeat an opponent higher than oneself in rank, but killing was not so simple. Tiger-ranked warriors had many techniques for self-defense. Another master did not believe in Lang Xiaotian's strength, stating that he was not even at the tiger rank, and at most at the second dan, he would not be able to compete with experienced martial arts masters. Lu Qiankun asked everyone to forget about it. No matter what anyone thought of Mr. Lang, their common enemy was the king of monsters. Suddenly, 2 monsters rushed at the main character. They were the same tiger and panther that had protected the flower last time. When Lang Yang came for the Duan flower, he chose not to mess with them or the Monster King, but for some reason, they thought the legendary warrior was afraid of them. In a split second, the 2 terrifying monsters were defeated, proving once again the power of the main character. The Monster King watched this and pointed his finger down at Lang Xiaotian's strength, disapproving of his skills. The man told the Monster King that he was indeed strong, but he should not underestimate humans. As a third-rank warrior, the master wanted to give him a fight. The huge primate showed no emotion towards the man, but simply crushed him with his hand, killing the master on the spot. By crushing the third-rank tiger warrior with a single blow, the Monster King proved his terrifying physical strength. Lang Yang rushed straight at him, wanting to test the Monster King and see how strong he really was. Wang Mucheng thought that the main character had decided to simply die, daring to compete in strength with a giant primate. But when they collided, the Monster King was unable to overpower Lang Yang, creating a shockwave around them. Wang Mucheng didn't understand how this happened. He saw how strong the giant primate was, but for some reason, the main character was still alive. Lu Qiankun also understood that this monster was terrifyingly strong, and they should not treat it lightly. Lang Xiaotian said that the master's strength was not enough to harm it. In order to pierce its thick skin, weapons were necessary. Using the Wang family's 9-sword technique, the deadly moon sickle, the overwhelming sword technique, and the falling star shuriken, all these attacks flew towards the primate, who was beating his chest. But as soon as the smoke cleared, the primate was standing in the same spot and appeared to be unharmed. Lu Qiankun noticed that the skin of this Monster King was as rough as stone, and its muscles were as strong as steel. Even a combined attack could not break through its defenses. The main character constantly felt that someone was watching this place from the darkness, assuming that there was someone even more dangerous here. Lang Yang decided not to reveal his full power, but to have some fun with the Monster King first. using the ice execution sword, first style of destruction. The guy shot a beam from his finger, and this time the holy power was able to pierce the primate's skin. The master noticed that this attack was similar to the one Lang Yang used last time when he defeated the monster and saved everyone. The master had also never seen the young Master Lang draw his sword. Wang Mucheng was surprised at how Lang Yang was able to wound the primate without taking his sword out of its sheath. He thought that it was not his skill, but that of his magic sword. The other masters nearby were shocked by the main character's strength, as he was the only one who could break through the Monster King's defense. Lu Chengfeng was angry at this time, wondering how the insignificant Su family could be so well protected. Noting that they were well prepared for defense, the main entrance was blocked. It was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The elder also considered it hopeless, saying that they needed to ask the Celestial Master Yao to break through their defenses. Lu Tianan did not want to, because they could not ask the Celestial Master to deal with such trifles, and he could take care of the Su family himself. Su Muling was frightened, and Su Lin insisted that his son-in-law go to the Lu family and kneel down, admitting his guilt. Su Muchen was already looking for his brother-in-law, but he was not at the residence. The second time they were attacked, he left. The elder said that as soon as the Su family had problems, the son-in-law would disappear like the wind. Mu Rou asked everyone to calm down, saying that after the Li family's attack, she had taken proper care to protect the residents. Her older brother ran into the room and told his older sister that the Lu family had passed through the main gate. The girl didn't want to believe it, as the main gate couldn't be broken down so quickly. And to open it, you needed a special key that only she, her eldest uncle, and her third uncle had. Su Ling said that Xiao Rou was leading the Su family to certain death, and the old man had no choice but to take the best fighters and promising young people with him to save the family. The third uncle said that the Su family was in great danger and that they could not compromise their honor and flee. The uncle asked Xiao Rou to take her confidants and son-in-law with her and leave for the ends of the earth. Xiao Rou thought that someone had betrayed the Su family, but she wasn't sure, because the choice was between two people. Lu Qiankun didn't understand why the primate had such impenetrable skin. Except for the attack by the young warrior Lan, they hadn't even scratched it. The elders of various families decided to join forces again and attack the Monster King. But all attempts were unsuccessful. The huge beast scattered the strongest elders with his palms. Wang Mucheng said that the monster was too dangerous. They were no match for it, and it was better to focus on defense, otherwise the masters would be doomed. Lang Yang understood that it was impossible to use the guiding magic sword Yin without absorbing another magic sword, and without it, it was not so easy to break through the monster's defenses. Although the main character had honed his skills by destroying the Li family, defeating this monster was no easy task, and he still needed to save his strength for the danger lurking in the darkness. A mysterious masked master appeared from the depths of the forest, saying that hopes of defeating the Monster King were pipe dreams. The guy decided not to reveal his identity until they were ready to join forces to defeat this monster, saying that the secret sword would go to the best. The elders were sure that they would not be able to break through his defense, but the stranger did not know this. Assuming that ordinary weapons could not pierce it, the guy said he had a solution to pierce the primate's skin and asked to be called Handsome. The main character looked at the guy and immediately understood who he was, and Handsome was surprised that he recognized him. Lang Yang noted that he could hide his face and name, but his aura remained the same. Besides, in the entire city of Camel Peak, apart from the crazy Li, he was the only kindred spirit here. The guy laughed, saying that this weirdo from the Li family had been irresponsible in his choice of self-improvement practices, and had ended up damaging his own mind, so he couldn't compare them to him. The handsome guy suggested killing the monster first, and the sword would go to the one who deserved it. The main character did not object. The guy revealed his plan of action. The elders should hold back the monster, while he and the young warrior Lan would break through its defenses. Taking out his sword, the stranger used the ultimate sword technique, Style 1, Traceless. The main character used the icy sword of execution, Style 2, Cutting through the void. The two strongest masters rushed into the attack, convincing the elders that the monster would surely fall. The monster raged, still standing on its feet, its anger boundless. With a roar, the beast began to stomp the ground. A wave of stone spikes rose from the ground from the stomping of the Monster King, throwing the masters into the air. However, the attack by the two young masters was not in vain. They managed to seriously wound the primate. Wang Mucheng thought that such a powerful attack was possible for the masters because of the magic swords, which he himself wanted to get his hands on. The Monster King soared into the air and was about to crush the main character with his feet. Lu Qiankun did not understand why Leng Yang was not acting, and he shouted at him to get the young warrior Ling out of there quickly. The main character took his guiding sword and used the ice sword of execution, Style 3, the ultimate form of mercilessness. Wang Mucheng also did not understand why Ling Yang did not try to dodge. Thinking that due to recklessness, he decided to accept the giant's attack. The stranger noticed Lang Xiaotian's excellent execution of the technique, put his sword behind his back, and used the ultimate sword technique, Style 2, Northern Lights. When the primate landed on the ground, there was a crack in the ground, and the foot of the monster king in Lang Yang's place. Lu Qiankun thought that the young warrior Lang had been crushed by this monster, and there would be nothing left to bury. Suddenly, the monster began to scream, its body convulsed, and fierce attacks appeared around it. Wang Mucheng said that despite their swords, even they could not kill this monster. The elder decided that it was time to retreat before the primate attacked them. The next moment, the attacks came to an end, and the main character appeared on the head of the Monster King. Looking at the Monster King's face, his eyes were empty and his soul had left his body. The giant was finally dead. When the giant attacked him from above, the main character struck through his foot and pierced him. Destroying his internal organs, Lang Yang dodged the attack and passed through his body. Lan Yu's attack was also very powerful, and she managed to pierce the giant through and through as well. Apparently, Lan Yu is also capable of defeating a monster on his own, so he should not be underestimated. Wang Mucheng declared that since the Monster King was dead, it was time for the sword to find its owner. Warrior Lang did not object, and said that if they could pull out the blade, it would be theirs. Wang Mucheng understood that Lang Yang knew his own worth, and his weapon was powerful enough to defeat that giant. But in the face of so many masters, he would not dare to do anything. Wang Mucheng was confident that he could pull out the sword, but as soon as he pulled on the artifact, it didn't budge at all. Lu Qiankun was the next to try, and to his surprise, he couldn't pull the sword out either. Even the subsequent masters tried to pull out the relic, but all attempts were unsuccessful. Lan Yu climbed out from under the rubble, declaring that only a handsome man could pull out this blade. Wang Mucheng told the master not to behave like that in front of his elders. Since the king of monsters had been defeated, he could simply hand over his weapon, and Chief Wang would guarantee his safety. Lan Yu laughed and said that he could have killed the king of beasts without any weapons, although it would have taken more effort. Wang Mucheng didn't believe him, so Lan Yu decided to demonstrate by raising his hand and firing. Chief Wang raised his blade to defend himself from the attack, but his sword was immediately destroyed. While Lan Yu was proving his strength, an unknown master came out of hiding and rushed towards the sword. The man told his enemies to continue fighting while he took the sword. A master named Shu Nanhu. The main character shot energy from his finger to scare Shu Nanhu away from the legendary artifact. Grabbing his axe, the man said that on a worthless Camel Peak, he, Shu Nanhu, had encountered two opponents comparable to him in strength. This was quite unexpected for him, but he was able to deflect the energy shot with his axes. Wang Mucheng was even more surprised that Leng Yang was able to attack with his chi without using weapons. Lu Qiankun convinced him that the masters were not of the dragon rank, as their practices were different from the usual ones. Wang Mucheng asked how he could be so strong if the guy wasn't even a warrior, suggesting that they might both be legendary celestial masters. The younger generation knew nothing about celestial beings. Head Lu revealed that celestial masters were on a completely different level than ordinary warriors. Lan Yu knew who Shu Nanhu was, a legendary master and one of the 5 demons of the Black Wind Cave. Zhu replied that Lan Yu was quite perceptive, so they could kindly give him this sword. Lan Yu had no intention of agreeing with the master's decision, telling him not to talk nonsense. The master launched a long-range attack on Shu Nanhu, but once again, his axe blocked the thrust. Lang Yang decided that this was his chance to take the Red Heaven sword, while the two masters were distracted by their duel. As soon as the protagonist got close to the artifact, Lan Yu and Shu Nanhuo attacked him. The young man apologized to his fellow practitioner Lang, telling him that this treasure would only go to someone worthy, and no one would simply give it up. Lang Yang did not consider this a problem, saying that they would see who was worthy of receiving it. On the contrary, he wanted to see what the master's practices were capable of. While the 3 strongest warriors were engaged in battle, the elder rushed to the sword, deciding to take it while they weren't looking. But as soon as he got close to the sword, the 3 celestials attacked him at once, creating an explosion. Lu Qiankun said that the great families would not see this treasure, and now it was up to these 3 to decide who would laugh in the end. Wang Mucheng asked where the young master Ling came from, and why he had never heard of him. Despite his young age, he possessed such powerful practices. Lan Yu said that it might turn out that all 3 of them would lose, wounding each other, and that it would be better to join forces against Shu Nanhu, and then meet in a fair duel for the sword. The brothers agreed to combine their skills and attack Shu Nanhu together. Blocking the attack, he jumped back and said that Leng Yang was not fighting at full strength, so Lan Yu had better side with him and defeat the main character. The masked man said that made sense. That for such a reward, one would have to be less picky about the means. Zhu Nanhu added that winners are not judged, and that all means are good for the sake of victory. Lu Qiankun noticed how the two immortals had turned against Lang Yang, thinking that nothing good awaited Master Lang. Wang Mucheng believed that if the three immortals wore each other out, he would have a chance to win. A battle raged at the Su family residence, and the Lu family was getting closer and closer to the Su family members. Xiao Rou asked the elder if the Lu family really wanted to exterminate her family. Lu Chengfeng replied that they should blame the insignificant Lang Yang for provoking him, and that no one could help the Su family today. Su Ling added that he had warned them that Lang Yang would bring trouble upon them. It would have been better to expel him from the Su family. The third brother turned to Xiao Rou and asked the head of the family why she was still here if he had told her to run away. The girl replied that they were not going to run anywhere. Xiao Rou lived for the Su family and was ready to die for them. Chengfeng decided to see what the Su family could do against the Lu family masters, ordering them to rush into attack. When they reached the Su family, the elders were the first to go on the defensive, clashing swords with the masters. Chengfeng said that Xiao Rou was strong, but Liu Yuandao, Yu Chankun, Chen Yuanshao, and Zhang Xiaotian had to prove their loyalty if they didn't want to end up like Wang Wei. The four third-rank Tiger Masters all attacked the head of the Su family, and everyone knew that she didn't stand a chance against them. At first, the girl fought well against the four masters, but she could barely keep up with them. Xiao Rou decided to retreat, as the master's strength began to exceed her abilities. The man told the young Master Lu that he would immobilize Xiao Rou for him so that he could enjoy her to the fullest. As soon as he finished his technique, suddenly, the master's hand was torn off, surprising him. The warrior asked who dared to attack him. The attacker turned out to be Shi Shang, who was holding his big sword. Zhu Nunhu said that it was difficult to resist four hands with two fists, and that Leng Yang was too arrogant. While Shu Nanhu continued to show off, Lan Yu seized the moment and attacked him. Lan Yu apologized but stated that he would not form an alliance with low-level scum. Zhu called him a scumbag for deliberately pretending to attack him by surprise. Lan Yu reminded the master of his own words, that winners are not judged, and that all means are acceptable for the sake of victory. Shu Nanhuo took up his sword, saying that he would see if the masters could take possession of the magic sword without the amulet. Even the main character tensed up, his premonition getting worse and worse, not understanding what threat was hidden in this sword. Zhu understood that the amulet must have limited the sword's power, and now that it had been removed, it would be much more difficult to subdue the sword. As soon as the amulet left the sword, it was covered in fire and a face appeared on it, which began to glow. Suddenly, a spirit emerged from this face, an old man with white hair and red clothing. The spirit of the sword began to gather energy at its mouth, rapidly accumulating power. As soon as he fired, the incredible power of the attack tore off Shu Nanhu's arm along with the amulet. Even the head of the great family, Lu Qiankun, who was standing to the side, was injured by the spirit's attack. The spirit said that the Venerable One thought he was sealed in this sword for eternity, until his soul completely dissolved, but someone had broken the sealing amulet. Lan Yu tensed up, not understanding what kind of monster had emerged from this sword, for it possessed terrifying power. The Venerable One noticed the Celestials and realized that they had freed him. His spirit was still weak, and in gratitude, he would devour them first. The main character was amazed by the terrifying power, for it was this danger that he had sensed from the very beginning. Lan Yu told the spirit not to be so presumptuous, and suggested that they simply part ways without fighting. But the Venerable One just laughed, and reached out his hand straight towards the celestial being. His speed was incredible. Reaching the masters with his hand, he threw them back. The Venerable One had no intention of retreating. He wanted to fulfill his promise and devour them. Lan Yu understood the danger of the situation. The evil spirit was devouring everything like a madman, and the danger would soon reach them. Su Muling was delighted by the arrival of the cold-blooded swordsman Shishan, one of the 10 young talents of Camel Peak City. Xiao Rou expressed her gratitude to the young master for his help, but this was not his battle. Shishan said that this was not the case. The young warrior Ling and the second youngest lady of the Su family had helped him a lot, and now that the Su family was in trouble, the master could not stand aside. Su Ling said that Shishan was useless. Although he had potential, his self-development had not progressed for several months. Chengfeng noticed the young man and declared that a nobody of eagle rank thought himself a great warrior. There was too much trash in Camel Peak City. The master, whose arm had been torn off, decided to deal with him himself, believing that Shishan was lucky because he had caught him off guard. As soon as the warrior approached Shishanu, his blade pierced the warrior's chest, killing him instantly. The master did not understand how an eagle-ranked insect could have such a quick reaction. Elder Lu Tianan was surprised, while the celestial being Yao continued to watch this entertaining spectacle. Shishan raised his sword and pointed it at the elder, saying that they would only attack the Su family over his dead body. Chengfeng told Yu Qiankun, Chen Yuanshao, and Zhang Xiaoyan that as 3 third-ranked tiger elders from Qiankun City, they should not be afraid of an eagle-ranked nobody. The man said that Shishang was able to surprise them, but the three of them would crush him without any problems. The three masters rushed into battle, using the Abyss Fist, the magic spear's overthrowing attack, and the Mountain Tiger's roar. Xiao Rou wanted to help Shishang, but Changfeng laughed and said that this man was already dead. Using his new style, the young master did not let his enemies get close to him, cutting each one down. Changfeng was shocked. All three masters were dead on the spot, killed by the eagle-ranked warrior. Ling changed his mind, and now thought that the Su family had a chance of salvation if Shishan was so strong. Shishang only regretted that his deadly sword style was not yet fully honed, otherwise a single swing of his sword would have been enough to kill these masters. Old man Lu Tianan approached the master and decided to deal with Shishang himself, because he didn't know what else he was capable of. Su Mucheng turned to Lu Tianan and asked if he had seen how strong Shishang was. Upon learning the old man's name, Xiao Rou noted that she had never heard of a tiger-ranked master with that name in the Lu family. Ling knew him. The old man had been the strongest in all 5 cities of Camel Peak 80 years ago and, according to rumors, had died 60 years ago. Ling wondered if the young master had any chance against such a terrifying monster. Lu Tianan asked Shishan if he wanted to kneel and admit defeat upon hearing his name. Shishang struck the ground with his sword and said that it didn't matter to him who he was or how many men he had. The old man was also ready to fight, and he rushed forward, using the palm of the split heavens. Lu Xiankun declared that this bloodthirsty spirit was extremely terrifying, and that the young warrior Ling and the 2 celestials were doomed. Lan Yu took out the red flame amulet, causing it to blaze, and a character appeared on it. Thanks to the amulet, Lan Yu was able to protect himself from the Venerable One's attack by raising a veil of smoke. The young man turned to Leng Yanyu, saying that this amulet was his last line of defense. Previously, the main character had held back, but now it was time to give it his all. Lang Xiaotian had held back only because he sensed this great danger, but this evil spirit was so powerful that they were no match for it. The Venerable One said that he had been imprisoned for so long that his spiritual power was almost depleted. Therefore, some pathetic amulet was able to damage him, and the spirit needed to restore its power. The evil spirit caused the heavens to blaze and the earth to harden, creating a flaming skull. The skeleton opened its mouth, revealing a suction portal inside that was supposed to swallow the masters. The low-ranking masters were immediately lifted into the air and sucked into the skull's mouth. By consuming the masters, the evil spirit slowly regained its strength, becoming even more terrifying. The main character understood that he couldn't let him absorb people and grow stronger. They had to attack together. The 3 celestial masters fired long-range attacks at the skull to prevent it from restoring its spiritual power. In response to this attack, the skull exploded and released a wave of spiritual energy that the masters barely managed to contain. Lang Yana was also hit by the wave of energy, but he decided to resist it and destroyed the power. Wang Mucheng noticed that Lang Xiaotian was indeed strong, as he was able to resist the evil spirit's attack and did not even suffer any injuries. The skull recovered, and the spirit asked the young people if they really hoped to still harm the Venerable One. Zhu Nanhua had already lost all hope in the battle with the spirit, saying that it was the end for them. The main character turned to Lan Yu and told him that it was time to use the next amulet. The young man first asked him how he knew he still had amulets, but soon realized it was better not to talk about them. Lang Yang had no intention of dying here, so he asked Lan Yu not to waste his time. He was going to use the magic sword and try to defeat the spirit. Lan Yu said he would trust the main character, but he had to consider that this was indeed the last amulet. Xu Nanhu noticed that Lan Yu was rich, as carrying 2 red flame amulets was an expensive service. At that moment, Leng Yang rushed to the sword, but as soon as he began to pull it, it would not come out of the ground. The main character did not understand why he could not gather enough energy for the sword. Lan Yu asked Leng Yang's comrade to hurry up, as they would not be able to hold out for long in the battle with the spirit. Shishang continued the battle with Lu Tianan, saying that he could not be denied in strength. Xiao Rou told the young master that Lu Tianan was a full-fledged tiger-level master, half a step away from dragon level, and could not be defeated. Shisheng said that he owed Master Len his life. Besides, only by staring death in the face could he comprehend the true essence of the deadly sword technique, which was a great opportunity for him. The masters continued their battle. The old man, now warmed up, approached the young master and prepared to strike. A yin and yang symbol appeared on his hand. Commanding the heavens, the palm of 8 trigrams was his technique. Shisheng was seriously wounded by this attack and thrown straight into the rock behind him. The masters of the Lu family recognized this as the famous strike of the Lu Elder. For Shishang, it was a great honor to die from this renowned technique. Chengfeng accepted Shishang's power, but anyone below the dragon rank was just a pathetic bug in front of his grandfather. Shishan repeated the rules of his style: kill for death, win for life. Without death, there is no life. Unfortunately, it was only on the brink of death that he was able to comprehend the essence. However, this allowed the young master to make a breakthrough in his sword technique, and now Xushang is able to experience the true power of the sword technique of death and life. Lu Tianan respected his desire to fight, but now he was determined to kill Xushang with the palm of the 8 trigrams that commanded the heavens. Xushang used the sword technique of death and life, launching a counterattack on the elder. After the blow, the young master fell first, deeply wounded and vomiting blood. As soon as the Su family thought he had lost, Lu Tianan also revealed his wound. The elder did not understand how a man of eagle rank could possess such a terrifying technique that caused him to lose. Su Ling was shocked that Shushan was able to defeat the elder of the Lu family, which only meant that his strength was equal to the legendary dragon rank. The celestial being watched with a smile, Yao noting that Shishang's sword technique was very unusual and entertaining. Chung Feng immediately rushed to his grandfather, supporting him so that he could stand after his deep wounds. Shishan was still able to stand on his feet, and raising his sword, he declared that the Su family was under his protection. At that moment, the main character understood that it was no coincidence that the magical sword of the Red Heavens could create soul stones. It was capable of absorbing spiritual energy, which meant that accumulating enough energy to master it was no easy task. Suddenly, Lang Xiaotian's pendant began to glow and send additional energy directly into the artifact. He succeeded, and now the magic sword seemed so light and graceful, because it was now connected to Leng Yang. The evil spirit declared that the red flame amulet could only temporarily delay the venerable one, and was no longer capable of harming him. Lan Yu asked Lang Yang to hurry, as they could no longer hold back the evil spirit. Taking the blade in his hands, the main character quickly put the amulet on it to suppress the venerable one. The spirit declared that the amulet hurt him, believing that the venerable one would now be engulfed by the magic sword again. Xu Nanhu noticed that this was the effect of the amulet attached to the sword's hilt, and he began to suppress the bloodthirsty spirit's power again. Lang Xiaotian was interested in this powerful amulet, which, together with the magic sword, was capable of suppressing spiritual power. Lang Yang suggested that during such a long period of imprisonment, the spirit's soul had been absorbed and merged with the magic sword. Lan Yu also suggested that when the evil spirit was completely absorbed, it would become the spirit of the Red Sky Sword. He took possession of the Red Sky magic sword, and it seemed that there was no other way to get rid of the bloodthirsty spirit. The Venerable One stated that even the 4 Supreme Lords could not kill it, only seal it, so it should be beyond Lang Yan's power. The spirit offered Lang Yan a deal. He would not seal him in the sword, and the Venerable One would help him with his affairs. Xu Nanhu said that all 3 of them had found this magic sword, and the main character had no right to take it for himself. Xu asked for the sword to be given to him, as he was one of the 5 demons of the Black Wind Cave, whose leader was a very scary man. The main character did not care who he was or who their leader was, and he did not kill him only because he sensed a hidden threat. But now, there was no point in Leng Xiaotian keeping Xu alive, and he was going to kill him. Nanhua laughed at the fact that Lang Yang hoped to take his life. Even though he was wounded, he was still strong. Suddenly, he sensed the spiritual power of the sword, which was enormous. It would be terrible if he didn't block the blow. But as soon as Xu Nanhua's axe touched the blade of the Red Heavens, the axe immediately began to break. There was an explosion, and before he died, Xu left a mark on the main character, so that his comrades from the Black Wind Cave would find the guy. Lan Yu asked the main character if he was going to use the magic sword against him. The guy no longer claimed the magic sword, and he had another red flame amulet. When he took out the amulets, it turned out that Lan Yu had 2 amulets, so Leng Yang should not have acted rashly. The main character noticed that Lan Yu was well prepared, but he never said he was going to kill him. Leng Xiaotian was free to act according to his own understanding and desires, and he also had his own internal principles. The spirit agreed with every word of the main character, and if he did not lock him in the sword again, the Venerable One was going to teach him how to use magic. Lan Xiaotian asked why the despicable evil spirit thought he was capable of teaching him anything about magic. Lu Tianan wondered if Shushang really thought he could save the Su family on his own. Shushang did not understand his words, and Lu Tianan turned to one of the members of the Su family and asked him how long he was going to wait. Suddenly, Su Muchen was kicked, and someone from the Su family threw the guy away, not giving him time to react. The third uncle of the Su family turned out to be a traitor. He approached the second daughter and grabbed her by the neck. He said he was taking back what was rightfully his. The third uncle was supposed to become the head of the Su family. Sulin asked him how he had come to this, how he could become a lackey of the Lu family. The third brother called Sulin a fool, saying that swallows and sparrows could not understand the aspirations of a majestic swan. With the support of the Lu family, his Su family would become the greatest in the city. Xiao Rou asked the third uncle why he had decided to betray the Su family. The man said that since the age of 18, he had been in charge of all the Su family's affairs, and his father was a fool. He thought of nothing but his own practices. He spent all the Su family's resources on them. Without him, the Su family would have long since gone bankrupt and disappeared. The Su family should belong to him, but Xiao Ru's father only thought about martial arts, so he had no choice but to ask the master to get rid of him. Xiao Rou finally found out who was involved in her father's death. At first she was surprised, but then anger crept into her heart. The girl did not understand how her third uncle could have done this to her parents, because her father was his own brother. He had no choice. It was for the good of the Su family. Nevertheless, he did not want to kill her, because he offered Xiao Rou to take her husband and go far away. Calling the man her third uncle for the last time, Xiao Rou was filled with the desire to kill him. Xiao Rou, filled with rage, rushed forward to take the life of the traitor to the Su family. Lu Tianan stood in front of her and stopped her, saying that no one would allow her to kill his henchman. The elder told the celestial being Yao that Shushan's eagle-rank power was beyond his understanding, and all he could do was ask Yao for help. The girl revealed the truth. Shushan possessed a rare sword technique, so they were no match for him. However, against her, Yao Lin, one of the 5 black wind demons, that was not enough. Yao Ling quickly rushed forward, attacking with her purple lightning bolts, and Shushan couldn't keep up. Using Lang Yan's defensive technique, the young master managed to fend off the celestial being's attack. Yao Ling said that his technique was indeed graceful, but that was not the end of the fight. The celestial master gathered her power and threw 3 energy boomerangs forward. Su Ling was surprised that Yao Ling attacked with internal energy, assuming that she was a legendary dragon-ranked master. Lu Tianan laughed at the greatness of the art of the Celestials. This skill made him believe that Yao would surely win. Shishan's eyes couldn't quite keep up with the attack, and he had barely raised his sword when the energy reached him. Unable to block all the attacks, the young master was defeated by a single attack from the celestial being. Yao Ling hoped that Lu Tianan would be able to handle the rest without her help. Lu Tianan decided to attack Xiao Rou, asking her not to blame him for his cruelty. Su Ling called the elder a scoundrel and rushed to defend the head of the Su family, colliding with the master. Lu Tianan crouched down and was about to strike again to kill Su Lin first. He struck the Su family elder with his palm, but he couldn't withstand such an attack and began to bleed. Xiao Rou immediately ran to her older uncle, who was lying on the ground, and begged him not to die. Su Lin was slowly dying, his eyes closed. He saw the stubborn Xiao Rou in front of him and begged her to survive. Lu Tianan was smug, saying that he would see who else dared to stand in his way. But the elder brother of the Su family and Su Mu Chung stood in the way of the elder to protect Xiao Rou. Su Mu Ling shouted at Xiao Rou to run away and find Lang Xiaotian to protect them. Lu Tianan was about to reach the head of the family when Xiao Rou's amulet began to glow brightly. Thanks to this cry, Xiao Rou unleashed the power of the amulet, and a majestic phoenix appeared behind her. Yao Ling was surprised. It was the crystal amulet of the descendants of the heavenly phoenix. The celestial being began to laugh, believing that heaven was on her side, and that Xiao Rou must become hers. The girl smiled. The amulet given to her by Ling Yang had indeed saved her life. Yao Ling remarked that men were boring, and only such a beautiful woman was worthy of being with Yao Ling. Lu Chengfeng tried to object, but he did not dare to contradict the celestial master. When almost the entire Su family had fallen, Xiao Rou asked her enemies if they wanted her beauty. Taking a knife from her sleeve, the girl put it to her cheek and said that in that case, she would change. Cutting her face, Xiao Rou was determined to destroy her beauty so that they would release the Su family. Suddenly, in the next moment, an explosion occurred in front of the goddess, and someone arrived on the battlefield. The warrior who arrived was Lang Yang. With anger on his face, he asked his wife who dared to offend her. The third uncle did not care that his insignificant son-in-law had returned. He was confident in the power of the Lu family. The main character apologized to Xushang for having to defend the Su family and his wife. Lang Yang gave the young master a pill that would heal his battle wounds. The main character praised Shishan, saying he had done well in battle, but now it was his turn. Xiao Rou said that he had already escaped danger, and should not have returned to the trap that had been set for him. Lang Yang noted that this was true. Xiao Rou had already told him not to interfere, and that their marriage was only a fictitious deal, and that they were not on the same level, so she did not expect much from her son-in-law. It goes without saying that Lang Yang should not interfere in the affairs of the Su family. They have no reason to interfere in each other's destinies. Xiao Rou wondered why he had returned then. The main character revealed that he had come because they had gotten along well during that time, so he promised that if the Su family was in trouble, he would take care of them. Initially, the guy stood up for Su Mu Ling, but now it was not only that. He had heard Xiao Rou defend him and even hurt her face for him, acting very recklessly. Even though their marriage was fictitious, Xiao Rou was still his wife and could not allow Lang Yan to be disgraced. The girl regretted that her older uncle had protected her at the cost of his life and fallen in battle. The main character revealed that even though he was already lying lifeless, he could still be saved. Since he had stood up for the girl, he would give him the pill that could heal him. The third uncle was angry that Lang Yang had decided to defend Xiao Rou, since he couldn't even defend himself. The main character heard these words and told the man to shut up and get out of his sight. After attacking him, the third uncle did not understand why, because Su Mu Ling was still in his hands. When the attack reached its target, the third uncle was easily defeated, and Su Mu Ling remained unharmed. The girl hugged her brother-in-law, saying that he was the best. She knew that he would save the Su family. Su Ling suddenly woke up, surprised that he was still alive. Xiao Rou revealed the reason for his revival, all thanks to Lang Yang's medicine. The man was still alive, and he asked Leng Xiaotian why he was so strong and how he dared to raise his hand against his third uncle. The protagonist said that he was not worthy of being recognized as his uncle's relative. Anyone who dared to raise a hand against Su Mu Ling deserved only death. In the next moment, Lang Yang's attack reached the third uncle's head and took the traitor's life. Su Ling wondered how his pathetic, freeloading son-in-law could have become so strong. Cheng Feng noted that the members of the Su family were indeed idiots, because standing before them was the ruthless killer Lang Xiaotian. Su Mu Ling was finally able to prove that Lang Yang was the best, saying that he was the one who saved her from the Li family. Now Xiao Rou understood the meaning of the words the main character had spoken during the banquet with the Lu family. He had personally confessed to her that he was actually Lang Xiaotian, but Xiao Rou really couldn't believe that he was the very same tiger-ranked killer who had destroyed the entire Li family. Lu Tianan told the soldiers not to be afraid as long as the Celestial Master Yao was with them, and that their brother-in-law's fate was to be crushed on the spot like a pathetic bug. The Celestial revealed her identity, Yao Lin, the fourth of the 5 black wind demons. In this region, there had never been anyone who aspired to become a Celestial. One of them stood before her, but Yao Lin did not know where the group of like-minded people led by Ling Xiaotian had been cultivating. The main character revealed that he had just killed one named Shu Nanhu. The Celestial being asked him not to talk nonsense, even though the 5th was only capable of controlling Qi energy at the 7th level of mastery. After all those years of improvement, Leng Yang would not have been able to kill him. Yao Ling launched her attack again, and boomerangs of energy flew towards Leng Yang. Lu Tianan rejoiced at Yao Ling's move. No one could resist the divine magic of a Celestial Master. When Yao took action, her enemies had no choice but to accept their deaths. Xiao Rou grabbed her sword and asked her brother-in-law to leave. Even Shushang was struck by this move. The main character took the girl by the hand. He said that at the very moment he entered the Su family, Li Ming caused a scandal, and as usual, without a moment's hesitation, she stood in the way of the sword to protect another. Lang Yang could not imagine how much she had to take on for the sake of her family when she became the head. This time, Xiao Rou couldn't handle it, so the main character wanted to defeat the celestial being himself. The main character used the Sword of the Red Heavens, firing energy that destroyed Yao Ling's attack. The attack reached the Celestial Master, who took the full brunt of the blow, vomiting blood. Xiao Rou felt as if someone was protecting her from all adversity. For the first time, she felt like she was behind someone like a stone wall. Lu Chengfeng was surprised that the Celestial Master Yao had been injured, and now he didn't know what to do. Su Ling couldn't believe his eyes as his brother-in-law managed to wound Yao Ling with a single move. The Celestial Master herself did not understand this. Since when had a man with such a high level of Qi energy control appeared in the city of Camel Peak? She wanted to learn his path to perfection, but Lang Yang had no intention of revealing it, because Yao Ling was not worthy. The main character created an energy ice sword from his hand to kill the celestial being. Yao Ling unleashed all her energy, shouting that she would not be defeated so easily. Thanks to the power she unleashed, the celestial being created a purple vortex of energy. But as soon as the sword of the main character's power touched the vortex, it was immediately destroyed. The sword continued on its path, soon reaching the body of the Celestial Master and wounding her. Yao Ling's body began to tear apart, and before she died, she said that the head of the 5 demons of the Black Wind Cave would not let this go. The shock on Su Lin's face did not fade. The terrifying sorceress Yao Lin had died from Lang Yang's single strike. The main character told the Lu family that their assistant could not withstand a single blow, and that he, Leng Xiaotian, was going to kill all his enemies. Lu Tianan fell to his knees and asked Master Lang to spare Cheng Feng's life, promising that the Lu family would give him all their treasures in return. Lang Yang was surprised by this request and said that it was too late, that after everything that had been done, there would be no mercy. Cheng Feng told his grandfather that it was time to move on to the backup plan of attack. The elder called the head of the Li family foolish, saying that unlike him, he had an ace up his sleeve. Before coming here, he had secured the support of an important person. The main character said that no matter whose support they had secured, the outcome would be the same: death. Cheng Feng asked the guy not to brag, assuring them that when Lu Tianan's ally arrived, death would await them. Su Ling suggested that it was the head of Gu, and that the intervention of the imperial court would complicate everything. It was indeed Chief Gu with his bodyguard. He asked who was going against the imperial court. The chief was Lu Tianen's nephew, and he turned to his uncle and said he was glad to see him. The elder told Ling Yang that he was too young and naive, and that destroying the Lu family was a pipe dream. Cheng Feng turned to Xiao Rou and asked her to wait a little while, and he would dishonor her right in front of Leng Yan. She herself knew the power of the imperial court. If she dared to resist, her husband would be quartered. Sumu Ling called Cheng Feng despicable and shameless, saying that he was immediately looking for support because he did not have the strength to stand up to his brother-in-law on his own. Cheng Feng believed that influence and support were also a kind of power, and the Su family did not have that. Xiao Rou appealed to the head of the Gu family, saying that in memory of her father, with whom he had been friends, surely he, as a representative of the authorities, would not fail to judge fairly. The head said that sometimes he was not his own master. Moreover, his favor toward the Su family had died with her father. Cheng Feng asked Lang Yang if he dared to raise his hand against him with the support of the Lu family. As soon as he spoke again, the protagonist swung his arm and struck him in the face. When Lu Cheng Feng fell to the ground, Lang Xiaotian walked over and stepped on his head with his boot. Lang Yang said that he had hit him, so now he could ask Chief Gu if he dared to interfere. Lu Tianen told the head that Lang was acting out of line. Turning to his nephew, he asked him to arrest this rebel. Chief Gu repeated his words, saying that sometimes he was not his own master. Young Master Lang was his benefactor, so he did not dare to interfere. Cheng Feng did not understand how this was possible, so he turned to Xiao Rou and asked her to tell Leng Yanyu to let him go, because one cannot repay good with evil when he stood up for the Su family in front of the chief. Head Gu asked Cheng Feng who was interested in his intercession. The charges were dropped when he learned of the Su family's connection to Lord Ling. Su Ling finally realized that his son-in-law was so influential that even the head of the Gu family showed him respect. In fact, he was an old fool who had met the living embodiment of a god and failed to recognize him. Xiao Rou was glad that her grandfather had chosen the right person, who did not disappoint them and truly saved the Su family. Lu Tianen decided that it was time to fight to the death to see if Leng Yang could defeat more than 400 masters. Su Ling did not believe in such enormous power of a celestial being. Someone would surely flee, putting the Su family in a difficult position. The elder said that at least half of those present would flee, and with the 4 great families of Qiankun City suffering, real chaos would ensue, in which case the head of Gu would not be able to stand aside. In such a situation, he really could not stand aside. So the head of Gu decided to surround the Su residence so that no one could escape, and this battle would end here. Lu Tianen said that this would play into the hands of the Su family. As a court official, Gu had to judge fairly and be impartial. Chief Gu respected Lu Tianen and called him uncle, and as the head of the city, he was always fair. The elder said that even if the old man had to sacrifice everything he had achieved on his path to perfection, he would take them with him to hell. Xiao Rou realized what was happening. The elder wanted to ignite his inner energy and destroy everyone along with himself. The main character laughed at the elder's decision and shot energy at him from his finger. Lu Tianen did not have time to do anything. Lang Yang's shot was much faster. The main character declared that a pitiful insect was, in the end, nothing more than a pitiful insect. Cheng Feng saw his grandfather's death with his own eyes, and his anger towards Lang Xiaotian overwhelmed him. Lang Xiaotian asked the young man what he was going to do, whether he was going to fight him. The pathetic master fell to his knees and began to beg to be spared, to be given a chance to live, admitting that he was wrong. The main character had already given him one chance in Qiankun City, and there would be no second chance. In the next moment, Leng Yang took Cheng Feng's life. The masters were astonished that he dared to kill people right in front of the city leader and do so without remorse, without even batting an eye. The ordinary warriors asked the young Lord Leng to let them go. They were warriors from the 4 great families who had come here against their will. If they refused, the celestial master Yao, invited by the Lu family, would wipe them off the face of the earth. Su Ling suggested letting them go and receiving compensation. After all, killing nearly 400 of Qiankun City's best masters would not be easy. Lang Yang said that he was not such a kind and forgiving simpleton. Those who aroused his anger would burn in the flames of his fury. He had already said that there would be no mercy. The main character did not care how many people he would have to fight. That should not stop him. The moment they set foot on the Su family's land, they signed their death warrant. Before the massacre began, Lang Yang asked the Su family to close their eyes, as there would be a lot of blood. Using his technique, the masters had to close their eyes because of how bright it was. The main character summoned an evil spirit, which was instructed to kill all the enemies around. The honorable one said that, unlike their bad blood, there were many enemies. They would make excellent sacrifices. The evil spirit began to suck the life force out of the masters, slowly killing them on the spot. Head Gu was glad that he had not opposed Leng Yang. Otherwise, he would have been one of the dried corpses here. The ambitious and ruthless Leng Xiaotian definitely had a great future ahead of him. When the bright light disappeared, the members of the Su family opened their eyes and noticed that the people from the 5 great families of Qiankun City were all dead. Lang Xiaotian thanked Chief Gu for not letting the enemies escape. The chief replied that it was nothing. The main character hoped that he would settle everything necessary here, and he was going to go to Qiankun City. Except for the Wang Wei family, the rest would cease to exist today. Xiao Rou asked him not to be reckless, as there were more than 1,000 warriors in the 5 great families of Qiankun City, and he was taking too much of a risk. Chief Gu himself understood that, even without taking into account how many warriors there were in the 5 great families. Xiao Yuan, the head of Qiankun City, would not turn a blind eye if he carried out mass killings there. If Lang Xiaotian exterminated the 5 great families of Qiankun City, it would destroy the city's economy, so Xiao Yuan would appeal to the imperial court, and they would send their masters here. The main character asked not to waste time, because if Lang Xiaotian wasn't going to do anything, no one could force him, and if he decided to do something, no one could stop him. The master said that the magic of the celestial master was terrifying. He could exterminate 400 people in a matter of moments. The power of Lang Xiaotian's killer magic knew no bounds. Half a day later, an evil spirit rampaged in the courtyard of the Lu family in Qiankun City, killing the residents. The elder asked the young man if he could be considered a hero or a nobleman in such a case. He is a true evil demon who kills the innocent. The main character never declared himself a good person. He was Lang Xiaotian, who followed only the dictates of his heart and had no worldly concepts of good and evil. If heaven dared to condemn him, he would challenge heaven itself. Today, the great families of Qiankun City would be destroyed, and no one could change that, because Lang Xiaotian had decided so. Walking past piles of corpses, Lang Xiaotian continued on to the next residence of a great family. On the 3rd day of the 11th lunar month of the 16th year of the Shang era, the Liu family was extinguished. The head of the city of Qiankun, Xiao Yuan, had no intention of allowing Leng Yanyu to run rampant. If 5 of the 6 families were destroyed, the city's economy would be ruined. Chief Gu asked Xiao Yuan if he thought he was capable of stopping Leng Xiaotian. Xiao Yuan said that the imperial court had countless masters, and Leng Xiaotian would not be able to stand up to a dozen warriors like him. Chief Gu replied that the young Lord Leng was a benefactor of his Gu family, and he and Xiao Yuan were colleagues, so he hoped that Chief Xiao would show him favor. Xiao Yuan said that from the day Xiao became an imperial official, he swore that he would never practice favoritism and would judge fairly, obey the law, and be worthy of His Majesty the Emperor. Chief Gu asked him not to worry that his city would fall into economic decline, promising him support in the form of 2/10 of all tax revenues from his city, as well as 3/10 of his personal income for 3 years. The man did not accept this offer, and asked Chief Gu who he thought Xiao Yuan was. Chief Gu decided to make a big deal, offering him half of his personal income and, in addition, anything he liked from the treasury. Xiao Yuan emphasized that he and Chief Gu were colleagues and loyal friends, so he could not allow his benefactor to be persecuted by the imperial court. Since it had been decided not to pursue the matter, it was necessary to stop the spread of rumors and justify the mass murder of 5 families. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify it to higher officials. Head Gu had already stopped the rumors about Leng Xiaotian's destruction of the Lu family's henchmen at the Su family's residence, and people were afraid of the government soldiers and didn't dare to talk about it much. Xiao Yuan said that it was quite difficult to stop the information from leaking. After all, there were about 400 people there. Head Gu could assure everyone that no one had escaped. He had personally taken care of that, so any rumors would be unfounded. Xiao Yuan laughed at Head Gu's flawless decisions. In that case, he announced that the 5 great families had been destroyed in the course of Leng Xiaotian's righteous blood feud, and that no innocent people had been harmed. Lan Yu considered Lang Xiaotian to be the most ambitious and ruthless person of their generation, who, in a fit of rage, destroyed the 5 great families of Qiankun City without hesitation. The elder wanted to know the young master's opinion on whether Leng Yang would be willing to confront the masters of the imperial palace after he had wiped out the 5 great families. Lan Yu turned to Danyan and said that even if he went to the headquarters and removed the restriction on his power, he would still be unable to stand up to a large detachment of imperial masters. The old man did not understand why Lang Xiaotian acted so recklessly in that case. Lan Yu realized that he simply lacked perspective, and his father once told him a parable. The sparrow caught insects for food and laughed at the eagle, saying that it couldn't even catch a bug. But the eagle didn't try to prove to the sparrow that it could catch a bug. It just sat quietly in the tree and ate the antelope it had caught. That's what it means to have different perspectives. On the 2nd day, even more sparrows flew in, and they all began to shame the eagle. But the eagle did not care about them because the sparrows did not affect his fundamental interests. Danyan pointed out that if this was the case, then Leng Xiaotian should have spared the 5 great families. since they were just pathetic sparrows, incapable of affecting this man's fundamental interests. Lan Yu added that on the third day, after a successful hunt, the eagle went to the sparrows. Even though they did not affect his interests, their restless chirping became annoying, so the eagle destroyed them along with their nests, because everyone's patience has a limit. If it was not out of personal interest, but simply out of irritation, the destruction of the 5 great families, Lang Xiaotian was truly terrifying. Lan Yu liked dealing with this kind of person, who, possessing undeniable power, was capable of acting decisively and cruelly, regardless of the possible consequences, and since he was favorable towards him, the guy would not take action against him. In the city of Camel Peak, the Jin family, the man said that there were only 5 great families: Jin, Chen, Li, Cheng, and Su. Now that the Li family had been wiped off the face of the earth and the Su family had been weakened, the 3 families should join forces and take what was theirs. Chen Xiu, a second-ranked tiger, pointed out that this was true, and if they divided the Su family's property, all the city's means of production would be in their hands, and they would be able to rise to power. The elder replied that the Li and Lu families had opposed the Su family and coincidentally had been destroyed by Leng Xiaotian. Chen Shu did not want to attach too much importance to this. As he said, it was just a coincidence. The young man found out that no one in the Su family was acquainted with any murderer named Leng Xiaotian. Cheng Ye, a second-ranked tiger, added that if the Su family had secured Leng Xiaotian's patronage, they would have boasted about it long ago. The old man decided to accept these words, saying that the heads were right and that he must have been imagining too much. Chen Shu had inside information that Lang Xiaotian had destroyed the Li and Lu families in a blood feud, so it was all just a coincidence. In that case, they could calmly make plans on how to attack the Su family and take their property. It was also said that Lang Xiaotian was incredibly powerful, that he had been on Camel Peak and conquered a fierce and evil spirit there. Cheng Yi was also afraid that now that the 5 families of Chen Kun City had been destroyed, all the cities were filled with rumors about the boundless magical power of the killer Leng Xiaotian. Under no circumstances should one incur his wrath. At the Su family residence, in Lang Yang's apartment, a feast was laid out for the main character. Lang Yang asked his subjects why they had brought him so many dishes, since he couldn't eat that much. The girl said that her brother-in-law had been working hard lately, so he needed to eat well. The maids would leave him alone, and if he needed anything, he could call them at any time. When they left the apartment, the girl was happy that her brother-in-law had looked at her, honoring her with his gaze. Xiao Rou knocked, asking if she could come in, and asked Lang Yang if he minded her coming in. The girl asked why he had so stubbornly hidden his power from them, and why he had kept himself in the shadows. The main character revealed that he wasn't hiding anything on purpose, and wasn't deliberately staying in the shadows. Just as when he wanted to destroy the 5 great families, he went and destroyed them. He usually acted as he saw fit, obeying only the dictates of his own heart. Xiao Rou pointed out that destroying the 5 families was indeed an impressive feat. But why did Lang Yang do nothing when some people said that his fighting skills were insignificant and even called him trash? The main character said that it was too much trouble. Their mouths spoke nonsense, not his, so he shouldn't care about it. Lang Yang did not belong to the same world as them. It did not matter whether ordinary people considered him strong or weak, a hero or a villain. In reality, it had no effect on his path to perfection. Therefore, the words of pathetic insects did not affect him in the slightest. As long as they did not touch what was important to him, did not cross the line, he had no desire to stoop to their level and pay attention to them. This was not false modesty or a desire to stay in the shadows. Xiao Rou assumed that, in Lang Yang's opinion, she did not have enough insight to understand him, so he hid his true power from her. The main character wanted to take action against Li Min, but was stopped by Xiao Rou, while Li Er stood up for Li Qian and asked for mercy, after which there was no convenient opportunity. It would be foolish to show off his power by making a spectacle of it. Xiao Rou jokingly said that she would love to see the famous Lang Xiaotian put on a show for her. The main character asked the girl not to worry about the wound on her face, saying he could find a remedy that would leave no scar. Su Mu Ling eavesdropped on the conversation, hoping that the performance itself would not be as spicy as the scenes in theatrical productions. Rumors of what had happened reached the Black Wind Cave. The warrior asked the venerable leader what should be done, for the 4th and 5th soul amulets had been destroyed. Although their mastery of ki energy was far from perfect, there were only a handful of people in the vicinity of Camel Peak who were capable of killing them, so the warrior was instructed to go there and find the killer. The one-eyed man believed that there would be no dangerous opponents there for him, and he also noted that he had not seen Jenner for a long time. The head said that he was the most gifted of the 5, but unfortunately, he did not think about self-improvement. He turned out to be greedy for worldly pleasures, went to the despicable insects, and enjoys the worldly pleasures of life there. Chong Yi said that their three great families were able to obtain soul crystals, and their power increased. But of all the families in Camel Peak City, only the Su family did not participate, thus sealing their fate. Now that the families of Qiankun City had been destroyed, having absorbed the Su family, they would become the strongest in the 5 cities near Camel Peak. Chong Yi was the first to decide to break down the doors. The warriors were already exhausted and wounded in the battle with the Lu family, so it was not worth killing them if possible. The warriors noticed the intrusion, and all those who were wounded and unable to fight had to retreat closer to Ling Xiaotian's apartments. The man had a feeling that something was wrong. Even though the wounded members of the Su family had retreated, they did not seem afraid at all. Chong Yi believed that they were just pretending to be calm, and in the end, they fled anyway. Su Ling turned to the leader. The Su family had just gone through a fierce battle, all the warriors were wounded, and they could not stand up to the 3 great families. They should call Lang Yang. Xiao Rou did not want to rely on him for everything, otherwise it could have bad consequences. Su Muling walked straight up to the enemies and asked them how they dared to attack the Su family. Chong Ye told the girl that she was sharp-tongued, but today even the Heavenly King could not save the Su family. At that moment, Lang Xiaotian woke up and went out into the courtyard, asking who was making such a commotion. Chen Shu wondered who this guy was, still sleepy at such an hour, and assumed that he had come to entertain them. The man from the 3rd family immediately recognized this guy. They convinced him that Ling Xiaotian had nothing to do with the Su family, but he was here. The master added that this man was the formidable killer, Lan Xiaotian. The heads of families and other fighters who had participated in the recent incident on the Camel Peak mountain ridge knew him by sight. The subject added that it was undoubtedly Lang Xiaotian who had defeated 2 powerful opponents on the Camel Peak mountain range, and subdued the bloodthirsty evil spirit. Without hesitation, the head threw himself to the ground and began to beg Len's benefactor to forgive them. All 3 chiefs were on their knees, guilty before the young warrior Lan. They had made a mistake and would never do so again. The main characters said that they had only disturbed his sleep. There was no need to worry about it. It would be better to apologize to the Su family, as they had invaded their territory. Su Muling laughed and asked the chiefs if they were touched by his kindness, since Lang Yang had not killed them. Even though there was a huge army here, the mere appearance of the main character made the great families kneel. Since Lang Yang did not seek to boast of his strength, it was difficult for anyone to even imagine his true power, and now all that remained was to be amazed. Su Ling hit Jin's head and called them scoundrels, asking why they had come here. Chen Shu was angry, because if it weren't for the killer Lang Xiaotian, Su Ling would have spoken differently. The Jin family head began to apologize to Mr. Su, saying that they really didn't know that the son-in-law living with the Su family was Lang Xiaotian, that they had made a mistake, and begged for mercy. Su Ling officially declared as the elder that Lang Xiaotian, the husband of the head of the Su family, was not a freeloading son-in-law at all, but a respected son-in-law. No one dared to insult him anymore. Some kid pointed his finger and claimed that just a moment ago, the elder had called him a freeloading son-in-law. His mother immediately shut him up, saying that her child must have misheard. Su Mu Chung was surprised at how quickly his father adapted to the situation and changed his opinion. Xiao Rou told the heads to stop kneeling, saying that she was expecting the 3 heads of the families in the Su family's meeting room, and that the soldiers could leave. The girl asked them not to thank her, as they had treacherously invaded the Su residence today, and of course, they would have to pay for it. Su Muling was very pleased with her incredible son-in-law. One angry phrase and the enemies had already wet their pants. Finally, the time had come to merge with the first magic sword. Lang Yan needed to collect the remaining 9 magic swords as soon as possible. Then he would be able to cut through the great void and see his teacher again. More than 10 years ago, a child was crying on the ground, and the residents were afraid to approach him, calling him a monster child who had appeared from a stone, which was considered a bad omen. When the child saw the Taoist monk in front of him, he suddenly stopped crying and fell asleep. The old man looked at the child and said that it was interesting that fate had brought them together, and the monk wanted to take him in. Taking the child with him, the monk decided to give him the Taoist monastic name, Xiaotian. 3 years later, little Lang Xiaotian watched his brothers fight with wooden swords and wanted to join them. But the children did not want to play with him, and the elders forbade the children to play with the stone monster. The children decided to tease him, throwing stones at the main character and calling him a monster. The old man asked Lang Xiaotian if he wanted to know why the child had appeared from the stone. The main character said that perhaps he really was unworthy of being their friend, but they didn't deserve to be his friends. He, Lan Xiaotian, didn't want to depend on their judgments. He wanted to become strong and control his own life and destiny. The old man decided to tell the child the truth. He needed to try hard and become stronger. Then the teacher would be able to teach him the ice sword execution technique. The main character took the guiding sword out of its sheath, revealing that it was broken. The magical sword of the Crimson Heavens, Lang Xiaotian was going to combine it with his own weapon. It cost him a lot of money and effort. Su Ling understood that although Lang Yan was not skilled in managing family affairs, he possessed great power. One is gifted with incredible strength, the other with a talent for managing family affairs. In the end, they are the perfect couple. A one-eyed warrior appeared in front of the Su family residence. He had heard that Lang Xiaotian was staying with the Su family. Someone capable of destroying the 5 great families of Qiankun City must be an extraordinary person, but he could be involved in the deaths of the 4th and 5th. The heads of the 3 families and Xiao Rou, together with Su Lin, went to the entrance of the residence to meet the stranger. Chong Yi asked who dared to cause a scene at the gates of the Su family, as all the families of the city bowed down before the Su family. Chen Shu asked what the empty words were for. To show their loyalty, the 2 elders had to finish off this stranger. As soon as they rushed into battle, the stranger waved his finger and cut off the heads of the great families. The one-eyed warrior said that he did not want to communicate with other pathetic insects, so he would simply kill them all. The stranger was about to kill Xiao Rou, but his attack was blocked by Lang Xiaotian, who had managed to arrive in time. The man was surprised that he was able to block his unarmed attack, so it turned out that he also controlled Qi at the spirit realm level. No wonder he defeated the 4th and 5th with their Qi manipulation realm. The one-eyed warrior asked him not to fool around, as he had the mark of the 5th, and he knew for sure that it was he who had killed them. This one-eyed man was the 3rd of the 5 demons of the Black Wind Cave. The main character realized who was standing in front of him, and asked the man if he had come here to die. The warrior said that it was not fitting for a young man to be so arrogant. Although they were both capable of controlling Qi, and therefore superior to many, they were the strongest of the strong. But even the strongest were not equal. Lan Xiaotian waved his hand and sent an energy blast at the stranger, saying that he was talking too much. The one-eyed warrior decided to show the main character the true power of his treasure by summoning a hammer. The summoned hammer swung and at the stranger's command destroyed the energy palm. The one-eyed warrior asked the master if he had seen how strong he was. They may be on the same level of spiritual realm, but with this artifact, he would not leave a wet spot on him. The young master laughed and said that he had just completed the fusion of the magic sword, and he had come just in time to become its victim. Lang Xiaotian took the guiding sword out of its sheath for the first time, revealing his legendary sword. Su Ling noticed that his son-in-law had finally drawn his sword. Apparently the enemy was very strong, surpassing all previous opponents. The one-eyed warrior decided to show him the true power of the magical weapon, because the one who would kill him would be him. But this time, the swing of the main character's enhanced sword reached the artifact and began to crush it. The energy cut struck the enemy, and in addition to the broken artifact, the one-eyed warrior was also struck. The one-eyed warrior's body began to disintegrate, and the spirit that controlled him flew out of his body. The main character immediately noticed that the original spirit was trying to leave the body, realizing that it could not escape. Lan Xiaotian's inhuman technique showed no mercy even to the soul. Before his death, the one-eyed warrior said that the venerable leader would not forgive him for this, as his power far exceeded anything he could have imagined. 2 masters happened to be nearby, and they noticed that the main character's power was truly astonishing. Lang Xiaotian was surprised by these martial arts masters, for they had such an unexpectedly strong aura that surpassed that of the one-eyed man. The subject said that standing before him was none other than the venerable Liu from the Eastern Bureau, a close associate of the second prince. Mr. Liu opened his eyes and asked his subject not to be rude to strangers. Xiao Rou apologized for her rudeness and invited Mr. Liu inside the residence. He was sure that the Su family had a lot of family matters to attend to, so he didn't want to beat around the bush. The second prince loved gifted and talented people, and there were rumors that an extraordinary person had appeared in the city of Camel Peak. So he came here to see Lang Xiaotian, offering him to go to the capital for further development. Su Ling was delighted, because if he could win the favor of the second prince, the Su family could rise in status. Xiao Rou asked him not to say too much, as it was not certain that the trip there would lead to anything good. Lang Yang apologized, but he was used to living freely, like a bird in the sky, and it would be too burdensome for him. Besides, he didn't need to go to the capital for development. He was following the path of self-improvement. The subject began to be rude again. But Mr. Liu asked him to be quiet, lest he receive a slap. When he came here, the master hoped that the young Master Lang would be a martial arts master, not a Kui master. He knew that the ruling Shang dynasty had always indulged martial arts masters. Qi masters, whether at the very beginning of the realm of Qi manipulation or at the very end of the realm of spirits, were not even worth mentioning in front of a true martial arts master of the dragon rank. The main character said that the realm of spirits may not be the highest realm for a Qi master. If one can rise above it, it is quite possible to surpass a martial arts master. Mr. Liu added that Qi masters sought immortality, but the actual path to becoming a celestial being remained unclear. No one in the world had been able to break the shackles of the spirit realm, so the path of the martial arts master remained the preferred one. Mr. Liu feared that Mr. Ling had stayed in this backwater for too long and did not understand the whole picture of the world. Ordinary people called them celestials, immortal masters. But did they really think that Qi masters were invincible? Master Liu finally left Su's residence. He had heard that there was a famous courtesan living in Wen City, and he had to visit her. A subject asked the venerable Liu why he did not execute Ling Xiaotian since he had behaved ungratefully. Lord Liu said that the second prince and the crown prince were at odds with each other, and the situation was very complicated, so it was not worth making enemies of the second prince in order not to complicate his position. Besides, insignificant Qi masters were nothing but pathetic insects in the face of high-ranking martial arts masters. The stranger turned to Mr. Liu and asked him who had spoken so contemptuously about Qi masters. Before attacking, the stranger added that a sharp tongue would not lead to anything good, shooting a fireball at him. Mr. Liu noted that the stranger was wrong to consider himself a god, trying to dispel his attack. Two beams of Mr. Liu's abilities rushed forward to stop the Qi attack. The stranger smiled, asking if there really was such a powerful warrior in these cities. Mr. Liu told him to know his place and ordered him to leave peacefully. The stranger called Mr. Liu a nobody of the first rank of dragons, saying that he would have a chance against the one-eyed man, but against the venerable leader, he would fail. The man used the black demon fist, first Dan, summoning the green dragon. Mr. Liu decided to use the protective spell of the diamond fist of the sacred mountain. But his defense was quickly broken by the mysterious technique of the master of Qi, killing Mr. Liu in the process. At the sight of the black demon's fist attack, there was only an empty abyss, leaving only the servant alive. The venerable leader told Mr. Liu that the one who killed him was the black wind demon. The venerable leader had no time or desire to find out who killed the one-eyed man, so he hoped that he would come for his own death. Otherwise, the leader would destroy the city every day. Using the black demon's fist, the fifth Dan, the venerable leader threw dozens of dragons at the city of Wen. Soon, only ruins remained of the entire city, and many residents died under the barrage of attacks. At the exit of Camel Peak, there were many residents with their belongings, all fleeing the city. Rumor has it that the city of Wen was destroyed by a demon, and tomorrow this demon will come to destroy the city of Camel Peak. His power is absolutely beyond human capabilities. The city of Wen is larger than the city of Camel Peak, and even the killer Ling Xiaotian needed a lot of effort and time to destroy the 5 great families of the city of Changkun. There were witnesses who saw this demon summon 5 evil dragon spirits to destroy the entire city of Wen in one fell swoop, turning it into ruins. His technique was even more ferocious than that of Ling Xiaotian. Su Ling heard all the rumors and immediately rushed to Xiao Rou, convincing her that they needed to take the people of the city to a refuge. Xiao Rou did not want this, because in that case they would have to give up the residence left by her father. Su Ling understood that there was nothing to be done. The question was one of saving lives. Even if his respected brother-in-law took on the task, it would be impossible to defeat this demon with all their strength, so the only option was to flee. 2 strangers entered the Su family residence despite the guards' attempts to stop them. Before them stood the tiger army of the reigning Shang dynasty, Kun Shanji, vice-general and second-rank commander, and Zheng Xiangtong, third-rank colonel and commander. Xiao Rou and Su Ling greeted Vice-General Kun and Colonel Zheng, 2 glorious commanders. Vice-General Kun told the head of the Su family that there was no time for formalities, as they had come to meet the respected husband, Ling Xiaotian. The dissatisfied protagonist approached and asked why they were looking for him, dismissing all greetings. The colonel asked him how he dared to speak to Vice-General Kun in such a tone. Kun Shanji told the colonel to watch his words, as they had come to invite a man, not to hold a military tribunal. Vice-General Kun addressed the young gentleman, saying that he was a military man, and therefore had no intention of beating around the bush. He had been informed that a man of great talent and ability had appeared here, so he invited him to serve the imperial court. The main character was sorry, but he was not interested, and he hoped that his decision would be conveyed to the imperial palace so that he would not be disturbed anymore. He was aware that he, like other Qi masters, was quite eccentric and did not like to deal with worldly affairs, so the military was ready to offer him a reward for his services. The vice-general asked him not to rush into a decision, adding that his offer was related to the twin swords of Ganjiang and Mo Ye. The colonel laughed and said that if he didn't agree to their terms, why would they tell him where the twin swords were? He simply said that although Ling Xiaotian may have kept everyone in this area in fear, did he really think he was invincible? The colonel believed that the protagonist greatly underestimated the strength of the Imperial Palace Masters. He said that he had never encountered a dragon-ranked warrior before. Suddenly, there was an earthquake, and a voice addressed Lang Xiaotian, telling him that if he was in the city of Camel Peak, He had to come out and accept his death. Otherwise, this city would be destroyed, and tomorrow the city of Chenkun would follow. The colonel and vice general also decided to go see who had decided to attack the city and possibly help the main character. Before him stood a venerable leader. He felt a strong aura and the mark of the fifth, realizing that this was the killer who had destroyed them. The main character turned to the enemy, realizing that he was one of the 5 black wind demons, or the leader himself. His aura was extremely strong, and the insignificant one-eyed man was no match for him. Surely his power was not lower than the average level of the spirit realm, so it was not surprising that he was able to destroy an entire city with a single move. The man was revered as the leader of the 5 black wind demons. For some reason, he could not sense Lang Xiaotian's aura and understand his level of perfection. This would be possible if he were 2 levels higher than him in power, but at such a young age, it was simply impossible. Then he would have stood at the very top of the spirit realm, the great perfection, the highest that a Master Qi could achieve. But the leader thought that he had simply perfected himself in some special way, or possessed an artifact that hid his aura. The main character said that since the head dared to come here and disturb him, he could make his move. The man laughed, adding that there were no equals in the vicinity of the camel, but even Ling Xiaotian would not be able to defeat him. He used the black demon fist, first Dan again, summoning a green dragon to attack Lang Xiaotian. The main character responded with an icy execution sword, clashing with the dragon with 2 powerful attacks. The chapter noticed a very powerful energy, assuming that Lang Xiaotian was also at the middle level of the spirit realm. Kung Shanji assumed that the enemy was a black wind demon, a criminal from the Imperial Circular. The colonel reported that this man was accused of destroying the city of Wei and massacring innocent residents, as well as murdering the venerable Liu, the leader of the black wind demons, and ordered him to be executed on the spot. The venerable leader noticed the colonel and vice general, asking them where they came from and whether they too were seeking death. Realizing that they were only second-rank dragons, the chief would easily defeat the vice general with his black demon fist. But the venerable leader did not have time to use a single skill and was immediately cut down by the colonel. Xiao Rou did not understand how this happened, as the one-eyed leader, who was far superior, was killed by Colonel Zhang with a single swing. The colonel said that only ordinary people called them immortal masters, celestials. His sword Gan crushed his soul along with his body. At close range, key masters are doomed to defeat. The sword in the hands of a dragon-ranked warrior is much faster than their spells. Dragon-ranked martial arts masters are indeed very dangerous. With comparable combat power, it is very difficult for a QI master to oppose them in close combat. No one expected that in this backwater there would be an enemy like this demon leader. In the first battle, the dragon-ranked warrior was careless. Otherwise, the venerable Liu would not have been killed so easily. Although the second Dan of the dragon rank is comparable to the average level of the spirit realm, at a distance of up to 33 meters from the enemies, the key master is practically doomed to defeat. But otherwise, the key master cannot defeat even a few warriors. The colonel laughed, saying that this was impossible, unless it was a surprise attack or an ambush. Otherwise, a martial arts master would never put himself in such a situation. Kun Shanji handed the young master Len a verification tag, saying that there was no point in staying here. If he wanted to know the location of the twin swords, the verification tag would help when he arrived in the capital and found him in the Iron Tiger Army's military camp. Xiao Rou turned to him, saying that the pair of magic swords were very important to him, and he was surely going to go after them. The main character confirmed her words. He wanted to obtain these swords, and he also wanted to take care of her scar. After all, it was a matter of his reputation, so Leng Yang was going to obtain the necessary ingredients and create a remedy to remove the scars. Chapter Zhang was happy to welcome Su Lin to Gu City. As for cooperation, they were very happy to enter into it. Su Lin was delighted that their respected son-in-law was Lang Xiaotian. If he found out that they were ready to cooperate, he would be very pleased. Xiaotian was a smart and noble young man who respected his elders and loved his juniors. Since he recognized him as his uncle, he would undoubtedly listen to his advice. Su Muqing noticed that his father had already trumpeted to all 5 cities of Camel Peak that their son-in-law was none other than Lan Xiaotian, and now he was enjoying the respect he had earned. Dragon-ranked warriors were extremely powerful, and there must be as many of them in the capital as there were clouds in the sky. Recently, Leng Yang had been preparing for the battle for the magical sword of the Crimson Heavens, but for the new battle, he needed to improve himself again. Soon, Su Muling brought sweets for Lang Xiaotian, but he asked her to eat them herself as he was not hungry. At this time, Shushang continued to practice his deadly sword style, cutting through rocks with a single swing of his sword. Tianxiang wiped the sweat from his forehead while he boasted that he had continued to improve successfully, mastering this fencing technique to perfection, and his own strength had already increased. According to what Mr. Lan said, he no longer belongs to the ranks of ordinary warriors. Xishang is now perfecting himself, following the path of the sword, at the peak of the 9th level, and he is about to reach the realm of spirits. Tianxiang was delighted, because little Shang had always been a very talented and gifted swordsman. Even with the snow whirlwind technique known to many, he trained hard, honed his skills, and entered the top 10 young warriors. The Honorable Chung came to Xiao Rou, and the girl asked why the Crown Prince needed her to go to the capital. The subject said that the Crown Prince had told her to come, so that was what she had to do, and there was no point in asking pointless questions. The Honorable Chung became angry and told the subject that he was taking too much upon himself. The man did not dare to speculate about the Crown Prince's plans. He was merely delivering a message, nothing more. When she arrived in the capital, she would find out everything for herself. Xiao Rou understood everything and decided to go to the capital as soon as possible on the prince's orders. The residents welcomed the respected son-in-law. He was such a distinguished and powerful man that people did not even dare to look at him. If there was a man worthy of even his little finger, they would marry him without hesitation. The main character entered the main hall and noticed that Xiao Rou was very sad, assuming that it was because he was leaving for the capital. Although Lang Yang was going to the capital, he would return as soon as he finished his business, so there was nothing to worry about. He also came to inform her that he was ready and was going to leave tomorrow. Xiao Rou said that she was also going to the capital. Lang Xiaotian repeated that he would take care of his business and return immediately, so there was no need for the girl to leave her family to accompany him. But the girl dashed his hopes by revealing that she was going to the capital at the invitation of the Crown Prince. Lang Yang was not particularly disappointed by this, but asked Xiao Rou why she was so sad if the Crown Prince himself had summoned her. Head Su replied that the reason might be that at the ceremony to elevate him to the rank of Crown Prince, every great family brought gifts, but her Su family did not attend the ceremony. Therefore, His Highness the Crown Prince harbored a grudge, and now they might be in big trouble. At that time, the Su family was besieged by the Li family, and this needed to be conveyed to the Crown Prince. Lang Yang was sure that a person in such a position could not be too petty. Xiao Rou would rely on this, and she also needed to prepare for an urgent departure. Mu Feng would be appointed as the temporary head of the family. Mu Feng asked his older sister Xiao Rou to return as soon as possible, as he had no desire to be the head of the family. The girl asked him not to worry, as all the local families had already bowed down to them, and even if an external enemy appeared, they would side with him. Su Ling wanted to try to get to the capital as quickly as possible, since it was not too far away. Perhaps this journey would turn out to be a great success for the Su family. The Honorable Chung returned to the Crown Prince and told him that the head of the Su family was already on his way. The Crown Prince clenched his fist slyly and happily declared that the first part of the plan had been completed, hoping that it would not fail him. On the way to the capital, they were attacked by bandits, who mocked the name of Ling Xiaotian and continued to insist on their own. The next moment, the last thing the bandits saw was the golden palm of the main character. Sumu Ling was surprised to see the real difference between a warrior and an immortal master. Believing that magic far surpassed brute physical strength, Sumu Cheng said that this was indeed the case, as it was no wonder that all the cities of Camel Peak were filled with rumors about the killer Lang Xiaotian. Xiao Rou did not expect to encounter bandits so close to the capital. Sulin suggested that the capital was not as safe a place as they had thought. It was worth being more cautious, because in the end, there were as many masters there as there were clouds in the sky. The subject informed the second prince that Lang Xiaotian was arrogant and ungrateful. Moreover, he had ruined the venerable Liu, and he could not be allowed to get away with it. He was just a despicable master of qi, they said, at the middle level of the spirit realm, and one warrior of the second rank of the dragon would be enough to kill him. The second prince turned to the venerable Wang and said that now, when they were in the midst of a confrontation with the crown prince, it was not wise to waste their strength and send people so far away to defeat him. It was much more important now to find out what the crown prince would do next. According to the venerable Wan, the crown prince was recruiting master warriors from all over the country, as well as powerful qi masters, but only the most impeccable ones. The second prince decided to do the opposite. Since the last prince disregards all kinds of questionable individuals, they can lure them to their side and will not disregard anyone. Sumu Ling was in love with the capital's sugar-coated fruits, telling her sister and brother-in-law that they had to try them. Su Ling noticed another dragon-ranked warrior, a living legend who did not usually visit their region. Xiao Rou revealed to the main character the residence that was temporarily rented by the Su family. Since they had settled on a place to stay, Lang Yang decided to go to the military camp without delay. Sumu Ling also wanted to go with him. The older sister told Sumu Ling that there was no point in her going there, as her brother-in-law was not going there for entertainment, but for serious business. Before leaving, Xiao Rou asked him to come back if any problems arose, to which Lang Yang replied in kind. The colonel informed Vice General Kun that Lan Xiaotian from Camel Peak City and Chen Jinsong from Sunset Mountain had arrived. The two masters entered the tent, and the vice general noticed that they had traveled a long way and invited them to sit down. The colonel had heard a lot about the second master, the bounty hunter with the magic sword, Zhu Zhan, and it was a great honor to see the great master Chen in person. Chen Jinsong believed that the rumors exaggerated the merits of the unworthy Chen, and that Commander Zheng was too kind. Vice General Kun added that as a second-rank dragon, he had defeated two equally powerful mid-level Kui masters of the spirit realm who were doing evil, so Chen Jinsong, the master of the magic blade Zhu Zhan, deserved this praise. The man thanked him for the praise, but they were only Ki masters, and it was not difficult to deal with them at close range. However, they should understand that he was an ordinary person and worked for money. The main character began to pour himself some tea, believing that the way of the warrior was highly respected in the world, but spiritual practices also deserved attention. Chen laughed and said that this was why they were legends of the warrior's path, and those who had not reached the dragon rank were just pathetic insects. If they went up against a Ki master, they would undoubtedly be smashed to smithereens. Although masters who have reached the realm of spirits are very powerful, this is the limit for Chi masters, and no one in the world can overcome the boundaries of this realm, just as no one can overcome the boundaries of the dragon rank. Lang Yang did not wish to delve deeper into this topic. He was only here because he was interested in Vice General Kun's proposal. The Venerable One revealed to the Crown Prince that the voice of the Su family, Lady Mu Rou, had arrived. The highest-ranking civil servant, Lieutenant General of the 3rd Dragon rank, Xiao Jinan, was pleased to see the very useful Chen Jinsen, but not so pleased to see the Ki master. The subordinates were to brief them on the situation, and the soldiers would be granted the rank of 3rd rank commander and soldiers under their command. The 2nd rank commander, Mu Han, 2nd Dragon rank, was to take them away and issue them with equipment and military ID cards. Lang Xiaotian asked again about the swords, and Mu Han replied that the suggestion came from her. The vice general did not have the information he was interested in, but why should she simply reveal the location of the swords when he had not done anything for them yet? Kun Shanji said that was correct, and after serving in the army for 5 years, the colonel would reveal the location of the swords. The main character said discontentedly that he didn't have that much time, because in 5 years he would be able to find them himself. In that case, Leng Yang could focus on training the people in the Black Tiger Corps so that they would perform well. When he was promoted to 2nd rank commander, she would immediately tell him the location of the twin swords. The man decided to take Lang Xiaotian to the Black Tiger Corps and the Dragon Corps as assigned. The warriors who stayed in the Black Tiger Corps suffered defeat at the hands of the Dragon Corps every year. The squad commander, Po Jun, was thinking about what to do because this year's competition was about to start. Lu Zun said that the Dragon Corps had high-ranking warriors, while the Black Tiger Corps had Kui masters, and they were no match for them. They would suffer defeat, have their salaries cut, and be shrouded in shame. Tanlan understood that they had no chance against the two instructors, Wen Yuan and Zhen Xiao, who had hardly taught them anything useful. Yu Hong noticed that the older Zhen Xiao, in particular, did nothing but harass the female soldiers, and last time, he had even made advances towards her. Wen Qiu said that they had found a way to deal with the previous commanders, and asked what they had heard about the new commander. Yu Hong said that he was just a guy who had seen nothing in life, probably as insignificant as Zhen Xiao and Wen Yuan. The rest of the Black Tiger Corps decided to do what they always did. Show him who was boss, let him know who the real masters of the Black Tiger Corps were. Arriving at the campaign headquarters, Xiao Rou reverently greeted His Highness the Crown Prince. The prince noticed the wound on her cheek, and Mu Rou replied that if she had frightened him, it was her fault, and she deserved punishment. The Crown Prince did not consider himself a weak person, and he was not frightened by a wound. He could get medicine for Xiao Rou's scars. Xiao Rou was very grateful, but her husband had already offered to help her with the medicine. The Crown Prince was not bothered by the fact that Xiao Rou was married. In any case, it was just for fun, and a married woman should be even more experienced. Xiao Rou asked why His Highness the Crown Prince had invited her if he didn't need anything, and if she could leave. The Crown Prince almost forgot why he had called her. He had heard that the Su family from Camel Peak City had risen to incredible heights, so he wanted to know if she knew Yu Yunshu. Xiao Rou had never heard of a person with that name, and she wasn't even sure if he was from the Camel Peak area. If so, he must not be a notable person. The Crown Prince suddenly remembered that he had urgent business to attend to, so Xiao Rou was free to go. He would invite her again in a few days. It didn't seem like the girl was lying, but how could Mu Rou not know about her grandfather? Apparently, Su Tai had hidden a lot from his descendants, but even if that was the case, he had to get that treasure. The venerable man wanted to ask the prince what treasure he was talking about, if it was so important. Why not just take it? It's nothing more than a sword-shaped amulet around our necks, but using force isn't the best choice right now. It's better to calm Xiao Rou down and let things settle down over time. The stakes are too high to act recklessly and attract unnecessary attention. Kun Shanji said that the 7 commanders in the Black Tiger Corps were so unruly that he couldn't even imagine how Ling Xiaotian would be able to control them. Mu Han deliberately sent him to the Black Tiger Corps to knock him down a peg, so that next time he would be more obedient. The Vice General was glad that Mu's sister had come up with a good plan. With his quick temper, he would definitely quarrel with these squad commanders, and would probably be beaten and disgraced. Although a certain little princess had a fierce and rebellious temper, Mu Han did not think she would kill Ling Xiaotian. At worst, she would give him a beating or put him to flight. Zhen Xiao, one of the Black Tiger Corps instructors, taught the girl combat stances, but she didn't understand why she needed to learn this if she was a QI master and not a warrior. The twisted instructor said that knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the only way to guarantee victory, and he taught all recruits this way. While Zhen Xiao continued to be satisfied with himself and teach the girl his methods, someone threw a stone at his head. The little devil from the Black Tiger Corps' Chu Shuer said that she had done it herself and was not going to hide it. Zhen Xiao saw her and decided not to do anything about it. He decided to leave as the little devil was surely busy. Chu Shuer called him a coward, adding that the Black Tiger Corps was too boring, and that if Cheng Feng were here, no one could compare to him. The commander of the Black Tiger Squad had prepared a sleeping dragon pit. All that was left was to cover it with branches and leaves. With their camouflage skills, Ling Xiaotian would definitely not notice anything and fall into it. Considering that they had also prepared a hanging stone, the main character would definitely not be able to escape. Also, Wu Qiutianxuan did not come, so the new commander might suspect something. 5 of the 7 commanders came to greet him and gave him so much honor, so there was no point in him getting worked up. The master asked him not to overdo it, otherwise the previous commander wouldn't be able to move for half a month. Tanlan decided to teach him a lesson. The main thing was that no one interfered. Lang Xiaotian finally arrived, and his fists had been itching for a long time. The main character walked forward quite confidently, but stopped abruptly when he noticed the trap. Wenqiu was surprised that the main character suddenly stopped. Apparently, he was able to notice the sleeping dragon's pit. To prove his skill, Lang Yang continued walking, and did not even fall into the sleeping dragon's pit. But it didn't matter. The hanging stone had already begun to fall and was too close for the main character to cast a spell. Po Jun noticed that if he were a warrior, he could have dodged it or smashed it with a single blow. Lang Xiaotian drew his blade with a deft movement and cut the stone in 2 in a split second. Lang Yan was told that there were 1,400 men in the Black Tiger Corps, 7 detachments of 200 soldiers each, but for some reason only 5 commanders arrived. Tan Lan lied that 2 commanders had fallen ill, considering himself very resourceful in this regard. The main character ordered Po Jun to take him to the camp. Tan Lan and Yu Heng were to be invited, and Wu Chu and Tian Xuan were to report. Tan Lan did not decide to attack him, as Leng Yang's magic sword was fast and deadly, and he did not want to seek his own death. He had no idea what had happened to the sleeping dragon's lair, and Po Jun could not be relied upon at all. Chen Jinsong arrived at his camp, where he was greeted by 7 squad commanders, whose code names ranged from A1 to A7. The commanders greeted Commander Chen. Both dragon-ranked instructors who had come to help them were injured in an accident. Chen was pleased that his soldiers were not bad, but he was a first-class mercenary and would teach them obedience. A1 said that they did not want to put Commander Chen in an awkward position in front of Colonel Zheng, but if he wanted the 7 full Tiger-ranked commanders to submit, he would have to try hard and demonstrate his real abilities. A2 asked him not to count on the dragon rank deciding anything, as the 7 squad commanders were not only full Tiger rank, but also on the Earth list of the strongest, and defeating a higher-ranked opponent was not the first time for them. Chen Jingsun was delighted with this news. He wanted to see the strength of his new squad and asked them to demonstrate it together. But as soon as the squad commanders approached him, Chen wounded them all with a single swing. The colonel laughed and said that they had not heard of Chen Jinsun, but they knew his nickname, the Magic Blade of Juchan. The commanders understood that Commander Chen was also on the earthen list of the strongest, so they admitted defeat and bowed before him, hoping that the commander would teach them many useful things. With Chen, their Black Tiger Corps, consisting of key practitioners, would be able to defeat the Blue Eagle and Black Turtle and become famous for their military exploits. The instructor of the Black Tiger Corps, Zhen Xiao, welcomed Commander Lan. There were 2 instructors to assist him in the Black Tiger Corps. Wen Yuan called him another show-off, saying that when the little devil got hold of him, all 7 commanders would see him disgraced. When the commanders returned to camp, Tan Lan looked sad and was covered in wounds. Tan Lan revealed that it was all because of Po Jun and his terrible skills as a partner. Commanders Tian Xuan and Wu Cui came on the orders of Commander Leng Xiaotian. When everyone was gathered, the main character revealed that he didn't care what illness the commanders had, nor did he care how the two instructors had taught before. Lang Xiaotian needed to be promoted to second-rank commander as soon as possible, so they had to win this four-way competition. Wen Yuan noted that Commander Lang had a sense of humor. Everyone here wanted to win, but all three corps, the Black Turtle, Blue Eagle, and Dragon, were staffed with high-caliber warriors. If Wen Yuan and Zhen Xiao couldn't train them, then Lang Xiaotian would take responsibility for the Black Tiger Corps. Wu Qiu asked him why he was giving orders, as if he could surpass his iron fist. The main character said that Wu Qiu was only at the 9th level of the Qi realm, still half a step away from the spirit realm, and nothing gave him the courage to challenge a spirit realm practitioner. Wu Qiu dared to challenge the newcomer, saying that he must not know Wu Qiu's ranking in the Shang Empire's power rankings. They were all from the Big Dipper, and were among the strongest, so defeating someone superior to them in level was easier than easy. Lang Xiaotian asked them, if they were such great masters, why couldn't they defeat the 7 commanders of the Dragon Corps? Wu Qiu said that it was because they were also on the list of the strongest, and were also capable of defeating those who surpassed them in Dan. Wen Yuan talked about ordinary soldiers, saying that even 2,400 warriors could not defeat 1,000 Qi practitioners. Zhen Xiao pointed out that the problem was that in a 4-way competition between corps, it was enough to win 3 out of 5 competitions to win, 4 of which were one-on-one battles between squad commanders. Therefore, victory in the 5th team competition among ordinary soldiers did not decide anything. When the enemy is a warrior who has reached the rank of dragon, or a squad commander comparable in real power to the dragon rank, their speed is so high that at close range, a Qi practitioner simply has no chance. The main character no longer wanted to argue with the commanders. First, he wanted to see the troop review. 1,000 warriors stood before him, all of them greeting Commander Lang Xiaotian. The main character turned to Chu Shuer, asking the girl her name and why she was not in uniform. Her name was Chu Shuer, and she asked in return why Lang Xiaotian was not in the commander's uniform prescribed by the Shang Dynasty's Code of Laws, Article 136, Section 2, Paragraph 3. During a military review, the commander is required to be dressed in uniform. This is a serious offense, a desecration of military honor. The soldiers began to laugh, noticing that the guy from the depths didn't understand what was going on, and didn't know that you couldn't mess with the little devil. The main character said that Chu Zhe was sharp-tongued, and he dressed as he pleased because Ling Xiaotian was the boss here. The girl asked him if she told him that her father was Chu Xiong, would he still insist that he didn't have to wear his official uniform during the military review? Lang Xiaotian didn't care about her father Chu Xiong. If she served here, she had to show soldierly obedience and respect the chain of command, otherwise she could leave immediately. Zhen Xiao was surprised that he did not show respect even to Commander-in-Chief Chu Xiong, who was a great and powerful man, a full 4th-rank dragon. Wen Yuan noticed that Ling Xiaotian had dug his own grave, and the little devil would surely complain about him as soon as he returned home. The girl decided to run away in tears and declared that the insignificant newcomer would regret his words. The main character did not want to waste time, and from now on, they were forbidden from engaging in any useless practices. It was best to practice the art of the sword according to the nameless book. Zhen Xiao began to read the book, and now the role of the instructors was to monitor the execution of this task. Fencing for warriors, for practitioners of Qi, learning the art of the sword is useless. Wen Yuan stated that there were only 3 months left before the annual corps competition, and if they focused on their practices, they would have a chance to win a couple of competitions. Lang Xiaotian gave the order. He did not want to hear any unnecessary comments. In 3 days, he would personally check on those who were slacking off or not taking training seriously, and they would be brought to military justice. Wen Yuan decided not to argue, as the 7 commanders and the little devil would soon deal with him, and they would see how long he could remain so arrogant. Su Ling noted that the fabric trade was very important to them. The Su family had a chance to establish themselves in the capital, and everything depended on how they negotiated with that man. Su Mu Cheng made his older sister and Su Lin happy when a guest arrived, Siman Cheng. Siman Cheng noticed that the fabrics of the head of the Su family were very beautiful, and who would have thought that she herself was no less beautiful. Xiao Rou thought the young gentleman was being too kind to her, so she asked what he thought of the fabrics and whether he was satisfied with the price. Siman Chang decided to discuss the price a little later, but if they wanted to cooperate, he had one condition. Tanlan suggested sticking to the original plan. Yu Heng would seduce him, and then he would be in their hands. Siman Qian's condition was simple. In 3 days, he expected the Su family to attend a banquet, hoping that all the members of her family would honor him. She sincerely regretted it, but on that day, Xiao Rou had to meet her returning husband, so she had to refuse. The subject asked the girl who she thought she was, as she had been given an opportunity that she had neglected. Simon Z said that these insignificant provincials did not appreciate the kindness shown to them, and that with a single word from their master, they would be thrown into prison. Simon Chang asked Z to stop talking nonsense, saying that they could not treat the young lady Su that way. It was already difficult enough for people who came to the capital and tried to do business here. Simon Chang suggested to Su Muchen that when his son-in-law returned and rested, he should come to the banquet. In the capital, dragons mingled with snakes, and Su Ling understood that it would not be easy to settle here. Xiao Rou understood that they would have to go to the banquet if they were going to sell fabrics in the capital. No matter what, they would have to deal with them. Simon Chiang asked what he wanted with their brother-in-law, who was just a country bumpkin who had come to the capital. Lang Yang arrived at his place in the camp, and 3 days later, Yu Heng took him by the shoulders and asked him to rest. The main character asked her what she was doing. Yu Heng noticed how hard he had worked all day and offered him her care. Lang Yang decided not to pass up the opportunity. Yu Heng noticed that the commander seemed so cold and strict. The subordinate was glad that he was actually such a kind and responsive person. Ye Heng looked tense, saying that it was her first time being so close to Commander Lang, so it was a natural reaction. The girl asked Lang Yang if he liked games with melted wax, insisting on arranging everything herself. Realizing what the girl liked, the main character pushed Yu Heng, saying that she should lie down. Very quickly, the main character tied up the girl and was going to teach her a lesson for this trick. Taking a burning candle, Lang Yang reminded her that Yu Heng liked games with molten wax. Lang Xiaotian brought the candle to her feet, asking if the girl liked it. She begged him to let her go. The commanders already thought that she must have tied up Lang Yang, and the trap had snapped shut. The main character said that such childish tricks would not defeat him. 3 days had passed, and he wanted to see the results of the training, waiting for everyone in the square in 5 minutes. After removing the rope from Yu Heng, Tan Lan wanted to know what had happened to the girl, why she was trembling all over. Lang Yang said that the time had come to demonstrate the art of fencing. Obviously, many of them had skipped classes or had not trained at all, so each would receive 50 blows with a stick. Tan Lan told the commander that the commanders had not trained either, because military techniques were useless for Qi practitioners. As the commander here, Lang Yang issued an army decree. A commander who shirked training was guilty of a first-class crime, and those who did not train would be removed from the ranks. After apologizing to Tan Lan, he was the only one who stepped forward, while the other commanders practiced Lang Yang's teachings. The guy started to make excuses, saying that the other commanders had stepped back and that he had been set up. Wu Qiu was angry. The main character thought he could make the commanders of the Big Dipper do his nonsense. Wu Qiu refused to recognize him. If he had abilities, then he didn't need a sword, and challenged Lang Yan to a duel. The main character decided not to waste time and fight all 7 commanders at once. Po Jun said that today's youth had completely lost their fear. Lang Yang did not understand that they were from the Earth list of the strongest. Lu Qin pointed out that the main character was from a small town, where they probably hadn't heard anything about these lists. Wu Qiu did not need the help of his allied commanders. With one practitioner from the spirit realm, Wu Qiu could handle the Black Tiger himself. The main character gave a new condition, saying that if Wu Qiu could block his palm strike, he would win. Even if he were a strong warrior, he might have something to fear, but Leng Yanya was practically blown away by the wind. In the next second, Lang Xiaotian struck with his palm, crushing Wu Qiu's armor. The man was careless. Leng Yang was indeed fast, but now he counterattacked with his fighting technique, the fiery fist. The main character didn't move a finger. He just released a little aura, which threw the commander back. Po Jun was surprised by the newcomer. Defending his fist with only a protective aura was a great achievement, so it was better to attack together. Wen Qiu used the first technique of the Big Dipper. The dipper turned, the stars shifted, and his speed increased. In a split second, the main character slapped all 7 commanders, calling them show-offs. Tanlan understood the danger posed by the commander. He too was in the realm of the spirit, most likely even on the dark list. Regardless of which list he was on, the commanders were no match for Leng Yang. They surrendered to him wholeheartedly. Even so, Commander Leng said that those who did not practice fencing would receive the agreed punishment. At the request of Simon Qian, Zi revealed that the other members of the trade union agreed not to do business with the Su family until he said so. This time, Chen even invited Master Ma from the Yiji sect for support, so when the Su family came, he would definitely achieve his goal. Wu Qiu carried out Tanlan's punishment and asked him why the commander had beaten him so badly. Wu Qiu simply did not know how to pretend. The main character asked the warriors to continue practicing fencing. In 3 months, defeat was unacceptable in the 4-way competition, and the 7 commanders had to follow him. The warriors believed that they were far from the level of Commander Chen Feng. These useless techniques that Lang Yang forced them to learn were useless in the opinion of the martial arts master. The Su family arrived at the promised banquet, everyone except the main character, who was delayed. Seaman Chiang asked the girl why her husband was not yet visible, assuming that he was afraid to come. They had notified him, but Lang Yang was probably delayed by work. They hoped that he had not encountered any problems in the army. Seaman Chiang said that it didn't matter whether his son-in-law came or not. If the head of the Su family wanted to bargain, someone from the Su family would have to keep him company for 3 nights. Xiao Rou got angry, saying that she was a married woman, and how could Seaman Chiang think such a thing? Xiao said that she had misunderstood, as he would not be interested in a married woman from the countryside. Xiao Rou thought he was talking about her sister, but she was too young, and Seaman Chiang was too old for her. Chiang asked the girl not to be so conceited. He had never said that he was interested in women. Seaman Chiang was actually interested in Su Mu Ching. If he stayed with him for 3 nights, the Su family's fabric business would be very successful. The young man was surprised by this, and suggested that it would be better to return to the backwater, and not agree to such a thing. Qian asked him to think about it. If he stayed with him, he would protect him, spoil him with all kinds of delicacies, and he would not be bored at night. Qian asked what was wrong with that. He was just saying what was on his mind. Was it bad to be honest? Or should he have done it secretly? Xiao Rou took Su Muchen by the hand and said that they could establish trade without the Seaman family. Before they could leave, Qian's Seaman warriors surrounded the exit and said they would not let them go. Su Mu Cheng stood in front of the soldier and wanted to kick him, because he was already sick of this. The man grabbed Su Mu Cheng's leg, pulling him closer, and asked the handsome man to stop struggling. Su Mu Ling decided to help her brother by using the ice sword execution technique, decapitation. The man was frightened by the name of this technique, so he let go of Su Mu Cheng to protect his head. But this was just a diversionary tactic. Su Mu Ling approached the warrior and kicked him in the groin. The man was angry that he had been tricked, and he said he would kill the little girl and rip out her tongue. Xiao Rou was furious that they dared to threaten her sister, so she approached and also attacked the master. Seaman Chiang ordered his soldiers to attack the Su family all at once, rather than watching from a distance. The master said that now it was his turn to attack, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the collar. The master did not understand why his body flew up. As it turned out, Wu Qiu had grabbed him by his clothes. The main character arrived at the banquet with his commanders, resolving the conflict between them. Seaman Chiang recognized his brother-in-law, a freeloader from the Su family, and mocked him for bringing 7 assistants with him. The elder called him a country bumpkin, and with a few henchmen at his disposal, Ling Yang could not do whatever he wanted in the capital. The main character did not care about the position of the young Master Simeon. In his eyes, he was just a pathetic insect. Qian said that he was too arrogant, and he wanted to see this insolent man again when he was captured. Wu Qiu began to laugh at his opponents, because they were only tiger-ranked masters. He said that for Qi practitioners, only dragon-ranked opponents were worthy. Lang Yang's practitioners used their techniques and easily defeated Seaman Qian's squad. Kine was surprised by the 7 Qi practitioners in front of him. Those who had not reached the dragon rank and had not unleashed their internal energy lacked the speed to defeat Qi practitioners. Qian was angry that he was not respected in his own home in Ximen, so he asked Master Ma from the Yiji sect to reveal himself. The old man entered the room saying that young people today were so ill-mannered. They should have bowed when their elders appeared. Wuko paid no attention to Master Ma's title and mockingly asked the old man who he was. Teacher Ma called him an insignificant practitioner from the realm of Qi control, and asked him how he dared to speak to a venerable elder in such a manner. The main character reminded Wu Qiu that he had always said he was capable of defeating someone higher in rank than himself, and that his first task was to defeat Master Ma. Master Ma said that he had ascended to the realm of spirits, so the Qi master would not be able to surprise him. Suddenly Wu Qiu struck him, and the old man did not have time to react, taking the blow to the face. The old man said that he would now activate his energy and show him the potential of the gear strike of primordial chaos. Seaman Chiang watched this skill, noting that this technique was truly exceptional. But it was quickly interrupted when Wu Qiu simply punched him in the face again. Teacher Ma no longer wanted to continue. He made an excuse that he could accidentally kill Wu Qiu, so he said he would leave early due to urgent business. The main character was disappointed in Seaman Chiang's support, so he turned to his subjects and told them to leave. At the exit, they were met by Long Yi, a first-ranked dragon, who asked if all QE practitioners were so unruly these days. Seaman Qin was glad that Long Yi had arrived in time, as now these Qi practitioners would not dare to run amok. Wu Qiu decided to show him his place, but as soon as he tried to strike him, the master raised his hand and blocked the blow. This martial arts master, first Dan of the dragon rank, caused Wu Qiu significant problems in his fight with him. The commanders decided to gang up on Long Yi all together. 7 Qi practitioners against a single martial arts master. Long Yi was still confident. He put out his hand and used his avalanche palm skill. All 7 commanders were unable to withstand this attack and were thrown back, admitting defeat. Seaman Chiang asked if they would still boast. as everyone knew that martial arts masters had a huge advantage at close range, and they would not be able to be so arrogant in front of Lun Yi. Lang Yang was not surprised that of the 4 corps, his was the weakest. Wu Qiu accepted the power of the main character, but how could he call them useless? Before, Cheng Feng at least taught them, but he gave them nothing useful. Although they were in the earth realm of key cultivation, their combined attack was no weaker than that of practitioners in the spirit realm. However, even though the initial stage of the spirit realm was comparable in power to the first Dan of the dragon rank, warriors had an undeniable advantage at close range. Lang Yang handed them a book, saying that he would teach them how to combine combat techniques and spiritual practices. Opening the book, Tanlan was surprised that spiritual energy could be combined with combat techniques, similar to how martial arts masters infuse their techniques with internal energy. This method of using spiritual energy was unusual, completely unlike the usual spells of Qi practitioners. After reading the book, Wu Qiu also considered this to be excellent news, and it would now be his favorite method of improvement. The main character was waiting for results from his students, so he decided that today's task would be to defeat Long Yi. Sima Qiang asked him to stop fooling around. They would not kill them today. They would just beat them up so that they would remember what it was like to live in the capital. Martial arts masters were invincible up close, so it was better not to resist, or Long Yi would seriously use his strength, and the QE practitioners would not be able to stand for half a month. The first fencing style, a merciless sword and a hand that changed the world, became long-range attacks rushing at Long Yi. Reaching their target, the 4 energy attacks of the QI practitioners were able to seriously wound the martial arts master. Wu Qiu now recognized Lang Yang's authority, fully acknowledging that he was right and would follow his orders. Before leaving, Lang Yang turned to Sima Qian, saying that since he was not going to kill them, he would let him live. Kun Shanji said that if the little devil Chu Zhuer had not been taken in by Commander Chu Xiong, this boy would have been killed long ago. Mu Han agreed with his words, but Lang Xiaotian had been commanding the Black Tiger Corps for almost a month, and all 7 squad commanders there were still thorns in his side, who had surely broken his horns by now. Kun Shanji suggested that the girl go to him for an inspection, to see how the 7 squad commanders had already been bossing them around. At first, Lang Yang was very arrogant, but the vice-general wanted to see him now that he had tasted defeat. Mu Han asked how things were going in the military camp, thinking that the arrival of the 7 squad commanders had caused problems for the main character. Lang Xiaotian replied that everything was fine. At first, they did cause problems, and there was indeed a minor injury from falling into a pit. Kun Shanji thought that was great, since it was nothing serious, and minor injuries made young people stronger. Lang Yang thought so too. If the young man had been injured, he could only blame himself for not being good enough, so this gave him the motivation to work hard and become stronger. Mu Han noticed that he was right, and continuing in the same vein, she was sure that he would eventually become stronger and force the 7 squad commanders to cooperate with him. But as it turned out, they were already cooperating with him. Whether they liked it or not, at least they no longer dared to disobey his orders. Kun Shanji was surprised by the protagonist's pride. He said he had been beaten, and now he was flattering his own ego. The vice-general offered him a bet. Send someone after the 7, and if at least 5 of them show up, he would admit defeat. After the recent conflict in the Seaman family's house, many merchants sided with the Su family, so they would be able to succeed at the fabric merchants' meeting in 3 days. This meeting was very important, and whether they could succeed there depended on this new star purple fabric. Su Ling noticed that the star purple fabric invented by the young lady gives the Su family hope to firmly establish themselves in the capital and receive orders. Lang Yang asked instructor Wen Yuan to order the 7-star commanders to come here immediately. Wen Yuan did not like being commanded around. If he were not higher in rank than her, the girl would have slapped Lang Yang across his arrogant, smug face. Kong Shanji said that they all knew very well that apart from Chen Feng, the disciple of Commander-in-Chief Lang Xuanzhe, they did not obey anyone. Mu Han just joked with him so he wouldn't take it seriously. In the past, under Chen Feng, the Black Tiger Corps was very powerful, but now it had fallen into decline, so the 7-star commanders didn't think much of the new commanders. Lang Xiaotian was surprised that he was the kind of person you could joke around with. Mu Han didn't want to make a serious bet, but since Lang Yang insisted, let there be a bet. Kum Shanji said that Ling Yang had no chance, and if he won, the guy would dance for him right there. Soon, the commanders of the Big Dipper arrived and reported to Commander Lang. Kun Shanji took one of the soldiers and asked him to admit that it was just a coincidence, and not something Lang Yang had requested. Yu Heng asked the commander what was wrong with Vice General Kun, as his strange behavior frightened her. The main character said that it was nothing special, just that Vice General Kun was going to entertain everyone with a dance. Mu Han added that no one had forced the Vice General to do anything. He had bet on the dance himself, so now he had to keep his word. Zai revealed that they had already obtained the new technology for making star-purple fabric invented by the Su family, and this time they would definitely be disgraced and expelled from the capital. However, the freeloading son-in-law had several powerful henchmen under his command. Seaman Chang had already contacted his aunt, who was an important figure in the army, and would be able to help them deal with a few insignificant Kui practitioners. Aunt Wen Yuan came inside and asked Seaman Qian what he wanted from her, as she was a busy person. Seaman Qiang asked his aunt to sit down. He had invited her for a reason, and first presented her with a piece of jewelry. Wen Yuan asked him to get to the point and stop beating around the bush. The new commander was very strict, and she couldn't be away for long. He had a deadly enemy in his business dealings, a master named Ling, who had several powerful key practitioners working for him. Her aunt wanted to know the name of this man, and Qian revealed that it was Lang Yang, a son-in-law from an insignificant family. Exhaling, Wen Yuan had already thought that he was talking about the new stern and unyielding commander, Leng Xiaotian. But since it was an insignificant family, her aunt would help him teach them a lesson if they dared to resist. Seaman Qiang was sure that these peasants wouldn't dare to stand up to the imperial court and the army. It was just impossible. Although she could do nothing about Leng Xiaotian's oppression, at least she could take it out on his namesake, Leng Yan. With his surname alone, he deserved his sad fate. The vice-general continued his dance, revealing that she was a girl. Kun Shanji was very embarrassed and could no longer continue the dance. Tan Lan noticed that in her cloak and with her stern expression, Kun Shanji looked so much like a man that you would forget that she was actually a lovely girl. Hearing the vice-general, Tan Lan said that he hadn't said anything, but simply praised her utterly charming dance. Mu Han was surprised at how quickly Leng Yang had reined in the 7-star commanders, but now she was really interested in him. Lang Xiaotian turned to the vice-general and asked the girl if he could count on what they had discussed together. Tan Lan laughed, suggesting that Vice-General Mu and Commander Lang were already so close that they were talking about a date. Kun Shanji revealed that Leng Yang was a lucky guy, as many had tried to invite Vice-General Mu to admire the flowers and the moon. She was not interested in this, and rejected all these men, as she was not interested in romantic relationships with them. The main character asked not to make a scene, saying it was a misunderstanding, as he was not going to meet anyone. He was talking about those paired swords. Sister Mu was embarrassed and decided to leave, but Vice-General Kun noticed her and ran after her. Lang Yang didn't understand what he had said wrong, assuming that he had bored her with questions about the paired swords. Looking at the commanders, the guy told them to go train. When the day of the fabric trade arrived, Seaman Chang asked Xiao Rou why he hadn't seen her husband. Head Su replied that her husband was a busy man and had no time to waste on pathetic insects. Su Muling snorted and said that even if her brother-in-law had come, Seaman Chang still wouldn't have been able to take revenge. Chio said that now that he had the star-purple fabric, all of Su's trade was in his hands, and his aunt would make a fool of her son-in-law. Su Muling and Xiao Rou were very happy because Lang Yang had come to visit them, delighting them with his visit. Xiao Rou thought that he could have skipped it if he was busy, but the main character replied that Seaman Chang would surely plot against them, so he couldn't not come. The elder declared that it was time to get the fabrics out and let the merchants choose the best ones. In Taihei's shop, beautiful, special 5-color fabrics were spread out, luring merchants to them. In Jing's factory, there was a 3-color fabric with iridescence, and they were not much different from each other. The merchant decided that he would place a large order with Taihei and Jing this year, believing that they would share first place this year. The man asked him not to rush to conclusions, as the beauty from the Su family had not yet presented her fabric to the others. Thanking the master for his kind words, Xiao Rou revealed her factory's fabric, a starry purple fabric. The merchants clearly chose their favorite, saying that such fabric was worthy of heaven. One of the merchants wanted an exclusive contract for the Su family's starry purple fabric. Money was no problem for him. Lang Yang confirmed that Xiao Rou was indeed very good at her job, and as long as she was in charge of the Su family, they could expect prosperity. Seaman Chang revealed his factory, asking them not to go crazy over this fabric, because he had the same one. Obviously, someone stole the manufacturing secret from someone else, which was not uncommon. One could only feel sorry for those who spent their time and money on development. Chio said that winners are not judged, and he could have said the same thing about Xiao Rou stealing his manufacturing secret. Merchants are not interested in who stole what from whom. They were only concerned with the price, and in this situation, the price of 100 silver coins per measure offered to the Su family was no longer relevant. It was Seaman Qian's cunning plan to deprive Xiao Rou of any chance of bringing this fabric to market, and he even agreed to sell a measure of fabric for 80 silver coins. Seaman Qian asked Lang Xiaotian who was now the fool. According to him, not everything was decided by fists. Sometimes you had to use your head. Seaman Qian said that Leng Yang would not dare to touch him in front of everyone. He had 1,000 households behind him, while the Su family had no one. Then Ling Xiaotian would have to show him how useless fists were. The 7 stars were ordered to teach Sima Qiang a lesson. Sima Qiang asked the guards to arrest these troublemakers. He had 1,000 households under his command, and always had henchmen with him. The main character laughed and asked Qian if he thought these insects could stop them. Young Master Simon said that the guards did not need to defeat them, only to delay them a little until his aunt arrived with a military detachment, and she would teach them how to behave. Su Ling understood that bringing in a military unit to arrest them was an abuse of his position. Sima Qiang said that Lang Yang would regret opposing him and would learn what power was. Lang Yang had been getting on his nerves for a long time, and last time he had already disgraced him in his own home. The main character asked Xiao Rou not to worry. He ordered the 7 stars to take away his description of how to make her fabric. Xiao Rou hugged Lang Yang, saying that she couldn't always rely on him. She had always taken care of the family business herself. Sima Qiang said that she would not be able to do anything in the capital, as they, the villagers, had no say. One word from him, and they would go to prison. The merchant suggested not to start a fight in the marketplace, but rather to disperse, saying that with his connections, he could personally appeal to the crown prince. If a fight broke out, it would be better to leave immediately. Even if the young man was from the Seaman family with 1,000 courtyards, that did not give him the right to cause trouble. There had to be a good reason to use force, and the Su family had already suffered from their actions. The merchant hoped that the young master of the Sime family did not think that he could do whatever he wanted. Sima Qiang said that all this kindness to the Su family was only to maintain competition and get star purple fabric at a lower price. Then, when his fabric was always 5 silver coins cheaper than the Su family's fabric, he would crush them in the trade. Xiao Rou was not afraid that Sima Qiang wanted to crush her, because defeat awaited the young master. The young man said that here, in the capital, the cost of production was lower for him, selling the same star purple fabric. Xiao Rou approached the merchants, stating that she had invented the star purple fabric, that the unworthy seaman had stolen the method of its production, and that now Chen Wu was saying he would not purchase her fabric for 100 silver coins. The merchant said that everyone liked the star purple fabric much more than other colored fabrics, and if he could buy it for 80 silver coins, why would he buy it from him? Sima Qiang called these accusations false. He had not stolen anything. It was she who had stolen the secret of making the fabric from him. However, he was generous and would not argue. Anyone who wanted to cooperate with him should step forward. In that case, she had to point out one detail. The method of production that Seaman had stolen was fake. Xiao Rou asked Shimen Chen if he dared to shake the star purple fabric like she did. Young Master Seaman asked what was so special about it. Why should he be afraid to do it? As soon as Chen shook the fabric, the stars began to peel off and scatter from the fabric. Chen grabbed Chimenzi and asked how this could have happened. What had happened to the secret of making the fabric? Xiao Rou asked him not to blame him, as theft of manufacturing secrets was not uncommon, and when they tried to send their man under the guise of a worker, she decided to do something about it. Su Ling said it was excellent work. The second brother had raised an excellent daughter, not to mention that his dimwit Mu Chun had also found her an excellent husband. Wu Qiu watched this spectacle. No matter how you looked at it, his venerable and respected wife had made the right choice. The main character couldn't help but say that Xiao Rou had done a great job. It wasn't often that you heard praise from Ling Yang. Sima Qiang no longer wanted to listen to them flirting with each other, so he tore his cloth. Xiao Rou said that Qiang had tried to steal the secret of making her cloth, and was now accusing her of meanness. Sima Qiang could barely stand, so Zi turned to the young master and said that his body was weak, and he should not lose his temper, or he would feel ill. He had 1,000 courtyards behind him, and could crush the insignificant Su family. But now, there were many people here, and she was so fearless. But now his aunt would come, and put them in their place. The merchant had heard that Sima Qiang's aunt was a high-ranking officer in the army, and had many soldiers under her command. The man added that even though they had powerful connections, and were not afraid of the Seaman family, no one would want to get involved with his aunt and the military for the sake of the Su family. Sima Ji reported to the young master that his aunt had finally arrived, bringing a detachment of soldiers with her. Simon Qiang told the others to kneel and beg for mercy, then tell him the real method of making star purple fabric, and then he might spare them. Since he couldn't beat him in business, he would have to resort to force. Anyone who dared to stand up for the Su family would be his enemy. As a 1,000-man commander, Sima Qiang had the right to detain and arrest a young man named Ling, who was suspected of stealing his secret method of producing the fabric. Xiao Rou took out her sword, saying that if anyone dared to touch her husband, she would kill them herself. Lang Yang said that she had taken care of the family's business affairs, and let him take care of the use of force. The main character turned to the commanders and told them to attack, and they understood that they would not keep him waiting. If the honorable man had not stopped him last time at the Seaman house, Wu Qiu would have beaten him to death. The guards attacked the commanders of the Black Tiger military battalion, but Wuqiu began to easily fight them off. Po Jun and the other commanders rose to a new level of power, easily scattering the guards. Sima Qiang did not understand why they were so strong, how it could have happened, that they had lost. Sima didn't think Ling Yang was the strongest. Now his aunt would teach him how to behave. When Yuan came and asked who dared to offend her nephew, she wanted to know personally. The merchant called it a disaster. This was the formidable patroness of Sima with military authority. Su Ling saw how she had brought in a military detachment. Soldiers had already blocked the entrances and exits. They were surrounded. Sima Qiang approached Leng Xiaotian and asked him if he was still so cocky. The main character did not answer him, but instead simply slapped Chen in the face. The young master asked him how he dared to raise his hand against him. His aunt had brought a military detachment. Before he could say anything else, Leng Xiaotian slapped Sima Qian again. The main character admitted that he had hit him and could do it again, asking the young man to ask his aunt if she dared to intervene. The merchant thought it was all over. Leng Yang was too impulsive and had brought great trouble upon the Su family. Now there was no helping them. Another merchant thought that Lang Xiaotian was looking for death, daring to oppose the military. Sima Qiang turned to his aunt and said that this guy had completely lost his mind and that the military should arrest him. Wen Yuan ignored her nephew, walked over and slapped him. The guy fell to the ground and wondered why she did that. He wanted them to arrest him, but instead he got hit. Wen Yuan said that she was going to beat up Sima Qian because he had caused her aunt a lot of trouble. The young master thought he was just a son-in-law of the Su family from a remote village, and he didn't believe in his titles. The girl asked how he came to that conclusion. He was the one who had recently arrived at the Black Tiger Corps, the most handsome, talented, firm, and unyielding, incomparable new commander. Sima Qiang did not believe that he was really the commander of a corps in the army, because he had previously been an insignificant villager. The girl approached Leng Yanyu and apologized to him, saying she didn't know that Leng Xiaotian was here. Xiao Rou could not have imagined that the main character had only just arrived in the capital and already acquired an important title. The merchant did not think that the Su family had a corps commander, so now there was no way he could offend them. Now Sima Qiang changed his mind. He believed in Commander Lang and admitted that he was wrong. Wen Yuan revealed that he was his nephew, so let him bow to him several times to the ground, and it could be forgotten. The main character called it nonsense. Wen Yuan was not so important that he would forgive someone for her sake. The girl got angry. She was an instructor after all, and if he didn't show her respect, he shouldn't be surprised when she teamed up with the little devil against him. The manager of the Heavenly Palace, official Simen Zhenghua, arrived, a high-ranking third-rank official, asking who dared to oppose a member of his Simen family. The merchant learned that this was a high-ranking third-rank official, while the commander of the corps was an ordinary third-rank official, and the Su family was once again in an unenviable position. The official turned to Leng Yanyu and asked how he dared not bow to a high-ranking official. Lang Xiaotian would strike Sima Qian, and Sima Zhenghua would be powerless to do anything about it. The official asked Lang Xiaotian how he dared to commit an act of violence in front of a dignitary. Did he not respect him and the law? The main character asked where he was when he was involved in the kidnapping. He talked about the law, but in reality, he just wanted to protect him, so he didn't dare to show off his rank. The official ordered the arrest of the villain Lang Xiaotian and all his accomplices, who were suspected of treason. Lang Xiaotian's subordinates refused to be arrested, so they deliberately fought with the guards. The merchants noticed that Lang Xiaotian's subordinates were bold and courageous, and the 7 of them scattered about 30 people. Simen Zhenghua ordered 10 tiger guards to immediately show themselves and capture these 7 rebels. The commander doubted his abilities, as the official had 10 dragon-ranked guards from the yellow list. This time, Lang Yang's battalion was unable to fight off the guards, as their strength was too great. Simen Zhenghua said that they were insignificant Qi practitioners. Lang Yang brought a few subordinates, and thought himself invincible. He is the official responsible for peace and tranquility here. 10 dragon-ranked warriors are not all he has. Wuqiu told Commander Lang not to be so impulsive. He was the prefect here. If his people were injured, it would be difficult to justify, and high-ranking officials always had an advantage over ordinary people. Yu Heng said that there were still many dragon-ranked tiger guards outside. They would definitely not be able to fight them off, and even if they could escape, they would not be able to hide from the state police. The official said that it was too late, but if he fell to his knees and admitted his mistakes, the official might consider sparing his family members. Lang Yang asked the man if he had abused his status. Simen Zhenghua said that there was nothing he could do about it now. The main character silently approached him and slapped the official across the face, surprising him. Simen Zhenghua ordered that this bandit be arrested immediately. Even if he was a soldier, he was not special, and it would be easy for an official to destroy him. The 2 vice-generals appeared at the market. saying that they were very interested to see who was speaking so contemptuously about the army. Wen Yuan bowed, paying her respects to the two vice-generals and greeting them. The official was surprised to see the two vice-generals. He had simply expressed himself incorrectly. He would never have been disrespectful to the army. But Lang Yang had just raised his hand against the official, and this matter could not be ignored. The merchant realized that it was better not to mess with the Su family. Who would have thought that they had such powerful patrons? Although he was a military vice-general, the official was a regular second-rank official, half a rank above him. But they were under his jurisdiction here, so it was better not to try to cover for Lang Yang. If they covered for him, the official would not be obliged to show him respect. This was a city, not an army, and if an official arrested someone, they had no right to interfere. Mu Han had no objection. It would indeed be beyond our authority to intervene. However, Ling Xiaotian is a military man, so even if he committed some kind of offense, it would be dealt with by the army, which is beyond his jurisdiction. Mu Han ordered that Commander Leng Yang be escorted back to army territory. The guards said that the case was being transferred to the jurisdiction of the army, that all uninvolved parties should clear the way, and that those who resisted would be killed on the spot. The official said to give him time. He would not forget this. The army could not save him forever. Sumu Ling noticed that Mu Han was stunning and looked great in her uniform, with such a valiant, stern, and majestic appearance. Mu Rou thanked Vice-General Mu Han for helping her husband out of a difficult situation and invited her to visit the Su family home. Mu Han had never heard Commander Lang mention that he had a wife. Sumu Cheng noticed that the atmosphere was heating up. Could this woman be a rival to his sister Xiao Rou? Xiao Rou replied that it was because her husband wanted to protect him, so that his enemies would not know about her and suddenly show up here. Mu Han understood this. A weak, pampered woman like her really did need to be carefully guarded. The girl turned to Commander Lan and said that the four-way competition would begin soon, and they had to prepare well for it. Even though they would most likely lose, she didn't want the defeat to be a crushing one. Mu Han handed him the medicine he had asked her to find. The girl had come in specifically to deliver it, so she said goodbye. Xiao Rou had come specifically to show her power, as she felt she was losing control of the situation. The main character said that she had only come to bring the medicinal ingredients, and he would go and prepare a remedy for her scar. Compared to Mu Han, she was indeed very weak, and her face was disfigured. She was right. They were on completely different levels. After applying the medicine, the scar completely disappeared, and Xiao Rou really became the same as before. Sumu Qing noticed his sister, remarking that she was especially beautiful today, her skin so white and her body fragrant. Who would have thought that Lang Yang's medicinal bath would transform him so much? Xiao Rou wanted to ask her brother where her brother-in-law was. As it turned out, he had gone to his military corps, where they were about to have a competition, and he looked quite worried. As soon as a martial artist reached the rank of dragon, his power made a qualitative leap. His internal energy allowed him to act at such a speed that at short distances, even practitioners of the ascending spirit realm were no match for a warrior of the dragon rank. Usually, those who had not reached the rank of dragon were just pathetic insects that a practitioner of Qi could simply crush. However, warriors of the full tiger rank, who are among the strongest, are comparable in power to the dragon rank, so at short range they can easily defeat practitioners of the ascending spirit realm. Therefore, if you rely on the spells of Qi practitioners, they will be too slow, and how will they be able to defeat a warrior comparable in power to a dragon-ranked warrior? They will not give the warriors the opportunity to establish distance and calmly use your technique. According to Jun, military masters are especially dangerous in close combat, and only practitioners who follow the path of body refinement, such as the squad commander Wu Qiu, can effectively resist them, or the extremely rare practitioners who refine themselves through the sword.